Hello, gamers. You've been jonesing for some lore? Poggy, what's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome back to the Elden Ring LOREATHON. Let me open up Elden Ring, actually, I forgot. Welcome, everybody. We're loring again today. Honestly, I'm getting confused what day it is. I thought it was the day where we played Dragon's Dogma, but that was last time. Okay. Everything's open. Oh no, I'm gonna get flashbanged in a second. Free me. Okay, open. Don't have a name? Yeah, no, I actually did notice you didn't have a name. I didn't even know that was an option on YouTube. Unable to change it. I think there's a way to change your name. Okay, listen, it could be something I don't know about, but like on YouTube, I used to be Raffarino because that was my Twitch name, but when I changed my Twitch name to Raff, I changed it to Raffarino. So, or the other way around. So maybe you could fix it. I don't know. Hello, everybody. How's it going? You know what? Okay. So, I was gonna do that. Hang on. When the flashbang happens, why is it not? I found a hack. It's for some reason it didn't open the tab. You can close it. You can minimize it so it doesn't flashbang you. How did I even do that? Okay, today I've learned. Okay, I wanted to post my freaking video from today. Utana, thank you for the resub. Thanks so much for 34 months of Prime. I appreciate that so much. Welcome back. Thank you for the support. We escaped! Guess I'm just a glitch? That's a pretty good nickname. I feel like, because your other name could be like colon, because it's like you're just the colon for the, but that's, I feel like there's some, you know, there's like a second meaning to colon that people might not like. Oh, like, you know when people don't know how to spell cologne and they write colon? Oh man, that's one of my favorites. That French spelling gets everybody, I tell you. Ain't no one knows how to spell French words. Cologne. I can't stand cologne, to be honest with you. Anything too scented, it gives me a headache, dog. It's just too strong. All right. I put up my first playthrough episode today, and it's Melania, and it was very funny. And the best part about this episode that I put up today, I literally didn't even see phase 2. It was an hour edited of about 40 minutes of trimmed down failure. Oh, I forgot to say that I cut out some attempts because they didn't fit. Dang it. What do you mean I'm cheating because I'm French? Okay. French speakers not included. Welcome back, everybody, to more Elden Ring. We're gonna be Lauren today. I don't actually know what we're doing today because I seriously don't remember what we did last time. There it is. We got, we're getting further in the game though. That much I know. I guess we'll figure out when I open up the game. When I load it up, we'll figure out what we're up to today. We're strongly in the mid game now. Like, we're about to hit Morgoth in Lane Dell. So the subterranean shunning grounds. At last, I've been talking about the subterranean shunning grounds for like a week. I've been like, we're going there, we're going there, we're going there. You know? Many men don't know how to wear cologne. Honestly, true, in my opinion, true of any sort of strong scented thing. Because you become nose blind to your own cologne or perfume, I guess. So like, I know that I've smelled people from far away and I'm just like, bro, I don't even want to get close to it. It's too strong. Oof. You should be able to just get like a whiff of it. But if you're like detecting, also honestly, in general, I'm just like really anti cologne because I haven't found a good one in my life. Working with formaldehyde for a few years? Oh, I bet. I mean, cologne and perfumes are often banned in hospitals as well for the scent sensitive. So, better the scent of cologne than colon? Are those my only two options? Hate the perfume cologne sections of stores because way too overwhelming. For me, it's genuinely like I can't even enter stores that sell perfume because I start to get a headache. Like Sephora, they have a whole section for perfume. I can hardly go in there. Although I don't really like, I mean, Sephora's got its other problems, you know what I'm saying? Candle section. A lot of candles are made with garbage ingredients. That's another thing too. Like Bath and Body Works, that place is basically a biohazard for the senses. Only wear cologne on special occasions. Yeah, you know what? I have a fair few perfumes because I've been gifted them over the years and I still have them. And every single time I'm like, I'm feeling fancy. I'm gonna put on some perfume today. I immediately regret it. Immediately, because I smell it and I'm like, my nose. But the problem is it's me. I'm the source of it. It's the word. I do like one tiny little spritz and I absolutely die. I cannot handle it. You're biased for the senses. What's a really good one that I saw? I saw someone said I don't know where this was, maybe Twitter. Someone said potatoes outwit you by hiding underground, and that absolutely killed me. Like I've been thinking about that since I saw it yesterday. So good. One of those car pine perfumes on my neck? That works. If you take good showers, you won't need body spray. It's true. It's also not just body spray, because body spray is one thing. Perfume and cologne are different, I think. Or that could be just a marketing thing. It could be the French trying to get one over on us. You know, this isn't body spray, this is cologne. This is parfum. You know? Like, what if it's one of those? You know? Potatoes and revenants do that? Don't even compare potatoes and revenants, because I love potatoes. But I freaking hate Bath and Body Works. I can't even walk by. I get allergic reactions even smelling any of their products. Oh my god, they're bleh. Bleh. Awful stuff. I once got like a gift basket for like a holiday that was like Bath and Body Works stuff, and I was like, thanks so much. And then I probably regifted it. It was just like, please, it wasn't even a gift. I was like, do you want this? Because I absolutely don't even want this in my abode. And they were like, yeah, sure. And I was like, take it away from me. I hate it. Lime helps with odors. Also be careful. Wait, lime as in like the fruit, or like the lime that's like, it's like a different lime or something. Be really careful using citrus anywhere on your skin though, is because like if you are exposed to the sun, you can get 2nd-degree burns. Fruit, yeah, citrus interacts with your skin in such a way that you can get burns from the sun, and they won't pop up immediately. They will yeah, citrus-induced photodermatitis is hilarious. It is hilarious. Oh man, yeah. No, the fruit. Try to avoid putting citrus on your skin. It's way too acidic. It's like way too intense. See it all the time in Florida from people spilling their lime tequilas on themselves. Okay, that's a little funny. That's like a little bit funny. Hypersensitivity, not a bad thing. You make the world a little intense. I don't think, well, I don't know. I think it depends. Like, I don't really have like I'm not like diagnosed with like having super strong senses or anything. As far as I can tell, my senses are pretty normal, like whatever, but I've always been very sensitive to strong smells. I have memories of just like the cologne at family parties giving me a headache. My eyes would water and I'd be like I'd get this pulsing headache just from inhaling the scent of the people around me. Was it because they were overusing the scent? Possibly, but I can't handle any cologne. Any cologne on anybody. I'm like, you stink. And it's not even your fault. I cannot even be around you. I cannot be near you, like 5 feet distance. Self-declared super tasters? No. I'm not gonna go that far. I'm definitely not a super taster. I just don't like things, you know? Women usually, yeah, I've heard that women do have a slightly more intense sense of smell than men on average, but what's the roof of your mouth taste like? body odor enthusiast confirmed. I will say I went to the card shop recently, and it was there was like a bunch of people there because they were playing Magic, and I was like, whew, it do be smelling like gamer in here. it was pungent. So I'm not saying that I like that better, but at least, yeah, you know, can I pick like an in-between maybe? I don't know, like something like that. Car shop? No, honestly, the mechanics I know have definitely usually been like neutral. Like I haven't been near enough to catch a whiff, I guess, but Magic Gathering usually have the scent of gamer. It was very strong. It was just like, it wasn't even a small space, it was just busy in there, and they'd been brewing for a while, you know. I don't know when it started, but I walked in, I'm like, wow, there's a lot of folks in here. I also think there's not a lot of like air circulation, you know. Love the normalization of face masks for reasons like this. True. You know what was actually really distressing sometimes? I'd be walking around wearing a mask, because during like mask time when we like all had to mask, but also I kind of liked it because I think masks are pretty cool and they make you look really sick, so like, you know, whatever. But like, oh my god, I'd be walking with my mask, with my N95 freaking mask, and I'd get a sniff of someone's perfume, and I'm like, how strong does your perfume have to be that I'm walking past you, trying to keep my distance as much as possible, and I'm wearing an N95 mask and I can still sniff you? Like, what is even going on there? You know, that's too much. Local game store, I go practice good hygiene. I'm not even saying that they were like generally stinky, but like there was definitely a smell, you know. I was like, what? I'm not saying that they all like, you know, don't know how to shower or anything. It's just like, could be a small space, they were sitting for a while, maybe it was a little toasty in there, you know, I don't know. Bad combination. Wearing so much perfume that you cause AoE damage. It's a wonderful way of putting it, genuinely, yeah. I have heard, you know what, the face mask thing was rough though, because like, I'm not like super reliant on lip reading, like I can't lip read by any means, but I found that I maybe without even noticing, I would like look at people's faces to figure out what they were saying. So when it was mask era and we had like masks and, you know, plexiglass everywhere, and I'm like trying to communicate with people, I'm like, sorry, what was that? So, like, I'm like leaning in, like I got a hearing. I'm like, sorry, what was that? You know, like I actually couldn't understand people, and I wonder how much of it was the also it could have been the muffling and stuff. You know what I'm saying? How much subconscious lip reading I'd been doing? Yeah. Walking past the perfume department, like -1. Yeah, that's so true. E-boy, welcome to lore. People's smelly breath? Ooh. Wait. They would wet their fingers to count money when you worked as a cashier? Where? Actually, don't tell me. Listen, I'm not like germophobic. I just like am aware of like how gross things are. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying they're like, oh my god, I cannot touch that because, you know, I just wash my hands and such. But oh my god, money is one of the most grossest thingers ever. Thingers? I don't know why it came out. Like, things ever. Like, it's gross, dude. It's common. Yeah, it's common. But I just feel like there's certain habits that we should reassess based on the fact that the COVID exists. You know what I mean? Not even freaking COVID, dude. Just in general, like people, you know, how often do you sanitize your door handles? You know what? That was a weak point of mine, because I don't often disinfect my bedroom, but I disinfect the door handle of my bathroom in and out, because I use my Lysol in there. So I clean the surface, I clean everything, wipe, and then I get the light switch and I get the door handle. But you're right, that is a weak point. I should readjust. The masks would trap smells with you? Yeah, I mean, like, if your own breath was, like, a little stale, it would kind of, like, chill with you, and you'd be like, yeah, you know? Licking fingers is at the core of why the Radium girls died? Yeah, and also I believe the brushes, because they use brushes, and they would lick the brush to fine it to a point, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, that's different, you know what I mean? Holiday plushie in the back. Ah, thank you. I got 3. One, ghost spirit. I forget what it's called now. Shadow, the shade, ghost, and down there in the corner, but right there, you can see a little Grimmerino right there too. The radium was pretty responsible. Yeah, but it was the licking of the radium and the consumption of the radium. But yeah, no, for sure. Book pages, you don't wet your fingers from the page. Some people do. Some people do. Learn how gross some people can be while working as a cashier. Yeah, you know, that's one, like, I know that paying, like, cashless payment and stuff isn't the best, but there are some benefits, and some of it is that you don't have to handle cash. I very rarely handled cash when I worked any sort of retail. Like, very rarely did I handle cash. In antique bookstores, there are some books where the corners have damaged people licking their fingers to turn the page. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, some of those old books, too. I mean, our fingers, they're the oils. Like, you'll damage book pages just by turning it normally, right? Cash is great. Don't know where the cash went. Real. Ready to lurk? Please enjoy your lurk. Thank you. Apple Pay for contactless payments? Yeah, no, I really just like I still haven't quite converted to the pay with your phone thing. It weirds me out. I know it's really the same thing, but for me I have this like separation. I don't like my phone to be the source of money, you know? Doctors back then, radium. Yeah, dude. Wasn't there I believe there was like some sort of set, like science set that was sold, I think in the 90s, which was just basically like the Wild West apparently, that had like real radium or some sort of radioactive material in like a kid's science kit. Like, what? Yeah. Apple Pay is on your Apple Watch. Felt the same about using my phone. See, I totally feel that. I'm wearing my little, what do you call it? Smartwatch, but it's actually not that smart. I don't connect it to anything. It's just for running around. Like, it counts my steps. Don't see my steps. You're not allowed to see how much I walked today. It's not very much. That's why I'm a little ashamed. At least I've been walking. Lead and leaded gas. People knew that was toxic. Yeah, the lead. 69 steps. No, I actually went outside today, so I walked a fair bit, but not as much, dog. Fitbit, but I legit just use it to keep the time. I know it's inaccurate for both pulse and oximetry. Oximetry? I like my... I don't have an Apple Watch. I have, what's the brand called? Ow. What's it called? Garmin. It's a Garmin. I got it because it's like... basically the smallest one that I could find, because like I swear to God, they did not look at the size of some of these gosh darn smartwatches. I saw the Samsung smartwatch and the Apple smartwatch, and it was my entire wrist in thickness on the screen, and I'm like, what in the hell? Like, why is this so big? They are huge. Gigantic. Anyway, what was I ranting about? I like it because I just want to know how much I walked. Garmin? Sheep scream! Is it called Garmin because it ate the season between winter and spring? I don't get it. I don't understand. Somewhat safer to pay with the phone since it generates a token they use to pay instead of the real credit debit card info. Take it with a grain of salt. That's actually insightful. It's not even, I'm not even saying that paying with your phone is unsafe. I tend to be slow to adapt to technology. And I like to keep things rather simple. So that's kind of it for me. Also, I can't help but see if it's, I wonder if it's a little suspicious because, you know, I remember I saw a study recently that said that soda is more hydrating than water. And the most hydrating things are like Gatorade and stuff, right? And I was like, huh, that's a little weird. I wouldn't have expected that. I guess I can understand because electrolytes and technically the water, you need electrolytes to absorb the water and blah, 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 blah. The study was paid for by the Coca-Cola company. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that it's inaccurate, but I'm saying, I don't know that I trust you, actually. You know? Something like that. So that's kind of like where I'm wondering, like, oh, is it safer or did Apple say that? You know? It reminds me, you know those, okay, yeah, I'm currently roasting Apple. I don't necessarily hate Apple. I just don't care for them. Those glasses, those freaking VR glasses, that are like 3,500 American dollars right now that Apple released, and it's like new VR. That was such a blatant marketing scheme, for sure. All of a sudden, I saw them everywhere on social media. There was like advertisement over here. There was like, you know, YouTube videos of influencers, you know, wow, this is gonna change everything. And I'm like, I really wonder, like, how many people are actually gonna use those and how much of that was just like, well, I got it for free, so I'm gonna try it on and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not trying to be a hater here, you know? Gatorade has so much sodium. It does, but it's the sodium that helps it absorb. Because, like, okay, you need salt to be able to absorb water. And if you don't have enough salt, drinking a shit ton of water will not let it absorb. Something like that. Listen, that's a super basic introduction. Salt is very important to our survival. But not like... there's different types of salt and, like, whatever. But the point is, there is some truth to that. But also, Gatorade tends to have a shit ton of sugar in it as well. So it's not necessary. It's not like healthier, but in terms of absorption and stuff. Someone mentioned coconut water. That's pretty pog. Yeah, so electrolyte tabs. You can also just use, like, I know one guy who's like very health conscious bought the Gatorade mix and put a scoop of it into his water, but less than recommended. So it didn't even have like, or maybe he used like a sugar free or something, whatever, something like that. I don't know. $100 US, really? Salt gets a bad rap and it's pretty undeserved. Yeah, exactly. We need salt to survive. We need sugar to survive. We need carbs to survive. It's just really nowadays our diets are so veered toward easy to access snacks that people tend to be too high in sodium and too high in sugar, but that doesn't mean they're inherently bad. You know what I mean? How's the night guard treating you? I don't have it yet. I'm still waiting for my appointment, but it's next Tuesday or Monday. It's next week, and that's the fitting. I need it. I need it. My head has been killing me. Need carbs to survive, but they're not bad. Okay, you don't need carbs, but like that doesn't mean they're bad. Technically, if you could live without carbs, yeah, for sure. TMJ? No, I think it's just bruxism, which someone asked me if I had and I didn't know what it meant, but yeah, that's the term when you clench your teeth too much. Have you heard the new research on Updog? I'm ready. Huh? What's Updog? So much better than the D's nuts jokes. Listen, there's nothing inherently wrong with D's nuts jokes, but there's just too many of them. You know what I mean? Too much of D's nuts. Kind of need carbs to survive. Most of in the US, even low carb food has enough to survive on. Yeah, I'm not a nutritionist. Is the anti-carb thing because of the ketos, the ketogenics, the ketogenic diets and such? Can't believe you fell for that. I didn't fall for it. Did you not like tell that I literally freaking was acting? Was the movement of the arms not enough to make it clear that I was joking? I know the Updog joke. I was just giving it to you. I was letting them have it. I am a generous goddess. These nuts jokes tend to drag on. Drag on these nuts! That's how you always talk with your elbows? That's actually true. If I'm not moving my elbows, like, I'm not communicating appropriately. That's not fun for everyone. It's just scientifically possible. But, hang on. But technically, since the body enters ketosis and turns the proteins into carbs, technically that's still carbs. Sorry, no, it's just really funny. I couldn't resist. Technically correct. Let's play in a minute. We're vibing right now. We're doing a warm-up. It's fun. Count macros and calories, be sane with the proportions, and you'll be generally fine. Yes, be sane with your portions. Also, I bought a cheesecake today. I went out and I got a cheesecake, a whole cheesecake. It's a little one though. Were you pre-med in college? No, but thank you for asking. I said not eating carbs though. Dang it, you freaking won the technically correct. Dang it, you win this round. Elden Ring? Freaking love Elden Ring, bro. Vegetables have carbs, so still not getting carbs.
Actually, folks who enter ketosis actually avoid the carbohydrates in vegetables as well.
We're having fun here. Yeah, you should eat vegetables, but like people who are doing like keto diets, they can't even eat carrots because carrots are too high in natural sugars. And beets are very high in natural sugars. They don't eat those. They would break ketosis or whatever. I love saying ketosis. It's so fun. It's a very enjoyable word. Bad-mouthing carbs is just anti-pasta propaganda, and I shan't stand for. I'm very pro carbs. I love pasta. Eat the fats more than they eat the proteins though. Yeah, but like the fats are still good. Yeah. Rabbits who are given too many carrots develop diabetes. Yeah. Whereas that's not true for protein and fat. Listen, all I read there is that protein is the most based. Am I right, gamers? Protein! How much protein you eat today, gamers? Yo, spinach and cheese ravioli and rose carbonara sauce. Oh, there's a thing near me. There's a deli that has butternut squash tortellini. Oh, dude, it's so pog. Have you played the Cello Blade demo yet? Nah. I'm too busy. Protein. There's no point not eating an entire family of nutrients unless you have a medical condition. Yeah, I mean, it's like, if you're fine and happy and like you're living your life, like go for it, you know what I mean? Hey Rob, was I real about the Switch 2 or were you memeing? Because I haven't seen that yet. Too busy luring and dogging dragons is true. I mean, listen, I'll probably get to it when it comes out and such. But like right now, I'm just too busy. I would hammer all that butternut squash ravioli. Don't need silverware. Oh, damn. No time for booty and boobas. Have you seen my Dragon's Dogma 2 character? That's how I know you haven't seen them. Because you're asking if there's no time for booty and boobas. And you have not. Clearly you haven't watched the Dragon's Dogma 2 playthrough. Which means you are missing out. Because let me tell you. Holy crap, are we cheeked up on every day of the week in that game. Stellar Blade. People are like Stellar Blade invented tits and ass. I laugh. I scoff. I scoff at your general ignorance. Huh! That's me scoffing. I like forgot how to scoff. Like, how do you scoff? Puh! Cakes Dogma, hell yeah. Rob, thanks for the gifted membership. Is it because of the cheeks? Exhale forcefully through the nose? Yeah. You know what Stellar Blade does have that I feel like people are not talking about enough because people are too fixated on like boring shit? The hair physics. The hair, she has long hair and it moves. It's pretty intriguing. The fact that people are too fixated on the butt means that people are rather disappointing to me. But in general, I try not to align myself with gamers. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, generally, you know, ugh, people are just strange. True Scholar of Hair is so pretty. It is very pretty. Also, I find games are often scared to do long hair because of the physics and making it work. So that I find rather impressive. But people aren't talking about it because they're just too obsessed with, like, oh my god, she has a butt. Like, brother, have you... It's okay. It's fine. Ponytail length being a setting in options is great. See, this is the information that I wish I could have known. This is intriguing. This is deeply intriguing to me. Gamers is pretty cringe, TBH, not gonna lie. That's how I feel too. 100%. Pretty cringe. Imagine gaming? No. Can't even imagine. Anyway, I feel like we've covered all the topics. We've talked about being technically correct. We've talked about Updog. We've talked about Cheeks and Dragon's Dogma, and we're playing Elden Ring. Oh, that's not the right controller. Oh, yes, it is. Just chatting 10 out of 10? Yes. Wow, that was a really loud clap. Holy. And night guards? Yeah, don't remind me about night guard, though. I'm a little bummed. My appointment was supposed to be on Friday, but I had to move it. So I'm still waiting, but it's okay. It'll be good. I'm very excited. And boom. And boom. Beautiful. We're all set. Okay. So last time I left off right here because I believe, to go to the subterranean shunning grounds, which is an area that I'm very, very excited about because... First of all, it's underground. Second of all, this is the place that the Omen were forced into at birth, effectively. And we don't know when that started. I have my own personal theories that this happened when Radagon showed up. And that's sort of the reason why Morgott and Mohg are at least semi-well-adjusted, question mark, or at least... educated, right? I really think that's a key detail, but the Omen forced underground, raised in darkness and solitude, cursed for their existence. I really think there's some interesting stuff we can find down there, and I'm looking for signs of culture. The Big Stone Dragon, though? That's an excellent question. Let's talk about the Big Stone Dragon. Number one, that is Grand Sax. He attacked the Leyndell, and I believe Godwyn is the one who killed him, but his body was so big and stone that they just kind of had to keep it there. They couldn't even remove it. That's Grand Sax. We'll get to him. Mizaki isn't sure who it was on the team that made Jarbaron with it? Wait, is that true? Activated the elevator to Melania and the Haley tree by following. That was funny. It was also patched, funny enough. Rob, thank you so much for the $1.49. I gotta move YouTube over here. There we go. Worst area in the game? I find it a little overwhelming, and I still don't think I can fully map it out. But I have a weird soft spot for underground mazes in these games, so... Is it possible the other Omen are discarded siblings or non-royal peasant Omens? So one thing we know, and this is actually an interesting point, is that the Omen that don't have their horns cut off are apparently royal. So that's interesting. Is it possible that everyone down there... Because it looks like the horns, once cut, don't grow back. So... Shadow the Erdtree trailer reaction? Yo, thanks so much. Welcome in, Arts Vision. No, dragons are stone. Dragons, their scales are made of stone. So they were already stone. Do I have any stone dragon talismans? I got it. There's like 15 in the game. Ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric area before the Erdtree will protect their lord as a wall of living rock. That's not symbolic. It is literal. They are made of stone. Just same as Dark Souls 1. Makes no sense to me how that dragon froze like it is. I mean, it just sort of died while attacking. He's the size of a mountain, Grand Sax. You can see Grand Sax's, what's it called, spear over there? Or like the weapon that was used to stab him right there. He just kind of died in midair. To be fair, dude, if you were getting attacked by dragons, and they're made of stone, they don't decompose, they don't rot necessarily, like parts of them might break off and such, but it's not like it's gonna smell. If you're getting attacked by a giant stone dragon and you kill it, would you not leave it there for like, wow, look how cool we are. We freaking killed a whole dragon. Yeah, I mean, I agree it's odd. This isn't the best angle. We'll get to it a little better. In fact, why don't we go back here just to show this, because this is a really good thing to talk about. I just didn't. We haven't gotten to the dragons too far yet. iDog, thank you for the $1 super chat. I appreciate it so much. Welcome. And Orange Bishop, thank you for a year resub. Yo, Pog, welcome back. Happy anniversary. Thank you for a year support. I really appreciate that. Now, I'd be like, how does this make sense? He just kind of froze like that. Couple things I have to state. Number one, apparently dragons have rigor mortis. When they die, they just thump, and they just kind of chill like that, right? Which makes sense as to why it's frozen in this place that appears to be sort of defying gravity. Number two, and this is my most important point. I want you to think about this. Whoops, sorry. I forgot moving the mouse to change the camera. This looks cool as hell. Okay? Like, so sick. When you first walk into Leyndell, this is what you see. You're like, bro, what? It's cool. Why are we sitting there being like,
but it doesn't make sense that the dragon would fall. Defying
bro, it's cool. This looks incredible. This place literally, you know that joke about like taking out a bug and then putting it up so that the other bugs know that, you know, not to attack because there's a dead bug. Like, it's literally that, but for dragons, dude. It's sick. It's the rule of cool. Exactly. It's incredible. Now, who killed it? I honestly, it's been so long since I've read the item description for Grand Sax's bolt. I don't remember. It might not have been Godwin. We might not even know. So we'll have to check that. Does it have a wound? I mean, presumably it kind of got stabbed by this old big weck, or is that his weapon? I forget now. Is that the bolt? That's Grand Sax's bolt, like he was holding it. But he doesn't have hands. What even killed you, Grand Sax? I've forgotten about you. It's been so long. It's so funny. He's so cool, but I forgot about him. It's been such a long time since I thought about him. Also, you can see the 4 wings and his tail over there. Very cool stuff. I love the 4 wings on dragons. Ancient dragons. Did you get RGB in your mouth guard? Are you insane? Me? Dude, I can't. I plugged in my second mouse so that I could use it on a different computer, and it lit up, and I realized I didn't know how to turn off the RGBs. It was so blinding. This is the only type of light I can manage on a mouse. This one. That's it. Anything else, I'm like... I am so light sensitive, I'm sound sensitive, I'm smell sensitive. I'm just a sensitive fucking flower. That's the lore, alright? Is that rigor mortis? You just happy to see me? I mean, he do be smiling. Look at those pearly whites. Why do mice have lights? I think it's like just because like gamers love putting lights in everything, which I actually don't necessarily disagree with, but like they're so bright, dude. Why do people like RGB? I like RGB in pictures, and then I see it in person, and I'm like, my eyes hurt. Okay, sorry, we've been talking about a couple of different things. I've been jumping back and forth, but I know some folks talked about the subterranean shunning grounds. So, yeah, it looks like when omen horns are cut, they do not grow back. So cutting them is very much like a permanent alteration, and there's quite a few of them down there who do not have their horns cut off, implying that they are royals. It could be something like, for example, Godric is a noble. He's of the noble line, right? So that doesn't mean they're Marika's children, but they're still related to the royal family, which would be the golden lineage. let's take a peek down there. Help. Help. Tasteful RGB? I'm not even hating all RGB. It's just so far it's been very hard for me to find RGB that works for me. Although I did find this really lovely keyboard, but it's a full-size one, so I'm not using it here. But the RGB lights up through the keys. The letter of the key is see-through. So it shines through the key, but it's very subtle and nice, and that works for my eyes so well. Story of Perseus using Medusa's head to freeze the Kraken. I actually didn't realize that he used the head to freeze the Kraken. Nascent butterflies in the sewers. It's rather interesting. And the music changes. Someone in the subterranean being like Moog's third cousin twice removed. That might be exactly what we're dealing with, yeah. So when I was playing Dragon's Dogma, I kept turning on my lantern, like clicking the wrong button, because on Elden Ring I have it set to right on the to left on the D-pad, but in Dragon's Dogma it's left. And I was like, what game am I playing that lantern is left on the D-pad? Elden Ring. It's Elden Ring. RGB doesn't bleed out. That sounds sick. But no, absolutely, it's correct. It's true that the... Ew, stinky water. That RGBs are often used in dark rooms, which makes them brighter. Yeah, for sure. Poison Bone Dart. Let's read that. Animal bone sharpened into a knife for throwing with a poison-laced tip. Crystal Dart. Throwing knife jolted from impure crystal. Long ago, it is said that a golem crafter employed a similar crystal tool. Oh, I forgot about this. Honestly, some of these pickup items, I just pick them up and I don't even look at. But, you know, there's some interesting lore here. Golem crafter. That's gotta be like the golems, right? A similar crystal tool. Interesting. So these deal magic damage. Maybe a link to Crystallians. Maybe. Raph had a 3D printer. We'd see a scale-sized Mesper in the stream room. Dude, I love this. We're so excited. What are those souls? What are those swords called? These are the magma blades. Does Celavis or Pydia count as a golem crafter? I'm leaning toward no. Golems are a named enemy. We know what they are. They're the guys who use golems, magic arrows and such like that. This is something they designed. There's golems, great arrows. They're all over the place and used by different figures of different elements. There's some that protect Leyndell. There's some that protect the Great Jar. They're really all over the place using different. They protect this Forbidden Lands as well. Or not the Forbidden Lands, the mountaintop of the giants. They patrol there. Great Arrow of Blackstone, crafted by a civilization now gone to ruin. See, this is a really interesting one. This one I acquired from the golems by the Great Jar. And these ones look quite distinct. They have the same appearance and look as the ancestral followers, as if they're allied with the ancestral followers where they're protecting the Great Jar. And they're right above a bunch of spirit ancestral followers, which is really interesting. So no, like golems are a very specific thing. They are stone creatures that are used to defend things and are given an order. Basically, I think a scroll is put into their mouth or something along those lines that gives them orders by their creator, and they follow that. They don't really have intelligence or sentience in a typical way. They're basically perfect eternal sentries. And the golems in this game seem to fit that versus the puppets. What's really interesting too, actually, I wanted to mention this. The puppets, most of the puppets that Celavis uses appear to be simply living beings that he turned into puppets. They don't have artificial bodies. But we do know that he appears able to make artificial bodies, like Selen. Selen's second body does not look exactly like her, but bears a striking resemblance to Selen. It's where we give her her primal glintstone, we put it into that second body in Celavis's creepy basement. And it's suggested that he made it, but it's also possible, I guess, that he sort of like found someone who looks like Selen and turned her into a puppet, and then, I don't know, it's hard to say. It looks like he can do both, though. It looks like he can create puppet bodies, but also, you know, turn people into puppets so that he doesn't have to create a body. So, did Moog affect Mikola with his blood? Is that why he doesn't have to kill his 2 fingers? Oh, I think Mikola would have figured that out. I don't think Mikola is beholden to his 2 fingers anymore. I'm not entirely sure why or what means, but Mikola seems to have transcended a lot of problems that bother other people on the lands between. I don't think Moog had anything to do with it. Also very notable in Moog's cutscene with Mikola, the blood appears to be going on top of Mikola's skin. Now, Mikola looks really warped and different. I'm not saying it didn't affect him, but he also is just a body. We now know for sure that what Moog is in possession of is simply a body without spirit. The soul is elsewhere. So it's a little bit of a Godwin situation with the body unattended. Perhaps things can influence it, but Moog's blood goes over top of the skin. Think of it like hydraulics. Seriously, he's basically turned Mikola's body into a puppet and he's play acting. The blood does not come out of Mikola's hand. It goes on top of Mikola's hand, forms into a pool, and then Moog emerges from that pool. It does not drip out of him. It like literally goes over top of his skin. And I think that's actually really interesting. It's not, oh, the blood is within Mikola. Dude, the blood is on top of him. It's not actually in his veins as far as we can tell. Does Renala have a sister? Not as far as we know. Who the Snow Witch is, we can't be sure. Hey! Oh god. However, if her name is Rena, I really hope she's not related to Renala. This is Rena, and this is my other child, Renala. Their names are the same, except for, like, 2 letters. What if Moog uses blood like a carapace or sheath to move Mikola's body around? That's basically what I'm describing, yeah. It looks to me, I noticed this, like, way back when, and the more I see that cutscene, the more I notice it. The blood flows on top of Mikola's skin, is not necessarily in his veins. It's almost like puppetry. Very much. I want to see the Formless Mother in DLC. I want more about the Formless Mother. I have to chuckle just a little bit at seeing the Formless Mother, you know? We can still find out more, though, because we have Formless Erden from Bloodborne. Hugely important in basically every aspect of the game. Base game, DLC, Chalice dungeons. Formless Erden is everywhere, but we never see him because he's formless. It's in the name, you know what I mean? Like, I know what you mean, though. I just, like, I can't wait to see the Formless Mother. It's, like, a little funny. Do you think Mikola would get a new body? He and Melania don't seem too bummed that his old one got stolen. Melania doesn't even seem to care for her body, either. So, no, for sure. I think they basically transcended what's going on here. They don't give a shit. Brenda could have just been a pet name for Renala, but then it's a little odd Ronnie uses that as an alias. Yeah, the thing is, though, what's really interesting is that I believe that Renala led Ronnie to Rena. That's a fucking sentence. So, Renala brought Ronnie to Rena. Rena taught Ronnie, and now Ronnie took on a body that looks like Rena. Do you know what I mean? It's very much like a cyclical thing going on here. It's really interesting considering the whole maiden mother crone thing, right? Ronnie took on the guise of her own teacher. So I really think there's a link, but I'm not entirely certain. Also, it could be like... I don't know. Maybe Ernala is Rena, but at this point, it still gets me. I still remember I got a comment when with Morgott and Margit.
They were like, how didn't you figure that out? They have like the same name. Ugh.
Bitch, you must not have been there when I was fighting Renala. And I was like, oh, Rena, Ronnie. I thought Ronnie was a nickname for Renala, dude. Like, the names are all the fucking same. How can you blame me? I got my ass beat. I've been fighting him for like 3 minutes while talking about lore, and he just freaking spewed goo at me and dropped his freaking thick ass. I also thought Morgott and Margit weren't the same. I got burned before. You can't blame me, because this freaking game has exactly 5 names total for every individual. That's what I have to say to that. Mikola, God of Blood, maybe? I don't... Okay. Alright. Let's talk about Godwyn in this topic. 17 characters named John. Not even that, because for real, George R. R. Martin definitely has the same habit. FromSoft has like 5 different characters named Yuri, Yuria, or Yuri with an E at the end. Like, they're not exactly great at names either, dog. Loretta is a character in Dark Souls 3 and also in this game. Like, they love reusing names. Sorry, I missed the previous post. Yura? Yura, Jura. One thing I'll say too, Jura, if you take out the D, the Y is often a Y sound in different languages. So it's like Yura, Jura, you know, it's so similar. Lady Yulia was the original name for Fia in an older version. No, really? I didn't know that. Huh. Nice research. I don't know why that alert didn't go off. Hang on one second. Are my alerts broken? Uh-oh. That's weird. Well, I'll just have to read it then. Nice research. Thank you for the 100 bits. Radigan since the divorce. Our daughter's out of control. She's dyed her hair blue and says Rena is her real mom. It's a face. Oh, maybe it's the swear. The names were picked by Miyazaki? Hang on, where is this information coming from? Yeah, Siegfried, Siegmeyer, Sieglund. Although, to be fair, Sieglund and Siegfried? Which ones, hang on, which one's in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3? Because I'm confused. I just call them Onion Bro. I call them all Onion Bro. No, but like 2 of them are related, like mother or daughter and father. So that part I get to a point. Oh. Alright, it could be... No, she said Orny before. My alerts are broken. What the hell? Well, thank you for testing that, but that's a bummer. Oh, hug! I'm still not very good at fighting almonds, so it's fine. Goldmaster was called Horaru. I do not believe you. I absolutely, there's gotta be a limit. There's no. Yo, Jake, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my alerts. My Twitch alerts seem to be not working. See, that worked. It's just TTS is broken. Goodness me. Yo, Tana, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for testing the alerts. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Welcome in, everybody. Enjoy your butterflies. Make sure to say thank you. From South will reuse names and concepts as the games are not connected. Honestly, I don't really want to be like they're the same game because of a name. Like, Loretta is a very different individual in Dark Souls 3 than she is in Elden Ring. I don't think they're the same character. I don't think they're linked. I don't think there's anything we're supposed to get from that. I just really think that Miyazaki likes certain names, and one of his favorite names is freaking Yulia or Yuri. Because, okay, Yulia with the Y, Julia, right? Same thing. But the J letter is sometimes pronounced as an H sound, as a Y sound, as a J sound, like whatever, depending on your language and such. So basically, Yuria and Yulia are kind of the same name, especially in Japanese. The R and L sounds, I believe, I forget what the word I'm thinking of is, but they're like interchangeable. So R's and L's are effectively the same. So you can say the name either way. So it doesn't mean they're the same individual. It just means they like the name a lot. Miyazaki seems to love the name Yuria or Yuri, whichever. There's different spellings. So, you know, I don't think they're the same though. Some people just love the same names, basically. Don't think Siegfried exists in any From game? No, Siegfried is just like a really big name. Get someone in Shadow of the Erdtree called Maria? Or Marie. Honestly, it's like a little bit of a writer thing. Some people just really like names. And if you're gonna keep making games or writing books, why not reuse your names, baby? You're on vacation then? I don't know what's going on. I'll have to keep an eye on it because I think there was a problem with it last time. I just thought maybe someone swore or something. Oh my god, it scared the hell out of me. Any name that sounds fantastical or mystical? And that's another thing. Like Yennefer in The Witcher. She's named Yennefer, not Jennifer, because in that era the letter J did not exist in Polish. It was just the letter Y. I freaking fell for it every time. Every time. I'm like, ooh, a shiny, and I fall right into the trap. Excuse me, sir. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get in right now. Never mind, I can get in. Hide. Hey, what up? You having a good time?
Let me out of here. Must eat more. Defile more.
The door's open, honey. You can go.
Everything that matters to you. For generations to come.
You can go on. The door's open.
The Dung Eater. A scourge upon the living.
So sound alerts work. Thank you for the wow. And Meister Shay, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Really fond of certain names? No, for sure. Full story of Elden Ring is a story a babysitter is telling to 6 kids, each of whom is patterned off the Tarnish mentioned at the start of the game. She has trouble coming up with fully original names. And reminds me when I was a kid, I would ask my dad to tell me stories to sleep, and he would. But the thing is, he would just make them up on the spot. And what happened is he would actually fall asleep while telling me a story. And then, like, I wasn't asleep yet, so I'd be like, what happens next? And then my dad would be, like, in the chair, like talking to me about the story, and he'd be like... And then they went on an adventure. Do you know what I mean? Like, he'd literally wake up and keep bullshitting this story. So I just feel like he would be the one. He'd be like, and then Yuria went on the journey. And then I'd be like, but her name was Yuri. And he'd be like... Yup, that name, you know, like that's kind of the vibe I'm getting. It was really sweet. It was very funny when he told me though. He's just like, yeah, I'd fall asleep and then I wake up and keep telling the story. It's a good father. Yeah, my dad's really great. Well, my parents are great. My dad was just the one who was assigned to making up stories. Anyway, this is a really wholesome story to be sharing with you while my man's making pudding out of his own cranial tissue. He's so gooey. Okay, I'm gonna try to take out at least the big one. One moment, please. Well, that's going well. Cook the hands. Cook the fingies. So, I want to talk about the hands as well. The hands always seem to exist in places where really nasty folks are. And where nasty things have happened. Blasphemous things. So I don't think they were placed here as like guardians or whatever. Because Dung Eater basically, Dung Eater's a really interesting character because he has the key to his own cell and he can invade people while locked up. He's an invader. He doesn't matter where he physically is. He can attack anybody from anywhere, and he does. There are 5 seedbed curses in the game, and 2 of them are in the Halig tree. Was he there, or is he able to access it by, you know, invading? Kind of a rhetorical question because I'm actually not sure, but clearly he's able to get around. Most infections are spread through the hands. True. I don't think it's literally the hands though. I think they're like a symptom, like they pop up where nasty things have happened. I'm not certain, but it's pretty interesting to note their locations tend to be places where there were mass deaths, or blasphemous acts were done and created, war zones and such. So an example of that would be the mountaintop of the giants, where the giants were slaughtered, the center of the giant war. They're everywhere and they're huge. Here, right outside of Dung Eater's cell, Dung Eater, a figure who has stolen and consumed the souls of countless people. We see them outside of Volcano Manor, on the site of what the game calls the I forget the word that they use, most horrific, the worst war of the Shattering was fought at the Volcano Manor and outside of it, according to the game itself. And that apparently includes Radon v. Melania. And what happened in Caelid, they still say that what happened at the Volcano Manor was worse. And there are hands there right near the Volcano Manor. They're also in Carian Manor first floor. Ronnie, quite a blasphemer, she stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and imbued it into the blades of the Black Knives through Forbidden Rite. I think it's Forbidden Rite she uses. Either way, she did something that, you know, she's not necessarily supposed to do, and I'm guessing that's where she did it, which is why the hands are there. So I'm not certain, but every location they're in, we can trace them to a character or location where horrible things happened. Hi.
Who are you?
I don't know, but can you stop, like, gooing? Say nothing.
I am the Dung Eater, a scourge upon the living. I must eat more, defile more.
Do you see those 2 horns, how they kind of look like the 2 ones when he faces you? They kind of look like his eyes, and then the gap kind of looks like his mouth. He kind of looks like he's going... Do you see it?
Let me out. Let me out of here.
Red hair. So, it's interesting because it does look like he has red hair attached to his helmet all over the place. But he himself, I believe, has brown hair, according to a Zuli video. I don't remember, though. Gap looks like someone about to blow into a trumpet. It does. I've never seen his face look so facey before. But no, it's a good point. He does have red hair all over his body, but it's like, you know, there's something like nasty about it. It's not, it's like growing out everywhere. It's like large chunks on his shoulders, going all the way down his back. And it's attached to the armor specifically. Red hair from the omens he killed, harvested for the armor. It could very well be, but I'm thinking about it. And most of the omen, I can't think of an omen that has red hair. Not certain. Yeah, also, just they do look like barnacles. And I don't think it's a coincidence. But these are all severed horns on his armor. Now I can't unsee when I look at him. You're welcome. Look at him. You got a little cute face. Hey, Funkers, what's up? Didn't Millicent's sisters die as Bloody Fingers too? So I don't remember if they were considered Bloody Fingers, the Millicent sisters. What does it say? Does it say Bloody Finger defeated? That's a detail I always miss. I'm always looking at drops. I'm not paying attention to the text on the screen. But there's a couple of cases where figures are bloody fingers, but I don't believe they're true bloody fingers. I think it's just, you need a bloody finger to invade, right? Like you literally need to sever someone else's finger and use it to invade somebody. So I definitely think that they're bloody fingers, but not in the sense of them being necessarily allied with Moog. Do you know what I mean? There's like a slight difference there. Because, yeah. Yep. 1 second. I'm learning about something else real quick. Fingies! This is the bloody finger. Our bloody finger. This is the festering bloody finger. This is a single-use item we can use to invade. This is our finger. So a bloody finger is different than a bloody finger. Do you know what I mean? Dung Eater armor is so viscerally disgusting to me, I can't even wear it. It's absolutely disgusting. Yeah, for sure. And then he's got the sun medallion around his neck. Goodness. Yeah, the pooper. Gowry might not be an associate of Moog. Penance for Mikla's kidnapping? I don't think so. Okay, it's possible that some figures are doing like secret plans and decision making and stuff like that, but I just don't think that Gowry's one of them because he's very much fixated on Melania, so I don't think he'd really care about Mikola. Now, of course, Mikola is sort of the one preventing Melania from, you know, blooming, I guess. So you could argue. I don't think like the Rot worshippers are a fan of Mikola necessarily, but to me, they're not like, to get Melania to bloom, we need to get Mikola away. I think they're more just like, oh, Melania, you're so great. We love the Rot. You know, they're too fixated on her. They're not paying attention to her periphery. Didn't have to do Solaire like that. Don't even say his name around Dung Eater, okay? This is not Solaire. Take it back. Recusants show up as red juice, maybe a Rot equivalent of that. So what's the thing is, so yeah, Bloody Fingers and Recusants look the same, but when you defeat a Recusant, it specifically says they're a Recusant, versus the Bloody Fingers, it just kind of be like a default. Because, okay, here's the other thing too. Just keep on making jelly out of your brain, not that you need it. This is the Recusant finger. It is, yeah, bequeathed to Tarnish who have become family. Rykard gives his fingers to people who join his family. So this is Rykard's finger that we receive. They're harder to get than these. So to be a recusant, you must have joined the family. To be a bloody finger, you just have to find a bloody finger's finger. It's a lot easier. The barrier to entry is lower. So, yeah. First thing I hear is Solaire slander. This is not Solaire, just listen. Just because he's got a son.
Let me out. Let me out of here.
Alright, we're gonna leave your jail.
I've been here long enough. I will kill again. And defile each corpse with care.
See, with care, he's like Santa Claus.
Sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed. Along with their children. And their children's children. For all time to come. I will kill again. And defile each corpse with care.
What's going on with your hand there, buddy?
Just to be sure
Yeah.
we could.
Same dialogue. And now he's done slamming his head against the wall. Oh, he's not done. I apologize. So, Dung Eater is genuinely insane. Like, he's not doing great. There is actually another character in another FromSoft game who is in prison and spends most of his time banging his head against the wall until there's a bloody spot on the wall and muttering insanely. His name is Yamamura from Bloodborne. He's also seen some shit. Dung Eater, though, is really, really interesting because, like I mentioned before, he has the key to his cell himself. He asks you to free him. Presumably, he's the one who locked him up? Like, he's freaking weird, right? No doubt. But it's almost as if he's role-playing as an omen to get even more angry, resolved, to do what he needs to do. Nothing further needs to be said. Yeah, Dung Eater's a weird one. He didn't lock himself in there. I'm pretty sure he locked himself in there because he's trying to be more, he's trying to put himself into the shoes of the omen who are mistreated. You can see his face through the helmet. You can. We've also seen his face through Zuli's videos. He looks about how you'd expect. Yeah. Might be able to employ the bloody finger method invasion without committing. Exactly. Yes. That's I think why the bloody finger invasion is the default, because you can find bloody fingers around the world. But to be a recusant, you've basically sworn an oath, right? There's a difference. You could bloody finger invade without being a bloody finger. Dung Eater kicking it with the Omen as friends. The thing is, I don't think the Omen would necessarily be a fan of what he's doing either. I'm not sure how the Omen feel about Dung Eater, but it's pretty interesting that there aren't any Omen around him, right? He locked himself away. What the heck? Well, he locked himself away in the same place that the Omen were locked away. He's trying to sort of understand them better. But the purpose, I think, is so that he can take that feeling of hatred and take it as part of himself so that he can then inflict it upon others. Do you know what I mean? The Omen aren't necessarily... Like, they wield curse as a weapon, right here, these guys. When they attack you with their, like, mouth goo, that's like curse. It looks the same as curse stuff. Like revenants use, angry spirits. Now, I used to think this was the Omen curse personified. Like, as an Omen, they're able to do that. But I actually don't... Oh, hitboxes. I actually don't think that anymore. Like I've talked about, I think that it's within them because that is how they've been treated. They've been treated as a curse. Thought it was Deathblight? It's not. It looks similar, but it's more like what the Revenants use. The Revenants, despite looking very Deathblighty, are not using Deathblight, nor are they those who live in death. That's something it took me a while to figure out because, I mean, you look at them, they look pretty... Nah, they're cursed. So... Yeah, the Omen, sometimes they have it on their weapon, but a lot of the time they spew the curse at you, and it sort of represents how they've been treated. They're locked in this place, and they have internalized the curse because they were cursed and despised. Fair bit of yellow mixed in. Deathblight still has yellow, for sure, but, like, I understand the confusion. They look really similar, but you saw me getting hit by that. No Deathblight was done. These are not Deathblighted beings. He was annoying old hunters. Dialogue constantly bottom of the screen when you're getting shot and stabbed. You take that back about Yamamura. I love him. Dung Eater is a sword made out of giant spine. That's probably where he got Red Harmer's armor. Ah, that's actually a great point. I totally forgot. Yeah, so basically, it looks like Dung Eater's entire identity, and to a point, it's almost... touching, like in a weird way. He feels for those who have suffered, so he wants to make... He's basically like Syndrome from The Incredibles, who's like, I'm gonna make everyone super, and then no one will be. Everyone will be cursed, and then no one will be. But he feels for the Omen and other beings who have been mistreated and reviled, so he sort of become their, like, avenging angel. And he dresses as an Omen, uses the spine of a despised giant, because the giant was too short. Literally, he uses Milos' spine. Milos, okay, I don't know if this is a coincidence, but I want to mention it because I find it very funny. Milos, if you turn that L into a Polish wy, literally looks like miłość, which is the Polish word for happiness. So, like, when I saw Milos, I was like, happiness? It's probably just a coincidence. They don't really use much Slavic stuff in these games, but I can't help but think it's so funny that there's a short giant who was made fun of because he was short, and his name looks like happiness. Anyway, no, he takes the hatred of those who have been cursed and inflicts it upon others. Did he just decide they were the best excuses for his psychopathy? Yeah, I mean, it's weird because, like I said, he doesn't actually seem to interact with these cursed beings. He wears Omen armor on his flesh. Presumably he got that from an Omen. He has a sword made of the spine of a giant. Presumably he got that from a living giant, right? Like, I'm not saying he's allied with them, but he's interestingly like Fia in a way, except Fia is like, I will turn everyone death-blighted. I will become their mother. And then Death Eater's like, I'm gonna curse everybody. It's interesting because they're both doing the same thing. It's why their mending runes, in a way, are very similar, except allied with different things. But no, he's weird because he's basically victimizing himself in a way, but inflicting that upon others. So he's like, I'm gonna be like an Omen. I'm gonna lock myself away in the sewer, the same way as Morgott and Moog were. with a shackle, and then he's just gonna, you know, wait to be freed, I guess. Could Dung Eater be based? I don't think he's based. Yeah. Locked himself out when his good side comes out. I really don't think there's like a Jekyll and Hyde thing. I really think, because when he decides that he needs to, how does he put it? He decides that we are the Dung Eater and thus we must curse him. When he comes to that weird twisted epiphany, he ties himself to a chair. Don't even ask me how. Man's talented, I'll give him that. And then he puts himself into the same position that he has put others into and allows himself to be defiled by the seedbed curses that he created to others, right? So in a way, he kind of practices what he preaches. So you gotta respect that in a really weird, twisted way. Also, one other thing I'd like to talk about with Dung Eater, he's really honest. He does not pretend. He doesn't lie to you. He's very clear from the get-go about what he's gonna do. He's not like, oh, if you let me go, I might help you. He literally just says, I will kill, I will defile. If you let him out at that point, like, you know what's going on. Milo's ratio plus got killed plus spine uses sword plus L plus wit. Yep. You are in fact me, and I am the Dung Eater. Exactly. Dude, literally, he is actually kind of, in a way, he's very, very interesting, because normally the character that you release from jail, slight spoilers, normally the characters that you release from jail and do things that you might not agree with tend to be a little bit more subtle. Like, they don't tell you what they're gonna do. They just ask you to free them. This guy is literally like, I'll defile you next, come to the outer moat. Like, things could not be more clear. Yeah, I'm thinking, what's his name? What's the guy? Chieftain? Yurt, and Lautrec are some examples there. Between Shibuya and Dung Eater, the bad guys love waving their red flags around like they're in a marching band. Yeah, they're not subtle. This game is actually really fun because everyone is largely honest about what they're doing. You literally you saw Dung Eater. You saw, first of all, let me just go over Dung Eater's questline here. You find a corpse with a seedbed curse on it, and you see the bloodied, it's tied to a chair and bloodied. At that point, and that point only, will Dung Eater speak to you. Otherwise, he's just like, go away. But before that, he will just basically threaten you and say, you're lucky that I can't hurt you. But when you find a seedbed curse, he finally takes interest in you. Bloody in the crotch, specifically. Yeah. You talk to him, he goes, oh, you've seen the curse. Here, here's a key to my cell, free me. You free him when he says he's gonna kill and defile people. And then you come back here and he says, I'll defile you next. By his language, you are agreeing with what he's doing. And honestly, there's no other way to read that. If you release him from his cell and let him do his thing, you know exactly what you're doing. Also, you've probably gotten the dialogue from Boggart, aka Prawn Boy, and you probably know what this guy does. So if you release Dung Eater, like, you're taking full responsibility for everything he's doing. You're not tricked, you're not fooled, you're not unaware, you know everything. And Roderica also tells you, hey, there's some, I can hear like countless screaming souls from the other room, by the way.
Greetings. Are you here for spirits?
In fact, she might have something to say. Here we go, about the spirits' voices.
I can't hear them anymore. The voices of the spirits cowering from the curse. I suppose the Dung Eater must have left the round table. I just pray nothing ill comes of this.
Yeah, we did that. Release the Dung Eater to get all the Roderica dialogue? Understandable, but I'm just saying you're taking responsibility for what you're doing. Alright, gamers, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna use the restroom, and then we'll continue, okay? Hello. I'm back. Wonder where John Dung is from. My god. So the Tarnished all lived in different nations. I really wonder, do you think that Dung Eater was one of Godfrey's OG knights? Or do you think he's a little bit more like Boggart? Boggart knows him. Boggart encountered him presumably back when they were imprisoned in their previous home. And he says that Boggart says that he was simply a like a petty criminal, and they locked him up with this monster. And that was probably before they came here. I honestly think that he's probably a descendant as well. Because he's interesting because we see him being like hanged to death, and that's when his grace appears. So it does seem like he's a descendant of somebody. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, no, Boggart and Boggart's friend who he was imprisoned with, who he saw Dung Eater defile right in front of him. Oof. Distant descendant of the giants? I don't know. He doesn't have red hair, though. I mean, not that that necessarily means anything, but the thing about the giants and their red hair is it seems to be like their most powerful genetic trait, that a trait carries over to everybody, even tangentially related to them, but I don't know. Hello. I wanted to receive power from remembrance. So have we got... Oh, okay. So I've read the Winged Greathorn and the Ancestral Spirit Horn, but we have not returned since I got Estelle. Okay, so Remembrance of Estelle, a natural born of the void, hewn into the Erd Tree. Just obsessed with these remembrance arts, though. They're beautiful. Also, you know what's really interesting here, too? I'm not sure this is related, but I can't help but notice. So, once we get more remembrances, we'll take a look. But this one in particular, it looks like dust particles are sort of rising up off of its body. Now, it's like a spectral being before it was hewn into the Erd Tree, but when you look at them, if you take away the glow and just make them like shadow, don't they look exactly like the sort of particles that are falling off of the Erd Tree, or the tree in the Shadow of the Erd Tree trailer? Like if you see it, you can see sort of bits falling off of it, and it looks just like that. What do you think he actually does? Yeah, so what he does, it sounds weird, but every time, according to Japanese myth, there is a Shiriko Dama, your soul. It's in your butt. So that's what he does. He takes that. He takes your soul out of your butt and he eats it. I'm dead serious. Also, Sekiro, you know, the Headless, they have this move that they grab you and they kind of, you know, that's what they're doing. They're stealing your butthole soul out. That's literally what they do. Thank you to Zuli for this video, in fact. So the thing is, it's interesting because it's not necessarily fatal, you're right, but like it seems to be doing severe bodily harm either way. In Sekiro, I think if you get hit by that grab, you're just dead. I could be wrong. I try not to get too close to Headless. So, visceral attack on a pig from Bloodborne, very similar. Yeah. Kappa, the Kappa, very famously like to eat your butthole soul, your Shiriko Dama. And they love cucumbers, it's true. Yeah, the Kappa. The Kappa is a being that does that. I'm not joking. Prostrate is in the butthole connection. That's only if you're a dude. And as far as we know, Dung Eater, well, to be fair, most of the bodies that we encounter are dudes. But I'm assuming that I don't know. Not the emo, damn it. Don't worry, we know. Okay. No, but The glow does look... This one looks more like stars, understandably. But still, like, I gotta keep an eye on this glow, and it's really interesting. We'll look at some more of the remembrances. Okay, so... A malformed star born in the lightless void far away once destroyed an eternal city and took away their sky, a falling star of ill omen. And then we get the bastard stars and the waves of darkness. Flail, which deals magic damage having been imbued with power by the remembrance of Estelle, formed of the same many-colored star debris that comprises the form of the natural born of the void. The handle of it also kind of looks like a finger. Or really just an arm, something. Like it looks like it's made of Estelle's parts. And it literally does look like a solar system complete with rings around some of the planets. It's really neat. So this is one of 2 weapons that has the Nebula Ash of War. Imbue the natural-born stars with magic to perform a sweeping strike. This attack leaves a dark cloud of stars in its wake that lingers briefly before exploding. In fact, I think that's what a nebula is. It's like a gaseous... It's gases made of star debris, something like that. It's been a while. Listen, a lot of my knowledge of like space phenomena comes from Star Trek, and I just remember when there was a nebula, it was very dangerous if you had to get through it. Weakest remembrance weapon? It's not great. Nebula, what I will say though is since release, this nebula, this particular one, got a massive buff. 2 buffs, in fact. So this, only this one, not the one on the curved swords, does more damage now. It's also a huge forward momentum with a sweeping strike. I could see it being pretty good. I'm just not a fan of flails. Flails have their benefits, but unfortunately they're limited by having very low range, generally slow attack rate compared to something like daggers, but also they can't be parried just like whips. So there's like pluses and minuses. I personally don't like whips, or oh no, someone's gonna clip that. I don't like flails, but it's sort of one of those whips flails both can't be parried moments. You know, I love them. The truth comes out. Flails have me excited or a disappointment. I felt the same way. Like, I'm not trying to disparage flails. If you love them, you love them. I'm happy for you. But, like, I could never... It just... I felt pain when I was using them, generally. But then again, when I use whips in PvE, I also feel pain. So, it's not anything against the weapons. It's just this game has some... This game has some issues. Magic damage is very high, so it scales up well with the Magic Tier and Scorpion Talisman. Yeah, I believe it's like 100% magic damage. Well, not fully. It's mostly magic damage, physical damage too. Really good scaling. I'm sure if you level it up more, like it's a good... Also, I might get it just so I can show you the Astral War. It's freaking sick. It deserves some attention. And then we got the Waves of Darkness. Waves of Darkness. Plunge armament into the ground to release 3 waves of darkness. Follow up with a strong attack to swing the armament in a sweeping strike. This lore is better, so we're going to grab this. And then for this, I actually don't know which to grab. Do or do not. There is no try. Lieutenant Picard. I don't know if that's... I think that might be some falsehoods going on there, Rob. Night Cavalry's flailing was false advertising for how good flails actually are. Dude, there is so... Their flail looks incredible. Ugh. Pretty sure Gandalf said that? Oh, Gandalf from, wait. From Star Wars? Sorry, I'm trying to do that thing where you mix up the fandoms and make everyone mad, but I couldn't think of another fandom quickly enough. Listen, I've read at least one of the Lord of the Rings books. Okay, so I'm more nerdy than the folks who don't read. Okay. Pretty sure it was Doctor Who said that? You didn't say who? Doctor Who? I read The Hobbit, done and done. Okay, you win. You win. And the only reason that I say I've read one of them is because I didn't finish the trilogy, but it's been on my books. I've been reading it, okay? I don't know. I can't pick. We're gonna wait. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Wait, do you have, like, lore? Oh, I picked all this up. Sick. Darth Dumbledore. Good God. Dr. Whomstuff? Just like Emperor Palpatine from Game of Thrones famously said, there is no good and evil, there is only power and those too weak to seek it. I think you made a mistake there. Emperor Palpatine is actually from A Song of Ice and Fire. Game of Thrones was the TV show, not the book. I bet you feel really dumb now.
Greetings. Are you here, spirit?
I'm good, man. We're gonna get back to the lore, but I went outside today. I'm feeling all weird, man. I gotta get back into my, like, status as a gamer, you know? It's been too weird lately. I've touched grass and stuff. Do I have any nerds that I can level? Oh, we might level up Mimikyu. I have this weird feeling I might need her. Wait, we never finished on the thing. We didn't fight Alecto. You had too much fresh air? I don't know. I can't get into lore, man, because I haven't been looking at screens lately.
In this ash, I can smell the ancient storm.
I think Morgoth's death will let her move, finally. Yeah, I think so. I thought Palpatine was the one capturing all of Sonic's friends and putting them in robots? No, he doesn't capture Sonic's friends. He captures little birds and little animals. And then Gamma has to free them by killing his brothers. Man, Sonic gets heavy, eh? See, my favorite thing to do here is not to, like, correct who does it and what the names are, but to correct, like, actually, no, he doesn't capture Sonic's friend. Yo, Buxel, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. I really appreciate that. Welcome. Thank you for the support. Brand new shiny sub. Enjoy your butterfly and emotes. Please use Wrath Snake prodigiously. I insist. Okay, so the reason I didn't do this, I think, is because I'm scared of Alecto, but, like, what sane woman wouldn't be? So let's go fight her. Probably Sonic's acquaintances, though. I'm sorry, are you implying that every animal is friends with Sonic because he, too, is an animal? So you're saying that all animals know each other? Sonic's in love with a human? That happened one time, and we don't talk about that. Listen, I like Sonic 06, or at least I liked it. I know this is a hot take. I liked it when I played it. I did. I was shocked when I found out people didn't because I thought it was nice. And even me. You know what I didn't like? Freaking Sonic having a crush on a human. It was freaking weird, dude. I'm saying extroverts know everybody? Alright, that's a good save. He is quite extroverted. Also, he moves very quickly. Sonic has to get the meat for his chili dogs from somewhere? No, Sonic's a vegan. Swear the manual for one of the original Sonic games called them his friends. Okay, I might actually have that. Are you talking about Sonic Adventure 1? Like, the DX Director's Cut, whatever? No, you're jealous of the human girl? Nice for a shame. Do you really think... Listen, first of all, the gall to assume that I had a crush on Sonic. I had a crush on Shadow, the Hedgehog, and Rouge the Bat, okay? I have taste. Even as a youth, I had taste. Pff. Again, I scoff. Sonic. Do you have an Elden Lore YouTube series? If not, why not? I really don't know and don't have an answer for that question, but I would like to fix that. I actually have a couple ideas for videos that I want to script. And I know, script! Me! Write scripts! Once I'm done the first playthrough, which is getting so close. I do have 2 mini lore videos though, and I thought they were pretty neat. Raph hates blues too much. Have a crush on Sonic. In all seriousness though, like I thought like Sonic was always one of my worst favorite characters in the entire series. I was like, Tails, super adorable, we love him. Knuckles, pretty cool, but like kind of a dingus sometimes. Rouge, the goat. Shadow, the goat. Like genuinely, it's funny. Sonic's like my worst favorite. Should have seen that Shadow Rouge comeback coming, to be fair. Yep. The Mega Drive games? Okay, so what we're learning is that maybe those aren't games that I played. I've only played the 3D Sonics. I'm a new fan. What about Blaze and Silver? Thank you for the reminder. I love Blaze and Silver. Love them. Genuinely sick. AC6, you said it was like Sonic. I actually stand by that. I think it's like Sonic, dead ass. It feels like playing Sonic in a weird way. All right, Alecto. Sorry, you know what? You want to know how brain rotted I am? I tried to pause the game a second ago. I was like, hang on, and then I was like, wait, you can't pause this game. Okay, so I think we talked about Alecto last time, but I do want to get this lore out because it's quite fascinating. Before we get back into the Sonic discussion here, Alecto is the ringleader of the Black Knives, the leader. And when they assassinated Godwyn, they had to flee, and her daughter, Tish, or Taiki, it's probably Taiki based on the pronunciation of like Greek, but I always say Tish because I'm used to it, but Taiki is probably how her name is said. So Taiki died, saving Alecto while they all escaped, and this might have something to do with why Alecto is imprisoned here. I'm not entirely sure who imprisoned her. We can't really be sure. Personally, I think. There's some evidence, for example, EG. EG imprisons Blythe and Darrowil in Everjails, so it wouldn't be unheard of for it to have been Ronnie or her servants who did it. But Ronnie hasn't been here for a long time. On the Moonlit Altar, her 2 fingers are here, so she's been taken away. Like, no, she hasn't been able to access this place. So it's also possible that the 2 fingers did it. However, I don't think the 2 fingers did it, because the Black Knives, the moment they seem able to, go after EG, and they go after Ronnie and Blythe as a result, and Blythe kills them, and EG kills some of them and then dies in the attempt. Fuck. Yep. Stop running after me. Naruto running head ass. So, Ronnie imprisoned the leader of the Black Knives after she used them to kill Godwyn. Now, did she betray them? Or was our girl Alecto pissed because her daughter died? Like, did Alecto turn on Ronnie? Or did Ronnie turn on Alecto? I don't know, but the fact that her daughter died in the attempt is pretty notable. Alecto try to get revenge for Taiki dying? Is possible. First boss of AC6 felt a lot like the first boss of Sonic Adventure 2. I'm not joking. Yes, 100%. This is Alecto. Yeah. So Everjails are used to imprison people who remain alive. So this is literally Alecto. This is her. And that's why when you defeat her, you get the spirit ashes of her daughter, because she's holding on to them. Like, she has her daughter there with her. It's actually a little fucked up, to be honest. And who has the patience for these long fights? I sure don't. Personally, Ronnie turned on the Black Knives. It would be very much like Ronnie to use people and then discard them when she doesn't need them anymore. So I'm not saying that she wouldn't do it. for sure not. Especially since, like you're saying, there's a chance that they could betray her or tell the truth about who did the Night of the Black Knives, because it looks like after the Night of the Black Knives, Ronnie was able to function. Fuck. Yeah, that's gonna freaking kill me. I live, bitch. That dot damage is not great, though. Fuck. That's it. That's it. I'm doing it. No! I think we're gonna have to do this again. Yeah, we kill her and we take her daughter out of her pocket. Like, it's pretty goofed up. It's pretty messed up, not gonna lie. Oh, shit. But yeah, it's possible she literally, like, betrayed... like, Ronnie locked up the Black Knives because she didn't need them anymore. No! I didn't see her doing the attack because she was in the bushes! Damn it! I'm not a very patient person, so me doing that fight as slowly as I was taking everything out of my soul. Just do like one single little attack after 2 minutes of her combos, but I'm trying to be more patient. I'm trying to be more patient. I'm trying to like play the game the way that Elden Ring was meant to be played, which is apparently waiting for them to finish their 15 hit combos so you can get a single R1. But if that's the way that Miyazaki intended the experience, then who am I to tell him anything, you know? Can summon the rats? Oh, can you not summon in Everjails? Oh, I don't think I realized that. Also, I uploaded a video of the first playthrough. My Millennia reaction video is probably the most viewed video on my channel. So I'm sure a lot of folks who've seen my YouTube videos have seen that video. Like, statistically, it has so many views. It's kind of mind-boggling for me. But a lot of people have seen that. I finally have edited the first playthrough up to the point that I got there myself. And basically what that means is I spent 3 hours yesterday, okay, it was more like 4, editing that episode so that I could, you know, get that up today. I didn't even see phase 2 on the first stream I fought Melina. I fought her for like 3 hours, 4 hours, and I cut that down to a nice bite-sized thing for you. And I didn't even see phase 2. So I spent a lot of time yesterday watching myself fight Melania. And do you want to know how sick and twisted I am? I watched myself fighting Melania the first time, and you know what I was thinking? I was like, man, I kind of want to fight Melania again. Like, what is wrong with me? Like, why? I literally was like, man, I kind of want to fight her again. Like, what? Am I insane? I might be insane. Anyway, I'm kind of looking forward to that. Was that really your introduction to me? That's so neat. Oh my god. This is not going great. I'm trying to find an opportunity, like maybe... Okay. And get a backstab and such. You will in LOREATHON? I will, and I'm probably gonna regret saying that. Fuck. Shit. Balls. Drink the juice. Hey, Pally, what's up? Raph's ready sub energy and evidence here. There is no evidence of that. What are you talking about? I'm being slandered right now. There's no evidence. Did it say it was your favorite boss fight-wise? I didn't necessarily say that, but visually, stunning, gorgeous. Weren't you at level 125 at that point? I beat the entire game at 125. My character is still level 125. So yeah, I was 125 for Melania, Fortissax, Godfrey, Gideon, Elden Dingus, and Red Hair Daddy. I have done that much damage? Are you fucking joking me? I am not patient enough for this bullshit. That's it. That's it. I'm doing it. I'm pulling out the fang. I'm doing it. I kind of, listen, I'm not saying I'm going to do this, but I kind of want to try a rune level 1 run just to see how it feels, because maybe it'll make me like the bosses. Maybe, because that's what it did in Bloodborne. Bloodborne, it was a game that I love. I still love it. I'm obsessed with it. But there were a couple bosses in Bloodborne I was not a big fan of. And when I did BL4, I ended up loving them. Because I got to see how good all of them are. So I kind of feel like I might want to try, because maybe it'll make me like the game. But the thing is, the more that I fight the bosses in Elden Ring, the more I dislike them. So I'm not certain if that's a good idea. And even with Bloodhound Fang, it isn't easy because she's just like, you know, you can't hit her. BL4 has been hard but really fun. I cannot recommend BL4 enough. Bosses you change your mind on in Bloodborne? Lawrence. I was not the biggest fan of Lawrence. I didn't mind him too much, but I was like, you know, he's just like okay, but he's not that neat. But fighting him at BL4 made me realize how incredibly complicated and well designed he is. And he's now my favorite boss in Bloodborne. Even over Orphan. I love Orphan, but like Lawrence, there's something special. The complexity of his movesets and stuff. Oh. Slow for little to no error, you're on par for damage. Yeah, but like, I made so many mistakes to... Oh, son of a beach ball. Why BL4? Start at BL1 for a challenge. That's true. Why are you level 4? You might as well be level 200. Was Lady Maria like a BL4? Honestly, not too bad. Like, she's very squishy. That's the main thing with her. She's very squishy. The only one that I had problems with was Orphan, really, because, well, a couple things. Number one, I'm not very patient, so I tried to do really aggressive strats, even in BL4. Like Ludwig, when I beat... Okay, Ludwig took me hours, like hundreds of attempts. But when I beat Ludwig, I beat him in under a minute. Like the entire boss fight at rune level, or BL4, minimum level. So you can imagine... like how what exactly I did. It was a good run, but literally I took that boss down. Ah! Being Orphan on BL4 is a great achievement. Yeah, so what happened was I made a really massive mistake fighting Orphan, and I had to rectify it. I killed Patches too early. Patches gives you a like a glyph or whatever it is. I forget what it's called in that game now. That ups your stamina by an additional 5%, so 10% total. I really needed that in order to fight Orphan. But I killed him, so I didn't have it. So I wasn't... Okay, I didn't have the stamina to do the main strat. And the strat is to R1 or do a charge... Because in Bloodborne, to get a backstab, you had to do a fully charged R2 on their back. So I would do the R2. I'd follow up with a heavy attack. You don't do viscerals because they scale on skill, and at level 4 they don't do anything. So I'd do a fully charged heavy, and then I'd be out of stamina. So I wasn't able to do any more attacks, which there was like a strat that you can chain backstabs on him if you're really clever. BL4 is on YouTube? No, it's not there. I thought about just, because I still have some of the clips, putting them together and making a little video of like my old BL4 run, but it's like ancient now, so it's like hard to look at for me. Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh, that looked so anime. Okay, listen, I know I died, but did that not look so anime? When I was alive, though? Let's get more upgrade mats from Chalice Dungeons? Yeah, but doing Chalice Dungeons at level 4 was a fucking nightmare. So what I ended up doing is, I'm pretty sure, I don't remember now, but I think I asked someone to help me in the Chalice Dungeons because I wasn't planning on doing the Chalice Dungeons. And I got to the place that gives you a level 15 rune. And I had bodyguards helping me do it because I made a huge mistake. So I had a 5% stamina increase. But you know. pre-dewy cheeks? It's a falsehood and you know it. Although I did use a different blush product at that time. Yeah, that's true, I guess. I used highlight on my cheeks. That was plenty dewy. Get cooked, lady! Is it weird that I'm having fun? Wake up! Back during the Jawline Chronicles too? I don't think the Jawline Chronicles have ended. Or do you, like, I don't actually remember, was that because, like, there was someone being weird? I do remember there was someone talking about my jawline. There was a lot of jawline-based commentary at that time. Yeah, when you were a positive streamer, now you're just toxic? I'm so toxic, that's true. Your Tarnies are super cool looking? Thank you. Stay over there. No. Stay. I need a drink. I need to have a drink of my blue Gatorade, lady. Oh my god. Woo! Are you joking me? If you're too close, it just follows you? Mean lady. Toxic rap, best rap? I don't think that I'm that toxic. I'm just like really snarky and like people get really offended because I'm like doing PvP and I said, haha, you got 3 friends, and they're like, oh, they're here! And they get really upset and I'm like, but it's just true though. And then I'm like, people are like scared of me and they run away and they don't attack my face, and people are like, how dare you say that I'm scared of you? And like, it's true though, you know? All facts, no printer, as they say. Fuck. You're toxic to me? You never believe me? That's because you literally always lie. Don't forget the tea bags. Yeah, but the thing is that no one ever gets upset when I get tea bags. So like, it's whatever, dude. And people are like, oh, bowing so respectful. How dare you? Perhaps one of the biggest shit posters on Twitch and saying something? That's so not true. I've never shit posted in my life. I'm just right. Purple Gatorade, best Gatorade? Purple Gatorade. What do I think I like blue Gatorade? I don't have Gatorade very often. Oh boy! No! And yep. White lemonade vitamin water stuff. Yeah, the problem that I have with vitamin water is that it's full of sugar, and like I'm not roasting. I have no problem with, like, I drink lots of sugary beverages. I have been known to enjoy a lemonade, but the thing is that it's called vitamin water, and it's all like, oh, we're so healthy, and you take a sip of it, and to me it tastes like water, but like a lemon was like at some point in proximity to it, but it's full of sugar, and I'm like, how are you gonna taste like health food, but you're not healthy? Slightly watered down cranberry juice? Yes, I do like watered down juice. Purple's least gross? Hey, honestly, Gatorade's, I like Gatorade. It's really nice and refreshing. Honestly, this is very much like doing BL4. Like, I'm just sitting there waiting for a single attack so that I can, like, fight. Fuck. Yeah, like, at one point in that beverage, a lemon may have touched it. Also, what the hell is Pilk? Am I gonna regret asking that question? Son of a... Don't they have Gatorade in EU? Probably because there's no gators here. That's true. You legally cannot have gators, Gatorades where there's no gators. It's real. Pepsi milk? Are you guys joking me? This must be some sort of TikTok behavior, huh? Alright, it took approximately 10,000 billion years. And the only reason I was able to do that so patiently was because I was thinking about, like, lore the whole time. But we done did it. So this is called the Ringleader's Everjail. It is literally named for the ringleader. And once again, we got Taiki, TK, Tish. Used to summon the spirit of Black Knife Taiki. Taiki was one of the assassins who, on the night of the plot, imbued her Black Knife with the Rune of Death and slew Godwyn the Golden. She was the daughter of the Black Knife ringleader, Alecto, and was killed protecting her mother during their flight from the royal capital. Pilk doesn't sound any weirder than tea with milk in it. How dare you, first of all? Pepsi with milk? Okay, listen, I'm not gonna yuck your yum. But how dare you compare my delicious, well-made milk tea? And my green tea, my matcha green tea lattes with Pilk. Pepsi milk is fucked because the acids separate the proteins in the milk. One letter away from being a Trish. Trisha Elric? People's yums need to be yucked more often. Like, listen, who am I to shame you for having broken taste buds? It's not your fault. It's just how you were made. It's okay. You know, live your life that you like Pilk. That's... You didn't ask for the taste buds of some sort of degenerate creature. You know? I would invite you to, like, expand your palate a little. Also, generally, I don't like soda. Like, I'm a very anti-soda person because it hurts my nose. Like, you drink it and then it just hits you right in the nasal cavity and you're like... I don't like soda. I don't like carbonation very much. Except for ginger beer. And ginger beer, it's not alcoholic, just to be clear. It's just called ginger beer. It has a high volume of ginger in it, so it, like, kicks you right in the nostrils. See, that I enjoy. Followed ages ago during your Hollow Knight playthrough? Oh my god, that was a minute ago. Welcome back. Conceptualize black sesame latte? You know what? Sesame makes really good desserts. That's like not that weird to me. Ginger beer is so much harsher than carbonated soda. I just really like ginger. Bring our own ginger beer? Oh hell, that sounds really good. Yeah, no, sesame, I would always have, what's it called? My dad loved this dessert. It's a sesame dessert. I don't know what it is. Hałwa. It's called hałwa in Polish, but it's not a Polish dessert. I think it's a Turkish dessert. So I think it's got a similar name, but I don't know exactly what it's called. Kind of like baklava? No, baklava is, honey and, like... maybe some sesame? I don't know. Maybe it's like baklava. I always thought baklava had, oh my god, what's it called? Puff pastry. And pistachios. Yeah, no. It's literally just sesame seeds, like, ground up. And then I guess mixed with sugar. And they're kind of in a block. And you kind of cut a piece of it and you eat it. It's very sweet. I've tried rooibos tea. It's very relaxing. I'm mixed on rooibos. I'm very much a black tea fan. I like and green tea. I like matcha. I like green tea. I like pretty much any Indian black tea. Delicious. Orange pekoe. Greek honey sesame bars? That sounds about right. Just Polish halva. Bergamot. I used to love Earl Grey tea. I'm kind of like away from the Earl Grey tea currently. Turkish and Polish halva are a little bit different. I see. We always just got it at the Polish store. I know it's originally a Turkish thing, but like has been adapted. Kind of like pierogi. You ask who invented pierogi, a lot of people will tell you that who invented pierogi. Polish people claim pierogi. Russian people claim pierogi. You know, a lot of people, because there's a lot of like food sharing and mixing and stuff like that. Okay. Tish. I feel like we talk about everything here. I think that likely, I don't know who sort of started it first, but there was a betrayal. The Black Knives worked for Ronnie, and then they were like, actually, no thanks. It could be that the ringleader lost her daughter and was angry. And now they're after Ronnie. Rhubarb candy opinions? I've never had rhubarb candy. That sounds delicious, though. American argument over who invented the hamburger? Kind of, although it's just, you know, there was a lot of sharing in those times. So for example, this is actually a story that sort of gets that's really interesting. There's a type of pierogi that's traditionally eaten with żurawina and I guess onion. I don't remember what it is. Żurawina. What is in English? God, it's really hard for me to like think of the words when I'm used to calling it one thing. I think it's cranberry jam. It's like a sort of cranberry jam that you eat with a lot of different things. So yeah. So they're called, we now call pierogi eaten with żurawina and onion and like, it's like cottage cheese and potato filling. We call them ruskie, which means Russian. They're literally a Polish thing, but they were sort of like taken and claimed, and now we just call them ruskie, but they're not ruskie. It's one of those things that there's a lot of like, you know, sharing other things, you know? Yeah. It's kind of like the pasta discussion slash the noodle discussion. Like, it's always like, did Italians invent the pasta or did the Chinese invent the pasta or something? I always hear that. So, you know. All right, I think we are actually officially done here, but I did want to take one look at these strands of moonlight. God, when you zoom in on them, they really are just like moonlight JPEG, aren't they? Like, they're not... You're not really supposed to stare at them like that, huh? It looks a little better up here, but when you stare at it directly, you're not really supposed to... It's just not... So this is the only place in the game we have these blue lights. Chicken tikka masala may have been invented at different restaurants in both the UK and India independent of each other. Oh, interesting. I didn't know about that. Also, I was reading about a food, like an item somewhere online the other day. It was like a recipe, and they were talking about... Oh man, I have to remember what it was because it was really funny. Oh, it was some sort of dish. I don't remember what it was, but the dish, they were trying to remember the name, and apparently it was one of those dishes that like French people called it a Colombian dish, and like no one wanted to claim it or something. Like they all had a different name that meant it's from a different place or something. And I was like, that is so weird. Like no one wants to claim this dish. Was it a calzone? No, it wasn't a calzone. Disowned food? Yeah, it was weird. I have to remember what it was. I just saw it. I don't remember though. Wait. No, it was Russian. It was Russian salad. You actually called it. Yeah, they called it Russian salad. We have that. We call it sałatka. It's really good. First of all, it's potato salad. It's potato salad. It's really good. But we just call it sałatka, which literally means salad. And apparently, yeah, the French call it Russian, or Italy, they call it Russian salad. And then, like, the French will call it something else. It's so random. It's really good. It's basically potato salad, but really good because you put pickles in it. I don't even like pickles. It's goated. It's delicious. You take potatoes, carrots, peas, pickles, you chop them real tiny, some eggs, and you put like, it's really good. It's delicious. Where should there be more Renala lore? What lore are you looking for Renala? Like background, like where she came from? Because honestly, Renala has some really interesting stuff to her. She has a fair bit. I've always put pickles in my potato salad. Try, if you get an opportunity, try, what are they called? Like Polish style pickles. Because they're not cooked, they're not prepared in vinegar. They're in brine, so they tend to be, they're like sweeter, so it's like a really interesting change of taste. The way some people restaurants do is just horrendous. I had a potato salad at it must have been Thanksgiving, Canadian Thanksgiving, with the Polish household, that had corn in it, and it was disgusting. It was awful. I was like, oh, sałatka, and I grabbed some and I took a bite and I'm like, is there corn in this? It was not good, dude. It was not good. Jarzynova in Polish? Jarzynova. Let me look that up. Hang on. Because that doesn't sound... My mom just calls it sałatka. She just says, I made sałatka. Hang on, I need to see this spelling. Jarzynova. Yeah, that is popping up. I guess, yeah, I gotta ask what she calls it, because that's it, 100%. Sałatka Jarzynova. It's good. Ogórki kiszone. No, you nailed it. You got the spelling perfect. It's just the, you have to use the Polish accents if you want proper spelling, but everyone knows what you're saying. Cornbread with corn kernels shouldn't be allowed. You know what? I don't think I've had very much cornbread, and I'd really like to try because I like cornbread and corn-based things. Just keep it away from my sałatka. Try and brainstorm where new trees might grow in Elden Ring. Like more mini trees or like big trees? People who eat potato salad? No, I love potato salad. English only, please. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. The thing is, we're like, ogórki kiszone literally just means Polish-style pickles. I don't know what you call them in English, genuinely. Like, what do they say on the container if you buy them in North America? Does anyone know? Erd or Halic? I guess it depends on who's in power. It's called a Russian salad? You're a freaking Russian salad. Ugh! There was Polish-style pickles? Yeah, I think they're called brined pickles or something, because you just make them in salt water. Halic pickles? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've just seen are they literally just called Polish pickles? I gotta say, as long as these guys are, their animations are really cool for when they spit that curse at you. Like, they put some oomph into it, you know? Oh, dang it. Oh, there's two of them. That's great. You know what? Maybe we just don't fight these guys. Goodbye. Thank you. US doesn't want to use them non-American words? I mean, to be fair, ogórki kiszone is quite a mouthful. I don't blame people for not knowing how to pronounce that. Thinking way too much about revenants? Good! Revenants are really neat. Anyway, to go back to like where the next big tree would come, I think really the thing that's interesting about the Erd tree is that the Erd tree appears to have taken on a different form. It was a tree that already existed, so it was more taken over because of a new order being put into place. But the Halic tree, really interestingly, was grown from Miquella's blood. So from what we can tell, Miquella, once again showing his capability of creation, created a tree out of nothing. He grew it himself out of his own blood and a sapling. And honestly, I wonder if it isn't just the same trees that grow everywhere, right? We see tons of them. Even in Moog's palace, there's some remnants. Where is this item that I'm looking for? Sacramental bud. An immature bud containing fresh blood, believed to originate long ago from a strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. So yeah, these grow all over the place, different types of buds that appear to be pretty similar, right? So like probably the same species, presumably, right? You think Mikola turned into a Polish pickle inside the egg? You can't just become a Polish pickle. Alright? Mikola's not Polish. I noticed a thing. Go on. Shed his cocoon and leave his body in the tree to prevent it from scarlet rotting? I don't think that he needed to do that. What's really interesting is that the area where Mikola resides, or resided before his body was taken, it's the purest area. Right above is that mini scarlet rot swamp, and as the water descends from there, from the drainage channel, it's purified. It's completely pure. There's not a single sign of scarlet rot, despite the fact that Malenia has been there. So Mikola appears to be tentatively immune to Malenia's own rot. Her own soldiers weren't immune to the rot. The Clean Rot Knights are becoming rotted from her, but Mikola doesn't seem to have been concerned about it. And presumably the Halig tree was actually unaffected by the rot until it started to die because Mikola was taken away from it. Yeah, no, actually, the buds are growing from a branch clipping. That's actually really noticeable. So this is a clipping. You can see there's new growth coming from it. I wonder if this isn't a branch of like the original tree before it was the Erd tree. Or maybe the Erd tree before it became spectral. I don't know. But definitely grafting. But what's really neat is Mikola fed the tree his blood. So the entire tree that we see, the Halig tree, it is massive, obviously, right? The entire area of Elphael, everything is upon it. It's tiny compared to the Erd tree, but nonetheless, he grew that from a sacramental bud, from what we can tell. Excuse me, Brady Cardi, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. Thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. You get 1 Prime per month. Thank you for choosing here. Enjoy your emotes and your ad-free viewing. Wondering if Revenants might be heroes whose urge for rebirth might have been disrupted. They're definitely vengeful spirits, whatever you want to say. They are vengeful spirits. Where is it? Here we go. The Wraith Calling Bell, used by worshippers of Revenants. Using a P to summon prowling wraiths. Wraiths are said to be the vengeful spirits of those who died when cursed. So I'm not saying that this is directly tied to Dung Eater, but there's definitely something to the idea of being cursed, and they died when cursed, and thus they became these angry, vengeful spirits. Presumably, the curse is also the same thing. They weren't able to enter the Erd tree rebirth because of being cursed. Yeah. So no, absolutely. Something's Bloodborne is Mikola's dream. Have you seen the VR game Derasene? Because if you want to talk about whose dream is Bloodborne, we kind of already got that covered with Derasene. So I am not super familiar with Derasene. It's a FromSoft game made exclusively for the PlayStation VR. I can't play VR games. I got Omega VR sickness, and also, listen, I love FromSoft, but I'm not going to buy a PSVR just to play a single VR game that's probably going to make me sick. But that game, there's a character named Herman. There's a character named Marie. There's a lot of characters that appear to be... and Lawrence as well is present there. It's a really interesting game. I basically watched like a no dialogue playthrough or something on YouTube. Feel free to look up Derasene. Yeah, Deracine for spelling. Yeah, it's really interesting, but in the game, it's very deceptively wholesome. It's very interesting. It's just another sign of Miyazaki's genius, and he managed to make this game that takes the limitations of VR and pushes them. Anyway, whatever. He basically, there's a character who has a nightmare because he has a fever, and people are like that's where Bloodborne comes from, is the nightmare, the fever dream of this kid, effectively. Vi does a lore video on the whole game. Not to dismiss Vadi, but personally, if you are interested in, like me, if you are interested in the game and you would like to watch it but you're not able to play because you too do not have a VR or you get sick like I do, look up a playthrough. Don't watch someone else's lore videos of a game you don't know, because then you're gonna color your own conclusions. Watch a playthrough of the game and see what you decide on your own. And then if you want to watch some lore videos, feel free, but don't just watch a lore video of a game you're not familiar with. Two E is a feminine form? Yeah, it's only one E for the game. I forgot how to drink water there. Anyway, and like, I have very strong, like, listen, I love lore. I like to talk about my own theories. I have my own biases. We all have our own biases, but I would never recommend someone come in here and watch me talk about Elden Ring lore without having played the game, or at least like seen something of it, because you're gonna get influenced, you know? Like, if you're unfamiliar with a game, watching a lore video on it is not a good idea. You want to see the game for yourself, see what you pick up on, see what you notice, and then figure it out. Because when you're making a lore video, you're kind of writing an essay, right? You're kind of making a point. You're presenting an argument. So, of course, you're gonna present things that prove your point, right? And you might exclude other things. Everyone does it. It's not like it's not whatever. I still really would like to play that game, but I think it would make me awfully sick. Caner statues depict 4 people: a mother, father, another young woman, and a child. Yeah, the Caner statues are so neat. Okay, I'm not gonna fight you. You're like really annoying. Yo, head respect. I'll read that in a second. Sorry, my freaking TTS is broken for some reason. I went the wrong way. One of your lore streams before I bought. Yo, Pog, I'm so glad. Saint Trin is actually an utter god, not his family version. We have goddess birthing him. So the thing about the goddess birthing him imagery is he is also the mother of the tree. It's actually really interesting. Mikola and the tree is one of my most interesting, one of the things that I find the most interesting, because people talk about how the tree is his mother and he is within the pregnant belly of the tree, but he is also the mother of the tree. He grew the tree of his own blood, right? So he basically is being his own mother in an attempt to be reborn. But inevitably, he fails. So one thing I will say about that, I don't think Trina's necessarily an outer god, but she's really mysterious. There's a couple pieces of evidence that I want to talk about. Number one, the tree is called the Halig tree. Halig is a I believe Old English. I could be mistaken here, but an Old English word for holy. It's the holy tree. Saint Trina is worded as a saint. She's called a saint. Saints, they have to be dead to become saints. Like, you have to perform miracles after death to be canonized as a saint. So it's rather interesting that she is apparently alive in some way, shape, or form, but also a saint. And she's the only being that we know of that uses that term. Like, we don't really have much traditional Christian imagery in the form of, like, well, we have the crucifixion and stuff, but, you know, we don't have, like, Saint Marika, right? So it's pretty interesting. There's a lot that's curious about the tree. So once again, someone mentioned on the Discord, and this like actually blew my mind that we didn't realize, or I didn't realize this before. The reason the Halig tree likely failed is because it fed from Mikola's blood, and thus also retained his curse. So let's just imagine that Melania grew a tree from her own blood. It would probably be a scarlet rot tree. No, in other words, it would take on her own curse. Mikola's tree took on his curse. It was never able to fully grow. It was never able to fully mature. It would inevitably remain a sapling. Now, an immense sapling, for sure. You see the size of it. But the reason that it failed to grow any larger is probably because, like Mikola took on his curse. It probably is part of the reason. And that might be why he ended up changing his plan when he was in the cocoon within the tree belly, because an immature tree cannot bear a child, right? So that's likely part of why he changed his plan and decided to, like, I don't know when it occurred, but he clearly didn't care too much about, what's it called? Moog taking his body, or he would have sent Melania. Haligtree is a bonsai? Kind of. Bonsai are very meticulously crafted to be in that size and shape, but sort of. Haligtree is getting infected with rot and it keeps at bay with water. So I definitely see why people get that interpretation. I'm not even saying it's incorrect, but personally the way I read it was the tree is rotting because it's already dying because Mikola isn't there anymore. So when Mikola was in the tree, it was at least able to maintain. It would have stayed the same size. It probably wouldn't have gotten rotted. But since he's gone, the tree is dying. And as a result, it's also rotting because it's now doesn't have the, I don't want to say immunity, but, you know, Mikola doesn't seem to really care about Melania's rot himself. Like, he's not scared of her. He doesn't have to worry about getting infected by her. Like, God, I love imps. What a great enemy are imps. Aren't imps just great? They're the greatest enemy from DS3. We brought them back because they're so great. We just love imps. That woman's statue literally is something covering her body in the same spot as Melania's rot? Wait, in Bloodborne? We talking in Bloodborne? Sorry, I did 2 chats, multiple conversations, my brain getting confused. I don't think she likes imps, but I just said that I like imps so much. Also, I don't remember where that was. I always get a little turned around in this area. Already under oh my god, already under another outer god, so cannot be affected. I don't know. It's odd. Because, well, Radon was infected, but he is, of course, not an Empyrean, so it could have something to do with that. You need a shield? How dare you say that to me? Also, you can be bled through a shield, just, you know, just a fun fact, just in case you're wondering. It doesn't help that I have these short little weapons today. And on these little platforms. No, it could be like he's under the effect of another outer god and thus cannot be affected by things. That's possible. It could just be something to do with him. But no, the Haligtree is definitely rotted. I'm not arguing that. I just personally think the timeline of the rot is probably occurred a little later. I'm basically arguing that the Haligtree took on the properties of Mikola. So if Mikola was, you know, could exist, okay. I meant to roll dodge back, but for some reason it decided that I roll dodged into the imp. Yup. Neat. Haligtree rot almost seems symbiotic. Are you talking about like the rot? So I'm like, what part of it seems symbiotic? Because I'm not, I don't know if I'm getting that read personally, but I'm curious. All right, let's see if I remember this place. Because you know what, we're just gonna run first of all, because like, who actually cares about imps? But I just was in here in my first playthrough, so let's see what I remember. That's so great when you like catch me on your body. All right, all right. I've already forgotten. No, wait. Move. Oh my god. It's so dark. Yes, I could turn on my lantern. I hate you. I hate you. You smell. But what's over here? Oh, cool. It's not totally dead kind of thing. Ooh, this is interesting. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. All right, so at the top, I want to take a look at this statue, but it's not going to be easy, so just real quick. All right, we've seen this statue in several Like underground churches? Like catacombs. I don't think it's roses. I really would like to get a look at it, so I am gonna try to take out these enemies. Kratos? Kratos fucking wishes. I am begging you to not see Kratos in every single weapon that happens to be fire dual blades. Kratos is not the inventor of cool weapons and bandos. Personally assault enemies that chase you for too long? Imps deserve it. They smell bad. It's true. It's even in the lore. Oh! Wait, you guys hurt each other? Oh, neat. Do it. Oh, what? You saw it. They hit each other. Why did it? What? Listen, as someone who's not the biggest fan of God of War, I'm really upset that people look at my character and think it's like Kratos. Nah, dude. Kratos? No. No. Kratos hasn't been cool since like the year freaking 2005, okay? I don't know when the God of War games came out. Is that like approximate? Anyway. Probably? Warped axe! Are you freaking kidding me? Sick! I don't think I've even gotten that in my first playthrough. Let's go! Oversized double-headed axe with a bizarre, almost melted appearance. Brute strength is the only thing required to wield this weapon, which appears to have taken quite the beating itself. Okay, I can't remember which weapon it is. I remember reading this though. It's really interesting. One of the weapons used by, I think it might be one of the Omen weapons. The Omen, I did? Did I get this? Oh, I remember better than me. Omen Cleaver? It might be the Omen Cleaver. There's this one weapon that, I forget the exact words it uses, but it basically says that the Omen were given weapons that would decay. And it sounds to me like they use them to fight in wars. Like, we can see them in Laendel's army. They're out, they have special camps, so they kept the Omen away. They wanted to use them to fight because they were strong and had brute strength. But they, didn't want to, they didn't want them to harm them eventually, right? So like what they effectively did is they made weapons that would eventually break. So they used them as soldiers. And no capital W. It's no capital W, and you look at the rattlesnake. No, it's no capital W. You got it. It's the right thing. It's case sensitive. It's case sensitive. No. No capital W, capital S. There we go. Oh my god. Yo, Palestine, thank you so much for the sub. I'm so glad you enjoy Rap Snake. Welcome in. Thank you for the support. Alright, the Omen Cleaver, which I don't remember where you get it, but it's really neat. In fact, I think it might be the weapon this guy's using right here. Was built so they could fight, but then they wanted to use them. So they made sure the weapon would eventually break. And it's like, it just shows how heartbreaking the Omen are. They're not allowed to be in the same camps as the Laendel soldiers, but they're forced to fight. They use them for their brute strength, but they don't want to treat them with any other sort of respect. Ugh, I try to get him to fall on his back so that I could see his body. I'm trying to take a look. They have, around their neck, a shackle. And it looks very much reminiscent, not quite the same, obviously, design-wise. But it's a lot like the commoner garb. The board hung from the neck depicts a sprawling tree, its roots and branches forming two holes. This is a self-imposed shackle, a voluntary display of allegiance to the earth tree that increases faith, right? And if we see these guys, they appear to have a golden collar around their necks. Now, if we're talking about a golden order, and we have a golden collar, it's not even subtle symbolism. Yo, what up? Look around their necks. They have a golden collar. They have been collared by the Golden Order. It would be easier to see if he stopped moving for like 5 seconds. EG made weapons that don't decay. Yeah, he sure did. Anyway, that's pretty much it, because these guys have some really interesting design. Other than that, though, they just wear, like, rags. And yeah, the Omen were considered blessed by the Crucible. Oh, you can actually see at the back of their neck, they have a chain. So you can see the shackle, it attaches to their garb, and then on the back is a chain. So like they are, every bit of their depiction shows that they were effectively imprisoned. I mean, scarlet rot causes things that aren't organic to decay, like metal weapons. True, true. It consumes lots of it. That's actually really interesting. I didn't think about that. Never enjoy fighting omens. They're a real pain. They are a real pain. Yeah. Hope to see lots of Crucible stuff in DLC. I hope so too. Considering we look like we're kind of exploring things from before, I really wonder if we're gonna get more Crucible stuff. I hope so. Basically use them for the front. Exactly, yeah. So the Omen were considered blessed by the Crucible, but in later years they were more despised. This guy is particularly, I apologize, but horny. You can see he's like absolutely covered. And he doesn't have the shackle. Or the chain. But what he does do is curse. You can see that move, I should have let it go off, but I was already in animation. The curse comes out of them, but it doesn't mean that they themselves are cursed, because the other ones don't seem to do it. It's more just they are full of rage. Sick. We actually got a good look at this one. Yeah, the body's absolutely riddled with horns. One thing I will say, like, I know that I say that the Omen is natural, but that doesn't mean it's painless, right? Like, we can see what's going on with them. It's breaking out of their skin. However, I will say, it's hard to say. When antlers are being shed in, like, deer and moose, it looks gnarly as hell. Like, they look like something out of a horror movie, but it's relatively painless and a perfectly natural part of their, like, life cycle. The antlers fall out and they regrow, right? So I really wonder, is this painful for them or is it just natural for them? Because look at this, like, that looks, I forgot the light goes out. I mean, another thing is too, they're not getting like medical attention, you know? And no matter what type of being you are, you know, if you're in a sewer, things are not going to necessarily be great for you. Sewer's entrance is connected to a well. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Lane does not seem to have the most clever design. Crucible is plastered all over the trailer. I agree. Okay, so we got Shadow Bait over here. It is a 2-finger assassin incantation. Incantation of the 2 Fingers servants who once served as the assassins of the Round Table hold creates a pale gold shadow before the caster, luring foes of human build and attracting their aggression. This incantation can be cast while in motion or crouching and will still affect foes that are already in a combat state. It is said that those beguiled by the shadow see within it a hated foe. So what that means is if an enemy is aggroed to you, you can literally cast this and it will forget about you and target the incantation, like the shadow bait, and it takes on the form of something they hate. It's pretty interesting. Okay, this is real dark. I think I might actually use those rainbow arrows. Is it these that do that? I forget. it is. Okay, that was a good shot though. He looks like he's holding an apple in his mouth. Incredible. Okay. So I believe this is the same statue. We'll keep it in mind, but I think this is a statue. We can see them in some of the underground tombs. I don't think this is necessarily like roses. It doesn't look like them. No, they vanished already. I will say this figure looks, oops, distinctly masculine. Can't be certain. But the hands are really interesting. They're sort of loosely clasped. I've seen Omen and even a black knife sort of at a place that looks like this, staring at the statue. Might have had a ring with a seal? Could be. But I really think it's more just like the hands, they're sort of in a placid expression. Like if I were to describe this sort of stance, like or this sort of clasp, just gentle, calm, thoughtful, I don't know. I think it's Godwin visiting his brothers. I don't know. It honestly could be. Like, it's just hard to reconcile that, because listen, I'm not saying Godwin was a bad dude. We don't know enough about him, but if I'm correct in my theory that Godwin was around, Morgott and Moog were around, and they were likely young, like still children, Marika and Godfrey, from what we can tell, did not seem to have any negative feelings about their children being Omen, right? Like, Marika, we don't know very much, but there wasn't this idea of them being cursed until later. And they were likely young when they were put into the sewer because they, specifically Moog, craved a mother. Like, he sought a replacement mother after losing his. That reads to me like a child, like someone who was abandoned, forced away, seeks a mother, finds the formless mother, right? But I think this started when Radigan showed up, when Godfrey was forced out. And if Radigan started it, then the issue is that Godwin seems to have been cool with the Golden Order and Radigan, because the dragon cult was, for the time being, like, they weren't a part of fundamentalism, but they appeared to have been fairly cool with the Golden Order, and the Golden Order, like, they seemed to have worked in tandem, and they both simultaneously existed in Lane Dell. They were called a dragon cult, so, you know, I don't know how mainstream it was, but it looks like Godwin's people were fair, and Godwin himself was fairly cool with Radigan. Radigan didn't seem to want to get rid of Godwin, as far as we can tell. And in fact, I theorize that might be why Godwin was the target for the Night of the Black Knives, was because he was, whether openly and loudly or not, he seems to have been cool with the Golden Order, which, if I'm correct, would have been the same order that had his child brothers put in a sewer, and not just put in a sewer, but shackled. Because that's the other thing. They weren't just put down here. They were bound. These ones were made to keep a particular omen under strictest confinement. Though faint, the shackles still retain vestiges of power, enough to trap the once bound Margit on Earth, if only for a short time. So, I'm not saying that Godwin wouldn't visit, and maybe he had complicated feelings on the matter, but it's really tough for me to hear, oh yeah, like, my kid brothers were put in a sewer because they were born with horns, and I'm okay with it, you know? We gotta get Moog Shackle as well. That's actually why we're down here. That's part of our goal. Wonder if Shadowbait works on invaders? I actually don't know how it works on people. I don't know what it looks like. We can actually try to cast it. What I stumbled into? Lore. But yeah, the Omen, despite dressing and appearing bestial, are clearly intelligent. Like, they're just people. They worship at these statues, stuff like that. Okay, this incantation, let's take a look. 13 faith, we can cast it easy. Let's do it. My god, there's so many of them. Chance Nito was created? Why do you think Nito is created? Tried making God. Well, he was created in the sense that people died and like formed an amalgam, but I don't think Godwin would have wanted what happened to him. No one did. Fortissax didn't want it to happen to him. No one who knew Godwin wanted this to happen to Godwin. Also, Godwin, as he is now the Prince of Death, I think needs to be separate. Like, we use the same name, but the Prince of Death, this cancerous growth that he has become, who still seems to have some sort of will, I don't think is the same Godwin that we knew. Similarly, if something occurs with Miquella's body, I don't even think I want to call it Miquella, because Miquella clearly isn't there. Any part of him that was important to him is no longer present there. Hinso is Allfather Lloyd. Oh, this is some deep lore. Allfather Lloyd, I'm very, like, unsure about. That's the sort of stuff I always forget about. Let's get some faith, actually. You want to be able to cast more incantations. It really does look just like a little humanity wisp. It even has a humanity-like sound. Okay, no lie. That sound is the exact same as the crushing humanity sound from Dark Souls. Except, like the pitch sounds different. So it seems like they literally just use the same thing. Oh, they're pissed. Oh, he's so pissed. We cool? Yeah, we cool. Oh my god, you know what that's like? You know in Thor Ragnarok where he's like, piss off, ghost. Oh, he's gone. Piss off, ghost. 1-to-1, I'm telling you. Lower pitch? Is it lower? It sounds like higher almost. No, you're right. It's probably lower. The bloated faces we see at the bottom of Stormveil and the deeper depths, both Godwin, I was never really sure. Godwin grows faces on people that, and creatures. He regrows himself. He has multiple faces all over the place. Why the biggest one at Stormveil? There's some arguments as to why, but effectively, yeah, he's regrown part of himself specifically there. Godwin had the same charismatic power Miquella has. Maybe he learned to earn affection from Godwin. I think he... Okay, if Godwin has a similar charisma, which is likely, it's probably because his mother was Marika. Marika is the source of that, if you ask me. Miquella has it because Marika had it. So Godwin would have it potentially because Marika did. Yeah. Okay, we were in the tunnels. I got to... Oh, I remember where we were. Okay. Bronny used the Night of the Black Knives to get rid of her body so she could defy the Greater Will. Is this correct? Yes. Oh, god dang it. Joke's on you. I was heading that way anyway. Also, this statue, just side note, it leads to a secret shortcut that leads to a tomb. So that is definitely affiliated with the tombs. Oh god. Ow. I'm having a moment. I don't remember where to go. Didn't you go? Wait, you over here and then maybe you go down? I don't remember. Secret shortcut? New BuzzFeed article. You'll never guess this shortcut that this gamer found in Elden Ring. A LOREATHON without spoilers. Down and lobster? I don't want to go down in an earlier round to Lobster Town. Yeah, go home, you big dingus. He's not going home. Excuse me. Sorry, my cat's crying as well. I need to check on him. He just wants to be in here. He probably wants to play. How is it that every time I enter these sewers, it's like I forget every other time? This place is a freaking psychological maze. Which of Marika's children are you based on? Based on your favorite drunk food. True. No, I don't. I'm a little out of date. Who would be the one that would make articles that are like, oh. Well, we got a shortcut. It's just we gotta make it. Oh, look at this freaking lobster. He's ready. He's like, oh, just in case you're not dead. God dang it. Have to this where Moog Shackle is? I know we have to get to Moog Shackle, but I'm not just trying to get to Moog Shackle, gamers. I'm trying to get to the other stuff that I remember, but I can't clearly remember. Oh my god. Mikla spending time with his brother? For sure. I'm just saying that, like, if we're correct that Godwin was the child of Marika, and Mikla was also the child of Marika, and Marika was this powerful and charismatic leader who literally created an entire order and was a goddess of the land, I don't know why we don't look at her as the source of their charisma. Do you know what I mean? like I know what you're saying, but yeah, dude, like, Marika. She had some charisma herself. From what we can tell, you know? I like invading here and following people with a mimic veil till they get to the boss room. That's really clever, except for the fact that I feel like I would get lost while trying to follow people. Like, I can distinctly envision it. Do you think Marika beat her children? No, God, no. I think she genuinely wanted to be a good mother. It's just the problem is that... Okay, it's actually really interesting. Okay, we have Gwyn. Of the sort of, like, figures who fucked everything up in the lore. Let's just go over. We have Gwyn in Dark Souls 1 who just absolutely colossally fucked everything up. Like, literally everything wrong. The entire reason that Dark Souls exists because he's such a... Okay, to be fair, it's a great game series, but he just absolutely in every way possible that one individual can fuck something up, he fucked everything up. Right? Like, yeah, on a scale of 1 to Gwyn, how bad did you mess up the universe? Gwyn, though, also was pretty garbage to his kids. His one son, he literally erased from history, including his name, because, and it's one of those things that it's like a mistranslation, so there's kind of two readings of it. He either lost history or something, he like dropped the history book somewhere and he lost it, or because he or that came for... It's hard to remember, but basically he made a mistake, so he's like, you are no longer my son, you have lost your name, goodbye, never show up again. We still don't even know his name. So yeah, that was his firstborn. The one child he seems to have been kind of cool with was Guinevere, but we don't know a lot. But another thing that he did to his kid was, hey, I need you to sleep forever so that you could keep this plate, like, hold this egg and sleep forever. Bye. Also, he named all of his children after himself. Guinevere, Gwendolyn, and then you might be like, but Filianor isn't named after him. You're right. Filianor, her name basically means like filial piety, like family. He named her effectively, listen to your family. And then he made her sleep for all eternity. So that he could do, like, she could do him a favor. He was garbage to his kids. Generally. Yeah, Guinevere eloped and left, although... To be fair, there was other things going on in Ain Orlando at the time, so I don't want to tie it all to Gwyn himself. But Gwyn, like, canonically really hated his... Not that he hated, he saw his kids as an extension of himself only to serve him, right? So, canonically bad father. Vendrick, Dark Souls 2, didn't mess everything up nearly as bad, that's for sure. But he still made some pretty big mistakes. No kids, though, so we can't look at anything there. And then we have Marika. Bloodborne, not really any kids there, sort of. But yeah, no, in Elden Ring, from what we can tell, Marika did what she did to help her family and her kids. She seems to have really cared about her kids, but the problem is she also became a rebus and a goddess who accidentally gave stagnant immortality to the entire land and realized it was a huge mistake, so she needed to undo it. And that sort of caused some issues with the whole motherhood thing. We don't even know Gwyn's wife's name. We actually don't even... He possibly didn't even have a wife, but either way, whoever birthed his kids, yeah. It's possible that we don't know her name because he was intimidated and jealous of her, and he wanted to maintain all the power, and having a wife would be an equal to him, and as a result, he needed to obfuscate exactly who was the parent of his children. Also, another goddess who's very mysterious, we know a fair bit about, also kind of Velka. He was so terrified of her that he put every single relic of her into a painting prison so that it could be hidden away forever. Like, he was terrified of anyone being at his level of strength. Gwyn and the Witch of Izalith were together. I understand why. But my point is that in general in these games, a lot of the time the figures are not necessarily good parental figures, but Marika's interesting because she does a lot of horrible things. And it takes her away from her children. And I actually wonder if her being kept away from her children is not meant to be part of her punishment for her sin, because she seems to care about them. She talks about them as my beloved children. And she's literally depicted as like the mother of all the land. But yet we don't know anything about her relationship with any of her kids post Radigan showing up. And I think it's because she was kept away from them. And that's part of it too, is it was sort of like her as this figure who wants to protect and to be a mother is separated from her children. What punishment can you imagine for someone like that? Didn't help in killing Godwyn? Yeah, which makes it even more interesting because she was willing to do whatever it took to protect her kids, even killing one of them, if that's what it took to undo the order that she'd created. Because it was so horrible to live under the Golden Order. She realized how horrific it was too late. But when she did everything she could to remove it. Everything, including potentially killing kids who were pro-Golden Order. The choir were all kidnapped as kids. Yeah, there's definitely some like child-related stuff, but I'm talking specifically about parenthood. Because Bloodborne doesn't really have too many depictions of parenthood, except, actually... there's a queen who is kept away from her child and basically wants to be reunited, and then you help reunite them and it's a happy ending. I'm not going to say any more than that because Bloodborne gets a lot more interesting than that, but there's a happy ending there. The mother meets up with her child again. It's very sweet. Braid the state of things then gets punished. Yeah, I think she was already combined with her second hubby at that point, though. But I know what you're saying. Yeah. Also, the Eldritch horrors, the great ones in Bloodborne, they lose their child and seek a replacement. They're like really sweet. What'd you do with the queen at the end? Nothing. Why can't we burn the cocoon? Because we'll be able to in the DLC. I mean, I don't know. Clearly, Mikla and Melania don't seem to be very concerned with what's going on in the cocoon, so I don't think we should be, you know? Formless Erden was a dick to his partners? Did actually try to take care of his child? Got it a damn wet nurse? I wonder if the wet nurse wasn't, like, brought... I think she was another great one who heard a baby crying and then wanted to replace her child with that baby crying, you know? All right, give me 1 second. I'm just going to check on my cat, and then we shall continue exploring. We've actually been, like, 2 feet into the subterranean shunning grounds, and there's already so much to discuss. I love it. So give me 1 sec, okay? hello! I'm back. Thank you for your patience. I was giving some attention to this little goober. And then I decided to scoop him up because it's time for him. Look, you can literally see my fingerprints in his fur. I had to pay the Marlowe tax, you understand. Alright, there we go. Oh, there's my Widow Sunshine. John Gideon the somewhat knowing, accurate. Yeah, this is a he. This is Marlowe. He's my sweet boy. Is such an absent father that you literally can't see him. Yeah, you know what's really interesting about Formless Erden as well is he appears to have actually chosen Yarnum. That's why they actually had a success with their child, is like they were like married, for lack of a better term. There's one fat cat. He's not fat. He actually does look fat, I swear. When I pick him up, he looks like a chubbo, but he's not. He's very trim and long, right? He looks not fat. He's literally not even 10 pounds. It's not like small for a cat, but like he's not small, you know? How old is Mr. Marlowe? He's about 8. About 8 years old. Also, cats got a lot of extra skin so they could do their weird stretches. So like when you squish them up, they look so rotund. Preciously proportionate, yeah. He's got really long legs too. When you see him standing, oh my god, he's like long boy, isn't that right? Last time he got weighed, he was 9.6 pounds. Request a picture of Marlowe being dangled? You know what? I really don't like dangling. Like, I know it doesn't bother him too much, but like, I don't like dangling him very much. I'll try to get a picture of him being a long boy, though. A cat that is just under 6 pounds. See, that is tiny for a cat. Yeah, that's a tiny boy. Or girl, I guess. Like, Peeves cats are really small. If you know Peeves cats, Pacha and Parl, they're like 7 pounds. I asked him. Because I was like, they look so little. And he's like, yeah, they're like 7 pounds or something. Those are small cats. Oh, that's heartbreaking, Pete. Some cats are just smaller, but some cats are just bigger too. Lifetime of a cat mean from tiny potato to long boy to big potato. Cats, they have a split life cycle. They start as potato, and they can convert to like long teen and then turn into long boy, or they stay as medium potatoes and then become large potatoes. Sorry, now that I gave him kisses, I got fluffies on my face. Bloodworm parallels H.P. Lovecraft almost exactly. He's the most malicious. Earth being her thing. I see. I'm not super familiar with H.P. Lovecraft's like actual like figures and such. There's definitely some influence though, for sure. Like especially those things. That sounds 1-to-1. Yeah, for sure. Makes up for being very talkative. I find that female cats tend to be really talkative. Like boys too, for sure. But like it's always, I find like the sassy female cats are always telling you things. Marlowe is not a chubbo, but he is kingly enough that his personality seems chubbo. He's got a big personality. He's a chubbo personality, yes. No, for real, that's very insightful. I knew about Cthulhu. The one thing I'll say about Cthulhu, though, is like Cthulhu for sure. Tentacles, slumbering seems to be a big thing. I really wonder too, because Abritus, okay, Abritus is kind of captive, but she's described as the left behind Great One. So it sounds like the other Great Ones left and she was just stuck, right? Like I don't know that she's necessarily in like a captive or anything. But no, I know what you're saying. She's kept and they take her blood, effectively. Aye. Yes. Oh, he loves the chin squitches. Yes.
Aww.
Wait, the stars being right. Oh, I didn't know that. That's pretty intriguing. I thought Cthulhu was always slumbering, and if he was awake, then he would destroy the world. Like, I'm not... Okay, Abritus is still very mighty, all things considered, right? But, like, Cthulhu seems significantly more threatening than Abritus is. But no, the influence is for sure there. For sure. Oh my god, you can see the fluff. Oh my god, did you see a little floating fluff? Oh my god, I need to groom you. It's shedding season. Although there are great ones that are sleeping in the tombs, we know that for sure. That's what the Tumerians are doing, is keeping them asleep. It's shedding season, you big fluffer. Call the great old ones back. Oh. Ah, look at this handsome guy. So yesterday when I was editing, I basically held this cat for like a solid hour and a half while I was editing, and he was cool with it. He was having a great time. He likes being held even more now. It's very sweet, but the problem is, I want to play my game, bud. You okay if I play my game? Oh, my camera defocused. Hello. Turn into a pharmaceutical lab rat? Yeah. Yeah, that's effectively... That sounds about right. Ugh. Marlo, you're too fluffy. Boop. Look at this handsome cat. He's so pretty. He's a pretty boy, isn't that right? Show one how pretty your face is. Okay, okay. I tease you. I tease you a little, bud. You're like sinking. You're like descending even further. Cat is adorable. Thank you. He's very good, isn't he? What's going on? Do you see something? Oh no. I gave him too many kisses. My face is covered in fluffy. Alright, buddy. Is it okay if I let you go?
It's okay. Maybe you could have a nap?
He's like actually just turned into pudding in my arms. Do you see this? Do you see how cats are liquid? See what I'm dealing with right now? So much more chill than mine is. He gets very hyper. He loves to play, but he also loves being held. Yeah, there we go. Ugh. Godfrey and Siraj. Yeah, I'm not allergic, but like when the fluffies tickle. Ugh. Raph is Siraj? Are you saying that he's a wild beast? And that I keep him sane? Because if so, you're correct. Hi, buddy. Is it alright if you get out? You want to get out? You can stay here. We're all ready to body slam a dude. He 100% would. I am telling you. Is the door closed? What's going on? Apologies, I had to open the door for the prince. Alright. Back to lore. I gotta tell you, talking about lore while holding a cat, it helps the blood flow, I'm telling you. Little bitty kitties. Okay. I feel like today has been a good balance of lore and general meme behavior. And that is my personal goal. There we go. Sir Marlowe Meowmer, the all shedding. Yeah. Okay, back to the sewers we go. Science behind cat purrs causing healing somewhere out there? I've seen that, yeah. We're subscribed to see is true. Okay, I remember there being like a... It's not that, but I'm gonna jump down here anyway, because it'll give me a break from all these nerds. So this will take me to Lobster Town, which wasn't the goal, because getting to Lobster Town is actually quite easy. Surviving Lobster Town is slightly more difficult.
Oh.
Why did Ronnie need to get rid of her body to defy the greater will? I'm not clear on that. So the thing is, it didn't fully work. So, but effectively, she is an Empyrean. And her flesh is that of an Empyrean. So removing her soul from that body appears to have done something to remove the influence from the greater will from her. There are other ways, because the thing is, Melania and Mikola presumably would have had the same issue with their goals, and they didn't seem to do that. So it's a little bit more complicated than just, how the heck did I get a big scratch on my finger? What the hell? Son of a... Inside the pipes you're looking for? I legitimately don't know. Greater will, aka the fingers. Yes, in this case they are synonymous. So the removal of her flesh from her body, or her soul from her flesh, seems to have been very key. She is able to defy the greater will. She was able to do it in the first place, so clearly the influence they had is limited. But yeah, Mikola's needles do interfere with something in your physical body to help ward off the influence of outer gods. Yes, so I wonder what's up with Mikola's needles, because one thing about needles, so the needles that we see of Mikola are more traditional, like they're sewing needles, right? But the thing about needles as well is they can also, of course, if we're talking about medical needles, can be used to inject things into the skin. So I wonder, despite looking like sewing needles, could there perhaps be something of Mikola's within it, right? Implication is gods can have power over your body, but not necessarily your soul. So Mikola, oh, right. Okay. So this is, like I said, the secret to the secret path to the tomb. Underneath that statue. Yeah, it could just be the pure gold, something like that. But no, there's definitely something there. But Ronnie is still not free of her two fingers until she kills it. And that does not seem to have been an issue for Mikola and Melania. Hang on, just double checking here. There's nothing here, right? I mean, there's this, but... I'm not saying it wasn't, it just doesn't seem to have been an issue. Like, Mikola was dealing with other things. Is Marika's soul still in her body? It's a very good question, if you ask me. Patch up her rune to stop the rot? What's, you mean the Melania's rune is flawed because of the rot within it? I mean, I could definitely get behind that for sure. The body is extremely important in your opportunities for enlightenment. Your lifetime diseases and aches, pains you're susceptible to, the senses you have all come into play for medicine, spiritual practices. Yeah, and there's that whole thing with like pain in certain parts of your body is linked to spiritual problems. The constant acute pain distracts your mind from the influence. There is something about... The thing is that Millicent appears to have been freed from her pain. Millicent's our only example of a needle in action. Like, yeah, we use the needle too, but it's not the same with us because we're the player character, so things are always a little different for us. Millicent is in agony, and we give her the needle, and it hurts to insert it, but the moment it's inserted, she appears to be free. So I'm not saying it's not the case, but if it's pain that distracts you, she doesn't appear to be in pain once it's inserted. But no... I think, okay, so Miquella has gone in soul to the shadow of the lands of shadow. And he's following Marika's footsteps, like, what if she's there? I know I've talked about this before, but Enya, the finger reader in the Round Table Hold, I feel like if there's any person who represents Marika in the game that we talk to, it's Enya. I'm not saying for sure, but there's something about Enya that is so intriguing. I think she's one of the only real things in the Round Table Hold, other than the Tarnished. The Tarnished we know about. They're clear, they're understandable. Also, we're gonna do the Lanedell Catacombs. It gets a little confusing in here, so if I get lost, we'll figure it out. Miquella is clearly the only one who wants to succeed Mommy in a serious way. The thing is, the main thing that Marika did was make a massive mistake. So I wonder, is Miquella trying to avoid the fate that Marika had by doing things differently? But in order to understand the mistakes that someone made, you must walk in their shoes. You must see what led to their path. And the thing is about Marika is, I believe... here we go, another one of these statues. Nice try, nerd. Melted mushrooms off these guys, huh? Interesting. That's not the melted mushroom. A mushroom that grows in the false night in and around the Eternal City. It drips with a viscous fluid that behaves much like oil. So one thing I want to talk about the magic mushrooms. The melted mushrooms and the Eternal Cities. Just one more reminder, this is like really neat. They didn't just create artificial things. Things actually grew down there. Like they were able to sustain life in their artificial sky. Mushrooms and Dukist herba specifically. But if they were able to sustain plant life off their artificial skies, they were probably able to sustain more. The beings that exist there appear to be alive in some interesting way. Fauna, yeah. Although the thing is, the ancestral followers are down there, so were they there first? Like, what's, they're very interesting. Another example of something warding off the intervention of an outer god is E.G.'s mirror helm. Yeah, that's true. It literally reflects so you can't see. It's neat. Do you think Mesmer can resist Miquella's power? We don't know enough about Mesmer. I really don't know. We don't know what's up with him. So it's hard to say. But the thing is, we also, frankly, don't know what Miquella's goal is, right? Like, we don't. We know he's trying, from what I read, he's acquiring information. He's trying to understand his mother and the mistakes that she made, presumably because he was kept away from her. Radigan likely kept him away from her. It's such a cool, disgusting animation. Because, she was kind of disagreeing with what he wanted, right? So Radigan was trying to raise Miquella to be the perfect Marika, and to do that, he had to keep Marika's influence away. Whoops. But the problem with that... Oh, great. Well, that worked out well. Oh, man. It distracted me. Evidence Mikula knew Radigan, but not Marika. That's exactly my point. Once Radigan ends up in the picture, we get a lot of Radigan and Mikula and Godwin and Mikula and Melania, but we know nothing about Marika. Nothing. And I really don't think that's a coincidence. I think that Radigan kept her away from all of her children because she was a radical element. Here we go. This is what I was talking about. There's these churches. There's several of them. Chapels, let's say. And there's often omen worshipping at them. One of them is behind a hidden wall, and there's a black knife staring at it. It's the one where you get, I think it's where you get the black knife print, but I could be misremembering now. Here's one thing I will say, all right? Listen, I feel like people have misunderstood me with something very key. And this isn't directly related, but I like to talk about this. So once again, my episode on YouTube that came out today, I talked about lore while fighting Melania because I was dying a lot. It was stressful. I like to talk about lore. I basically said that I was wondering why Melania and Radahn fought. And I talked about how like the internet was being like a huge dingus at the time. And I feel like some people have misinterpreted. They thought that I changed my mind about Radahn and Melania because of the internet. Nothing could be further from the truth. I am the most consistent person. The moment I saw Melania's design, I was like, baby girl, you can do no wrong. You are perfect. Anything you do is correct. I was simply consistent in that regard. Radahn's a phenomenal fight. Very cool. Interesting figure in the lore. Lots of neat stuff going on with him. But he a dingus. And I didn't yet understand how much of a dingus. But he a dingus. So when I say I love Mesmer, I'm gonna love it. It could be like he is literally the most garbage individual. I'd be like, still would. Ah, this is what I was looking for. Wonderful. Okay, so the Crucible Scale Talisman. A talisman fashioned from a scale that embodies the aspects of various creatures, said to have grown on the human body long ago. A vestige of the crucible of primordial life, born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Not new lore. But what's really interesting about this is it was placed here in this place of worship. And an omen is here staring at it. And it's not just an omen, but it's one of the free omen that we can encounter, right? No shackle around the neck, uses curse. It like channels curse and then explodes with curse out of its body. But it's clearly intelligent. It's sitting here worshiping this sign. It's basically saying, I am not cursed. I am not evil. At one time, the horns that cover my body were seen as a mark of the divine. Here's the proof of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's very notable that it's one of these omen, not one of the shackled ones. The omen, when they were free, show signs of intelligence and culture. It's really interesting. Kind of look like an omen's torso and head looking down. I can fix him? No, I don't want to fix Mesmer. I like him broken. In all seriousness, like, listen, Radahn has been baby girlified by the community. Whatever anyone says about it, you want to talk to people who are inconsistent? Look at them. Look at the Radahn fans, not me. I've been consistent the whole time. As I grew more information, I grew more stringent in my opinions and more strict in my opinions, but I have never changed my mind. I love Melania from the moment, at the very start. From the moment I saw her. For a pre-Marika age. You think these are maiden statues? This one doesn't look maiden-like to me, but hang on. How are we looking at the chest department? No, this one looks way more... You know what? In the light, they look lady, for sure. Yeah, no, those are some bosoms. Oh, yeah. No, I could see some bosom behavior. Yep. Those is ladies. In the dark, you couldn't see. Radahn is a tragic and noble figure. In all seriousness, that isn't what I saw. What I'm talking about is people being like, Melania is a slur. Radahn Chad. There's no subtlety. There's literally no, oh my god, it's so tragic what happened to him. He tried to help everybody. He was so noble. Dude, they literally like, bro, he likes his horse. He's a good dude. Melania is a slur. Oh, fuck out of here then. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, it wasn't even that deep, dude. He's my little pumpkin. See? He's been baby girlified. What did I tell you? You want to talk about baby girl? We're done. Omen item with a plea. Please don't hurt me or hate me or curse me. Yeah, that's the Omen Baron or the Royal Omen Baron. Also, you know me, I am very, very, very anti-stagnation. I am very anti the, what do you call it? The status quo. And I find figures that go for status quo very disappointing, generally, right? So when I find a figure who's like, hey, things are okay in this world, I'm gonna freeze everything in place as is, I find them disappointing. That would be, for example, Radon, Gwyn, Radigan, figures like that. I find them, I fundamentally disagree with them, right? So I'm not saying that Radon's like a bad character because he's a great character for what he's supposed to do, but for my own personal sensibilities, I find him insufferable. Ooh, big lady statue. Pretty stranger people as bad as people who ship characters and things. I don't have a problem with shipping, unless it gets toxic, but largely shipping is just a fun way to engage in a community. Like, unless you're sending people threats because they disagree with your ship, it's a perfectly fine way to engage in some imagination. I love fan fiction. It's always been a great way to engage your creativity in an established universe. It's great for people. Like, I wrote fan fiction when I was growing up because it was my way of experimenting and stretching my creative legs for the first time in a universe that I was familiar with, right? So I have no problem with that. But it's just when you get into like, I couldn't beat this boss, I'm a salty bitch. You know, like, seriously, the Melania hatred, I don't know how many of you were like there and witnessing it, but I remember when Radon dropped, there was a whole lot, like when people reached Radon, there was a whole lot of like, wow, I hate Radon, he sucks, because people couldn't beat him, and then they beat him, and they read about his horse, and all of a sudden, overnight, it was like, everyone's like, bro, Radon's the sickest character, he's the best, he's so base, he loves his horse, dude, he loves his horse, did you know his horse is named Leonard? Bro, did you know the horse is named Leonard? It was like overnight, you know what I mean? And then you could tell when people started to reach Melania, because all of a sudden it was like, yo, worst boss ever, hate her, and it never turned around. And I can't help but wonder if it's just a lot of people that could never beat her. You know? Not being able to 100% a game easily? Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I went in a big circle. Finished my playthrough and missed the lame takes. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was very much avoiding a lot. I managed to avoid pretty much every spoiler. Like, it was great. But also, I was streaming at the time, so there was really no, like, avoid the internet. I remember someone came to chat, was like, the horse is named Leonard! And I was like, brother, what the fuck are you on about? And then it's like, Zuli told us the horse is named Leonard! And they were like freaking out, and all of a sudden, Leonard! You know, like there was a limit to how much I could avoid the internet, I guess. It's the same reason a lot of people hate DS2, you know? Because a YouTuber told them to. Oh, I'm getting mind flooded. This place looks exactly the same, but it's different. But that's the body and the... Man, this is a particularly mind-bending catacomb. But they're really overzealous people. I'm with you. Yeah, no, we're in agreement. Like, anything taken to an extreme is unhealthy. Anything, you know? Hate the DS2 slander. Some of the best PvP times in that game. Dude, I love DS2. Bottom of my heart. I always try, even though I know there's no hidden wall. DS2 contrarianism is still enduring. It's not contrarianism. I just genuinely like the game. Like, from the bottom of my heart. All I want is for people to play the game and decide for themselves, because I feel like 90 freaking percent of people haven't, and they were just told by their favorite YouTuber that it's bad, so they don't play it. Or they come into it with their expectations that it's going to be bad, and surprise, surprise, they don't enjoy it. Bro, I'm so freaking lost. I knew this would happen. This one always gets me. Oh my god, I'm so lost. Wait. Oh, it was where that omen was, wasn't it? Dang it. I mean, if you didn't play the game, that's okay. You know, some people just haven't gone to it yet. It's okay. I didn't play DS2 until like freaking 6 years after it came out. Being here a lot of fun. The one thing I'll say about Melania, and I maintain this opinion with Melania, I don't like waterfowl. I understand it's dodgeable. I understand that there are ways to avoid it, but I find it... I literally, I remember someone posted like a video that was like, not a video, like a clip, and it was like, this is the hitboxes of Melania's waterfowl, and they just showed like some hitboxes or some shit. And I was like, like, you might as well have written this in you know, Japanese characters, because I don't know how to read this. Like, it's just, there's some lines and stuff. I don't know what that means. Like, never in my life have I felt the need to watch a YouTube video on how to beat a boss, but I think for Melania to do it properly, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Unless I basically phase skip her with various things. And I don't love that, but that's, like, I know it's a me problem, but I'm not the only one with that issue. I have issues with waterfowl. Because after, like, 12 hours plus of fighting her, I still don't know how to dodge it consistently. And I find that troubling. It's cool she has a delete button, you know? I understand. But the thing is, the other bosses have a delete button or something adjacent. Like, there's ways to deal with it. Just use Endure? Oh, God. Even speedrunners hate it? Yeah, no, they... Possible to dodge waterfowl, but it's ridiculous to expect everyone to be able to do it. But there's ways around. Like, I understand there's ways around. You can use frost pots. You can, frankly, use bleed. For Twitch Rivals, I fought Melania. I killed her in, like, a minute and a half with Tish. I think I used double seppuku scav blades. Like, literally a minute and a bit, Melania's done. But the thing is, I don't really like doing that stuff. No shame to people who do that, but I don't really enjoy that. I like fighting bosses, but my issue is I'm having a fun time fighting Melania, dodging her moves, and I'm like, oh, she's gonna do this, and I go over here, and I go over here. And then I see her lift up into the air, and my brain just goes, oh, I'm dead, and then I'm dead. Do you know what I mean? I couldn't learn it. And I'm really trying to keep this neutral because I genuinely want to like Melania from the bottom of my heart, but it does not feel good to feel like there's a move that you just don't understand. Chat, I'm lost. Where do I go? How did I do this on my first fight? Wait, is it in here? Is this where I was? I'm getting mine flooded. I just disagree with the general direction a lot of bosses took. That's basically me. Yeah. Trap room up again. Eh? Oh, she's done it! I hate these sewers. No, you're gonna kill me and then I'm gonna be lost. I'm never gonna know where to go. Leave me alone! Ah. Go away. Go away, you little dingus! Fuck off! No! I hate imps, dude. I'm never gonna find my way back. We're screwed. Okay, well, we'll just do it again. Actually, these are catacombs? Actually, you're a catacomb. Anyway, no, I know that there's a lot of like, oh, Melania was a Sekiro boss. I was literally talking about it while fighting her for the first time. I was like, she's probably Tomoe, isn't she? As far as I know, that hasn't been confirmed, but it is one of those major, like, everyone says that she's probably a cut Sekiro boss. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that generally that's like a consensus, you know? But like I said, as far as I know, there has been no like Miyazaki, hey, by the way, you know, it's Sekiro. I've actually seen some comments in my YouTube videos of like, oh yeah, you were right, it's a Sekiro boss, and I'm like, as far as I know, we don't know that. I still believe it. No one can change my mind. I'm just saying if someone tells you it's for sure, do not believe them. You know what I mean? Definitely see Raph enjoying the boss if she uses a different approach. The thing is, I don't like changing my approach, dude. I like playing the games the same way that I always do. First phase waterfowl or second phase? I'm gonna be real with you, they're the same phase. To me. Like, they're both just annoying delete move. Just carried it forward? Yeah, no, like, it is really hard for me to look at tall lady with dramatic flowing moves who also uses a gigantic katana and not think it's some sort of cut Tomoe stuff. You might disagree. Oh yeah, no, I know. It's just the only thing I'm arguing is that I'm not a contrarian, which is quite possibly one of the most ironic sentences I've ever said in my life. No, but like a contrarian is something very different. Contrarian is someone who's like, everyone likes movie, I must not like movie. You know, a contrarian is like the person who finds out that Elden Ring is winning game of the year and goes, oh, that game, it's so mid. You know, that's a contrarian, right? I don't dislike things because it's popular. I don't like that. That's the part that I quibble with. But the rest, oh yeah. No, you're a contrarian. I know you, T. So I'm not offended. I'm not upset. We're all having fun. Also, thank you for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. I'm only arguing that I'm not a contrarian. I don't think they've ever done a second phase like her before. Melania? What part of it? Because, like, I would say she's a lot like Frida, for sure. People that use mid are so mid. How dare you? No, just kidding. I think people who, like, just dismiss things with, like, mid are often stinky, but I sometimes say mid. But that's because certain things are mid, you know? Second phase is more aggressive. I know what you're saying. I actually genuinely just can't remember much of a difference between the phase 1 waterfowl and phase 2 waterfowl. Also, I think I'm better at phase 2 because a lot of her moves, like, I'm better at dodging in phase 2, like her opener and such. And then, like, when she shoots the beams of people at you and stuff, which is such another weird phrase, I feel like I got pretty good at that. But it's also possible I simply used Bloodhound Step because I had to use Bloodhound Step. Like, broken Bloodhound Step to beat her for the first time. And I'm not ashamed of it because for me, like, what am I going to be ashamed of using Bloodhound Step to deal with Waterfowl, which I personally would like to remove from the game? I would remove Waterfowl. I would replace it with something different. I would replace it with... Okay, listen, if she didn't cross the entire arena, I think we could have an argument for it. Because you could just run, you could space it, you could prepare in advance by sprinting away from her and staying away from her, and then you could live. Okay. But you can't space her, you have to dodge it somehow. And oh my god, I absolutely just could never figure out how. Not to mention, I'm not saying it's easy, because if you're melee, you can't exactly do that, right? But I don't know, it's just, I don't like Waterfowl. Dash far away with Bloodhound Step, but even dashing away, like, I've seen her cover the arena. I really don't know. Does an interesting dodge for her? Yeah, Geno's, like, really freaking good. Like, okay. I don't want to have to watch a video to know what to do for that boss. I just don't. I don't like watching... I love... Like, I'm literally a creator. I create videos and such. I don't like watching videos for games I play. It's a weird thing of mine. I only watch videos for games I don't play. Sometimes I'll watch, like, PvP and stuff. But if I have to, like, open up freaking, some hitless runner's guide on how to dodge waterfowl, I feel like something has happened. Something wrong has happened. Personally, you know what I mean? But no, the thing about Sekiro and Melania, what I'll say about it as well, is because we never got DLC, it's possible that there are assets that we don't have context for. Honestly, it might just be because it's been a while since I played Sekiro, but I'd like to do a comparison on some of the fights. Like Orin. Orin's a big one, but even she, I don't think she's right.
Ooh!
Whoa, that input got so cute. Holy. Can't lie though, I saw my doctor from Sweeteners. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just for me, if I have to open a video to try to figure out how to dodge a move, like that's not right to me, you know? Alright, Lord of Blood's Exaltation, a fantastically neat item. Okay, so one thing I'll talk about in this catacomb, we have the boss is Esgar, the Priest of Blood or something. He's a Moog worshipper. He drops the Lords of Blood Exaltation, a talisman depicting the exaltation of the Lord of Blood. Moog raises attack power when blood loss occurs in the vicinity, which is interesting. Actually, some people kind of laugh. Why does Moog why is he so easy to bleed? Like, how is he so weak to bleed considering he's the bleed god, right? Because part of his whole thing is as long as somebody's bleeding, he gets a power up. I don't even know if that's a mechanic in his boss, but in his lore, it kind of fits. Everyone's bleeding. His attacks are him literally cutting the flesh of the formless mother and shooting that blood at you. Like, everyone's always bleeding in his fight. Him, his mother, you, everyone's bleeding all the time. It's really intriguing. Render up your offerings of blood to your lord. Drench my consort's chamber. Slake his cocoon's thirst. His awakening shall herald the dawn of our dynasty. But he's not waking up, is he? If you bleed or you bleed, it makes him harder? Weird sentence, huh? I watch rage-throughs of games I've played just for the schadenfreude I get to laugh with and at them. Like, I love watching other people's reactions. It's just generally I like watching videos, like, that I don't, for games I don't play, you know? You watching your reaction to Melania helped me learn her moveset for I faced her for the first time, so thanks. Oh, I'm really glad you enjoyed it. I still can't believe how many views that video got for me and my channel. Like, that Melania reaction video, so many people have seen it. It's crazy for me. He's easily bled, but he takes less damage from it. Oh. Wasn't this the boss that had the bug dogs that did like billions of damage? Probably, yeah. This is Zuli's famous video. Mikkel is in an anemic state, to say the least. Also, his soul. We now know for sure, that Mikkel's soul is no longer in his body. Because it's somewhere else. He gave it up. And the thing is, we also know just from the trailer description for Shadow of the Erdtree that not only did he give up his form, but he seemingly did it willingly. It was a choice that he made. It wasn't like, oh no, my body's been kidnapped, I have to cut all ties. No, he traveled to the land of Shadow by choice. However, we do use his body to enter the land of Shadow, so clearly there's still some sort of connection, but we don't really know why, you know? The butterflies of it. I love butterflies, and having my favorite boss that I was so excited to meet and was so excited. This statue, the Melania statue, sorry I'm covering it, that was my very first collector's edition. I loved her so much and her design in Elden Ring. I was so excited. I never bought a collector's edition before. So like the fact that her phase 2 is butterflies, I feel like that boss is tailored for me design wise. Like seriously, I can't make this shit up. How was Melania protecting him in the tree if he left intentionally? Well, she's waiting his return. And if you're awaiting someone's return, you keep everything tidy because you're waiting for them to come back. But we don't know what form he's coming back in. And clearly, listen, if Melania were concerned about Mikkela's body, if Mikkela were concerned, he would tell Melania. How would he tell her? I don't know, but they're clearly in some sort of communication because Melania is sleeping and calm. She is only serene and calm because she knows Mikkela's okay and that he will return. So she's waiting. And that moment where you realize that she's waiting for him, which means they've communicated, it's pretty clear that if she was like, if Mikola was worried about his body and was like, Melania, can you go take care of Moog for me? She would. It would be easy. It'd be a fucking joke. She'd probably do it while sleepwalking. But she doesn't, because he doesn't care about it. So he's clearly not going to come back in that body. She says she was dreaming. Even more interesting, she describes her behavior and actions in the lands between as a dream. That's the most interesting part of that. She doesn't just say, oh, I had a dream where I spoke to Mikola. She literally says, I dreamt for so long, my flesh was dull gold and my blood rotted. She talks about her physical form in the lands between, cursed with scarlet rot, and her flesh being dull gold, like she has prosthetic limbs. That now is a dream to her. The status, the way that she is in the land of shadow appears to be immune to these things. She talks about that life as being a nightmare. Maybe she also went to the Shadowland too and came back. Presumably. But it's a little interesting because Mikola seems to have, like, I don't know. I really wonder. Mikola definitely seems to have some ability. It could be because they're twins as well, right? They have a special, like the whole twin collection, right? Saying Melania is in the Shadowland, not in so many words. I don't want to jump that far, but Mikola has somehow managed to give Melania a message, and she has been somewhere else for such a long time that she describes the entire Shattering War as a dream. Her body riddled with scarlet rot, her prosthetic limbs, all of that to her is a dream. I don't know where she's been, but she hasn't been there. Hey, well, fine. How's it going? Loring has been good today. We're finally in the subterranean shunning grounds. I've been saying we were going here for like a week. I'm predicting that if Mikola is a boss, he will turn your summon against you because we know he can compel love. I really wonder how would they present that, because would you just not use a summon? Saint Trina wields sleep. Saint Trina has her priests spread teachings by putting people to sleep. And she does appear to put people to sleep. Yeah. She gets awakened by a gust of wind, which is interesting. It's also a disturbance in the serenity of the place that she's in, because they are quite deep underground at the roots of the Erd tree, and there's suddenly a gust of wind. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wonder if it isn't us being that gust, because we disturb the serenity of where she's at. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I'm not saying that Mikola isn't going to be a boss, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like, okay, here's one thing I can envision. If you want to talk about Mikola, a boss, we enter the DLC via the cocoon, and then at one point maybe we leave because, you know, we want to go back or something, and we're like, oh, let me just run back through. Maybe they force you out of the land of shadow and you have to walk back. You have to run back. You have to re-enter through the cocoon. You walk in, suddenly there's a boss fog there. Mikola's mutated blood body. But only his body. It's not really him, because it's not him anymore. I could see that happening. That would be intriguing. That would be a way to keep the Mikola boss fight while still not having it really be Mikola, because Mikola doesn't seem to want to fight you. Like, he's kind of okay with us following him, which is weird, you know? So I don't know. I really don't think it's going to be like that. Always took her speech as literal, like ever since the Battle of Aeonia, she has just been sleeping. But the thing that's really notable, though, is she doesn't say, I had a dream. Like, I had a dream for a lot. She talks about her dream as being what she did during the Shattering War. And I think that's the difference. If they wanted to be like, she's been sleeping since the Shattering War, they could have said it a little differently than they did. She literally describes the lands between as her dream life, which means something else is different. Mikola's blood being used to water the Halo tree, then later used by Moog, I find fascinating. Yeah, no, I think he was chosen by Moog because of his youthful sacramental blood. But no, that's the only reason I'm talking about the dream part there with what Mulaney is describing. I agree. She has been sleeping since the Shattering War, but I think that was a choice. I think she was knocked out by the power of her move. When she bloomed, it knocked her unconscious, and Finlay took her back to the Haligtree. Fact, right? She hasn't apparently woken up since then. I think it's because she hasn't wanted to, because when she went to sleep, she somehow was able, or Mikla was able to contact her, one or the other. And I'm assuming it's actually Mikla, but there could also be some trickery going on. Who knows? But generally, she is serene. She is waiting for Mikla to return. And if his body is not there, she's not stupid. She knows the body isn't there, but she clearly doesn't care because Mikla doesn't care. So he sits there, she sits there holding the hand of this tree, waiting. And she's fine doing that. And Mikla's fine with her doing that too. He seems to have given up on everything he's been doing in the Lands Between, to the point that Melania describes everything in Lands Between as a dream. That is so intriguing. Like, what have they been doing for all this time? I talk about, like, how Ronnie has accomplished all of nothing since the Shattering. Maybe it's not her fault because the stars were frozen or whatever. But what has Mikla been doing that whole time then? Because he seems to have been one step ahead of everybody else. Also, Finlay, the GOAT, yeah. Only haven't killed her in the base game? That would be interesting. I have to, by the way, like, this whole playthrough is not to set up my PvP, not my PvP, sorry. This whole playthrough is not to set up a character. This is for, like, the Loreathon. I need to set up a character. Ronnie also likes her sleep. One of the most interesting things is that Ronnie actually uses a sleep spell to put Kale to sleep in her first appearance. However, there's also Trina's Lilies and evidence of sleep at Ray Lucaria. So I really wonder fully what's going on with that. I'm not sure. Just play with Raffion. I want a more unfinished playthrough because I want to have like Melina with me, and I want to have the bosses undone. That was a very conscious thought of mine. You might still bring Raffion in though. You've killed Melania, and if you're Elden Lord already? Honestly, there's so much stuff they can do with choices in the game. I didn't mean to go in there. Alright, well, let's go in here. Favorite Abanarix behind Caria Manor as well. Yeah, I really wonder. The Mikola's Lilies, some people link them directly to Mikola. I mean, you know, yeah. But I personally think that they might, because Cleanrot Knights dropped them. So it could also mark places that the Cleanrot Knights were as well. Going really over level, lots of arcane just to get item drops more quickly. Oh, that's clever. Arcane's a good idea. Especially since there's going to be like some unique leveling in the DLC or something. Don't lock on in this tunnel. I wanted a big circle. I'm confused. Speaking of the Dung Eater, yeah, Dung Eater is mostly handled for now, but we'll get back to him. I just want to do a little bit more underground stuff. But no, it's... Dung Eater is really interesting. It's not a coincidence that he is locked up here, where he locks himself up here more consciously. Honestly, it's like the DLC is really exciting. You know what I'm really doing to prepare for the DLC though, in all seriousness? Getting all up in the lore. Like, that is for me what I couldn't consider preparedness, because everything else, like, obviously, yeah, I get a character set up, yeah, for sure, but doing this Loreathon, like getting into all the lore, questioning our assumptions, re-examining everything that we're familiar with a new lens, with the new information that we've already acquired from the DLC, just the trailer. And, of course, in my case, editing my first playthrough for YouTube because it reminds me of the things that I did. And I was like, oh, I forgot about that, you know? So that's helped me prepare a lot. I'm feeling pretty ready. Did you fight Dung Eater? Not yet. We just freed him. Hello, terrifying revenant individual. Okay, these guys are 100% the giraffe centipede dinguses from Sekiro, right? Like, that's no argument, right? That's right, nerd. Backseating yourself? Yes. Loreathoning is maybe infinitely more hyped. Right! I'm so glad. It's been really, really fun. But like, seriously, it's just part of the excitement is everyone's excited. Like, that's what I love so much about the community of these games. Also, yeah, these are bodies, just in case it wasn't, you know, really blatantly clear. Y'all need to get some, like, I don't know what you people are eating. Like, laying down nasty. Help, I'm stuck. I don't remember how to leave this freaking place. 2.5 months to go. I'm not ready. We have to get through all the freaking Dark Souls games. And Bloodborne. And Sekiro. I found it. I'm free. Except I'm also, like, kind of still lost. You can throw yourself into it for a closer examination? I mean, it's definitely possible because statues don't tend to be like the most accurate depictions of an individual, right? Like Miquella's statue, for example, lacks the braids that we see. Like none of his statues have the braids that are so often associated with him, but we still know it's Miquella for other reasons. Gonna do a Bloodborne Loreathon? The goal of this Loreathon is all the games. It's just, you know, Elden Ring is kind of a big one. So the goal of it's to do all of them. Is just, I started with, oh, let's go down here. Yes. Yes. Well, the thing is, I wanted a big circle, but it's a good circle because I appear to have found, like, a path. Better get a mosey on. I've been moseying. I've been moseying. It's just, you know, with lore, you gotta take your time. And when you're me, you take your time even more. And then also Dragon's Dogma 2 had to come out. After Elden Ring, which you anticipate with the longest haul? Dark Souls 2, no doubt. Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is massive. Bloodborne, in terms of game, like, because I was playing it so often, I was doing challenge runs for that game. I got it to the point that I would do like an entire playthrough of Bloodborne start to finish in 5.5 hours. I'm not saying the Loreathon's gonna take 5.5 hours, but the point is when I was playing that game quickly, like I could do it in a sitting, like literally start to finish. I don't think, did we do DLC? We did do DLC. Oh shit, that includes DLC, by the way. Like I got efficient at that game. That game is shorter, and I know it really well, so, and, you know, despite there being a shit ton to talk about, that one will probably be pretty neat. I'm lost in the sewers. Oh, have I been down here? I don't know. Let's find out. I sure have. Armor Core 6 Loreathon? I don't think I said that, actually. Censored a metaphorical depiction of it, or arguably a depiction of him before he became the blasphemer, sort of like Rykard. In fact, that might sort of be why Rykard modeled himself after Mesmer, if that's the case, which I think there's strong evidence for. The fact that he you know, was a praetor and, like, you know, largely seems to have been like a law-abiding figure and then became the blasphemer might be because he was inspired by Mesmer. Oh, so I'm not lost, you're lost. I'm lost. I'm very lost. That's not very accurate, Maestro Shay. There's got to be at least one pregnant pause. And she's got to say, I have something to tell you. Raven, I have something to tell you. I wrote this fanfic about us. Raven, where you're Shadow the Hedgehog, and I'm Rouge the Bat. Raven, what do you think? See? That's air. You're Raph, you're right? Oh my god. Can't even not typo correctly. I'm sorry, is this door freaking open? Is that what I was missing this whole time? I'm literally an insane person. I never tried the door. What I walk in on? I'm doing a roleplay of air. My ramen is time. I literally said you're Raph instead of you're right. So obviously Raph is simply synonymous with being correct. My ramen is time, you got warm. Oh god. Legendary moments. In Fever Dream, it seems to, what is Fever Dream? Sorry? Whee! Listen, the subterranean shunning grounds get it to be a little bit of a nightmare. String. I know you get the nomad ashes here, but I don't remember where. It might be over there, actually. Hi, Marlo. Wait, there's a basilisk over there? What the heck? Isn't that kind of the point of the shunning grounds? It is. You're absolutely correct. It doesn't mean that I can't cry when I'm here. Hole this well doesn't correspond with any above ground structure or hole in Lane Dell, which kind of annoys me. Yeah, but have you considered that it's just like neat though? I'm kidding. I know what you mean. There's definitely a little bit of inconsistency here. But then again, the thing about the shunning grounds is, yeah, it's like the sewer system of Lane Dell, but it's largely it turned into a prison for the Forsaken. They literally thrust Omen down here because they were perceived as vile. And they took newborn babies, cut the horns off of them, and shoved them in a sewer. The only reason they didn't die of infection is because they couldn't, because the Rune of Death was gone. It's nightmarish. Lots of other ill-infected people probably ended up down here too. We get the, what is it, the like... bloody manchettes or whatever they're called. But there ain't no hole? Yeah. What I'm saying though is I wonder if we can't even access all of it because of the status of Lane Dell. Like, where do we find Misbegotten? At like that weird side of town where there's a bunch of ash and a bit of water. Notably, there's like that little mini like pondy looking thing, part of the moat. But we also find Misbegotten there, and I wonder if that has something to do with it. Like, Misbegotten were at least allowed to exist above ground, it looks like. Oh my god, I found it. Climb the ladder. Climb the freaking ladder. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Itty bit! Oh, I live, bitch. Isn't a bunch of Lane Dell flooded? 1 second. This guy's... He's coming! He's coming for me! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Terrifying. Nightmare creature. Marika divested their grace so they would die like tarnished animals? Well, number one, Marika didn't want... Presumably Marika didn't want this to happen to the Omen. Because that's an excellent question. If they wanted to be rid of them, why not just have Marika do what she did? Although, to be fair, the Tarnished are special because they die, but they come back. That's a very unique aspect of them. The Tarnished were Marika's backup plan. I find it so funny these guys can climb stairs. You'd be shocked at some of the enemies who can climb ladders. Beast patrons in Bloodborne are probably the big one for me. That the first time I saw them climb, I was like, what the f... Bloody Manchettes could possibly be from a relative of House Marai. Why do you say that? I don't remember that. Hang on one moment, please. Oh, because of the festering sickness and whatnot. They're all like, bruh. Where the heck? Get there. Manchettes formed from tightly wound bandages soaked through with blood. Any protection is welcome for the festering arms beneath. That sounds more to me like they're just sick. You know? Mask formed from tightly wound bandages soaked through with blood. Even the most ghastly cover is more inviting than the festering face beneath. So, sick people also hid down here because they were so unsightly. They were probably forced down here, right? Because even if you can't die, you can still be disfigured or heavily ill. And that's what they did. And so that's very much what the sewers is about. It's a place where they put things they don't want to see. The only part of the official set you find in the chamber where Melina's dagger is. Really? Why? What? Aren't the Omen inherently born without grace? Well... it's hard to say. They don't seem to have golden eyes, although I can't get them to stop moving for long enough. Show me your eyes, sweetie. God, they're kind of cool looking though, aren't they? Says shoving them in the sewers. I don't think Marika's the reason they were shoved in the sewers. I think it's Radigan though. So Marika wouldn't have anything to do with it because at that point, like, why would Marika do this is a great question. I don't think she did. Her own children were Omen, and the one thing we know about Marika more than anything is she loved her children, even if it's a little hard to see sometimes, but she does. She did. So why would she allow herself to be separated from them? Why would she allow them to be treated like that? Unless it wasn't her choice. Goodbye. Goodbye, Ian. Nope. I said goodbye. There's so many freaking imps. Barb is someone who does gruesome business? I see what you're saying, and that's quite intriguing. There we go. But they're separated. The blood-soaked manchettes sound more like they're sick people. We find them in the sewer. 'Cause sick people wore them. Marai and official attire are very similar because they were both officials. They had like a role. Marai were the house of executioners. And then eventually, effectively prison keepers because they were, of course, no one could die, so they couldn't execute people anymore. But yeah, the thing about grace... like, Omen are so interesting. But they still, even things without grace were still afflicted by what was going on in the lands between, that's for sure. It isn't unusual to find sets that have, that are separated. Marika loved her children, but if ye become nothing, let ye be sacrifices. The problem is, with that particular line of dialogue, is people always seem to forget where she says the demigods, my beloved children all. That's the first line of that dialogue that you're talking about. Also, is she wrong? She isn't saying, I want you to be sacrifices if you don't become anything. She's saying, if you don't become anything, you will be sacrifices. That's what she's saying, and that is what happens. If they fail, they will become nothing but sacrifices. Because that's the world that she's created. The very first line of that, though, is the demigods, my beloved children. It's easier to forget that line because of the harsh ending, but it's really interesting because it starts with her addressing her beloved children. She loves all of them. I'm sure she also loves living, but she still martyrs herself because of what she's done. It's so interesting. She actually tries to rectify her sin. I'm so freaking lost. No matter how much time I spend down here, I still get confused. Oh, you're new! You're a dead end. Goodbye. I think there is a pit I gotta drop into. I just gotta pick the right one. It's where the rats are. What build is this? It's not really a build. It's just like a lore build. We're just like chilling. Oh, you're new. A weathered straight sword. Pog. I have yellow grew there because someone went crazy down here looking for the way out. It could also be the hint that we're getting close to frenzy for sure. That the tarnished aren't though, but the thing is she made the tarnished. So I think that's what's so interesting. How did you do the backstab animation? Because I got a backstab. I snuck up behind him and I stabbed him in the back. That's why she made them. But the thing is, like, I don't think she was a slave to the greater will. Like, I know what you're saying. When she was combined with Radigan, I think Radigan had more power. And I don't think she chose that because it was too late at that point. But even upon getting combined or being forced to combine, I think it's this one. I don't remember that. She, you know. Oh, here we go. Yay. She created the Tarnished. In fact, I think it was, she sent Godfrey away because, you know, it kind of had to happen. And then we go even lower. But yeah, no, like, she made them because she knew that they were the only ones who would have true free will. That still suggests to me that she had some... I don't think she could be a slave to the greater will. I think the greater will had to control her by using, like, Radigan, for example. Does this look like a divine tower, sort of? Ah! Let's take a look. And this looks very, like, sewery. I feel like we've seen things like this before. Also, where does all this water go? There's constantly water flowing down. But the water here is so shallow. And stagnant. I see what you mean though, the round shape of it. Yeah, this place is weird and intriguing. Crest on the floor? It just looks like stone. I see what you're saying, the shape is eerily similar for sure. And then we're back in Catacomb territory. Let's look at these statues. Roses? That's Roses, alright. Well, hang on. Roses a couple depictions. Is this Roses too? Because he does have the ghost flame and he does like gesture with it, but this guy looks more like skeletal. Roses looks goofed up in his own way. Either we see these guys in Catacombs all the time. Reminds me of DS3. It reminds me of DS3 DLC, actually. Yeah, for me, personally. And yeah, no meteorites, but still. Does look like a different guy. Yeah, I don't think it's Roses, but like it's definitely a figure like linked to Roses. And the behavior is very similar because Roses guides you with the light and these guys carry a torch, presumably, and they have like a walking stick and they're standing presumably for you to follow them. And the way that they're aligned here, like their lights guide you along the way, right? Like you follow them. Radigan's emergence was a result of her resisting the greater will. I just don't think that timeline tracks. Like, Radigan has to have had a life of his own at some point. So, Radigan would have existed for quite a while. It's just arguable as to when that started. Mogging time? The item, though? What item? Did I miss something? There's no Urchi burial type door here, is there? Nah. But this is like a creepy Moog church. I mean, I'm not saying it's Moog's church, but he does like to hang out here. Up the stairs a flight? Huh? Oh, the item. Just a smithing stone. It's not the end of the world. Although, I should level up my weapons if I can. I think I should be able to. I got a lot of +7 smithing stones and such. So let's see if I can get that upgraded a little bit. Especially for this fight. How many souls do I have? Not enough. Okay. What are they talking about? No, but like I think Radigan existed for a while. For sure. And with Mesmer's appearance, there's a definite chance it was even longer than even I thought. But I definitely think that they lived independently of one another, whether they were one being or not. I think now that they were probably one being, but nonetheless, they lived independently of one another, and that's really notable. These staircase hallways be copy-paste a lot. They are, yeah. We see them a lot. They're, I think all the heroes' graves have them. Oh my god, I got a lot of bellberries. Water probably flows in the deeper depths. I'm just wondering where it flows. Like, because the place we see the water dripping down, it doesn't seem to be filling there. But yeah, no, it probably goes to the deeper depths. So, I wonder if this was built as like a giant watering thing for the tree? We'll also level up Tish a little bit and maybe Mictir as well, just in case. So it's good to have my spirit summons if needed. Fertilizer rich, I guess, especially since there's a bunch of dead bodies in those sewers too.
Greetings. Are you here for
bodies that could go to the Erd Tree. And we just ran out of souls, but we have Black Knife Tish at +9. Hello. Hi, Hugh. All right, I would like to upgrade. Hang on, I got this, and this, and then also this, and this. Okay, 8. I have 3. I'm out of souls. Well, I also want to make sure I can get the Blasphemous Blade, but that'll be a minute anyway. What do the fingers feel about Morgott? I don't know, but he uses their spells. Yeah, he uses finger spells, so... The thing about Morgott, he's an interesting one, because, you know, I talked about how I don't really like the figures who are pro-stagnation and all that. Morgott kind of is, but the thing about Morgott that I find a little bit more intriguing is he's at least trying to protect the people and the tree. He just cares about the tree. It's sad because the tree has done him... The tree does not love him back, so to speak, but he still cares for it. Are the fingers dead in their towers? I don't know. It's really interesting because Ronnie goes through this whole song and dance to kill her fingers, and it appears to be such a big deal for her quest, and then you go to every single other tower and they're just dead. So it's like, I love Ronnie and I love her quest, but nonetheless there's so many issues with it. It's literally like everything about her quest is taking out the 2 fingers. Her own 2 fingers, and every other one is just dead on its own. It's like, okay. Forsaken Depths. Yeah, and they still have power. They can still power up the Great Runes. That because you killed the attached demigod? If that were true, I feel like Ronnie's would be a little... Well, Ronnie's is weird because she's not really dead. But Mikola and Melania, we go to a tower and get power to... not Mikola's, but Melania's Great Rune, and there's a dead 2 fingers there. Is that hers? Right? Fingers are meant to lead the demigods to failure, then die if their purposes fail. Well, they didn't want their demigods to fail. Could also be something to do with the shattering. Wouldn't be so broken, decayed if the demigod dying was a reason. True. Yo, take it easy. Are you gonna have a nap, buddy? Oh, I love this cat. Hi, Mo! I meant to pay attention to how he appeared, but then my cat was like sitting really cutely. One of my favorite tracks in the entire game. Yellow Phantom outside this? Oh, I missed it again. I think it's Dung Eater. Someone told me it's Dung Eater. We should check though. Alright, just kill me. I want to thank you. I love that death scream. Ones at the round table look rotting as well. The one in the round table I don't believe is real either way, but no, they all look like that now. Definitely the same model, though. They probably didn't always look like that, but they do now. Man, that appears so late. Yeah, it is Dung Eater. Let's get him in here. I'm curious to see what he does. Wooden flesh beneath the skin, which is weird. They are sort of vassals of a tree, so it's not the weirdest thing, but it is unusual for sure. Let's go, Dungy. God, he's so gross. I hate him. It's weird to see him as a gold spirit, too. Go on, Dungy boy. Very helpful. So, I think this is more evidence that though he invades as a bloody finger, it doesn't mean that Dung Eater is a bloody finger. Like, there is a distinction between the two. I just want to see what he does. And like largely it's get his ass beat. He's a cooperator? Yep. I don't really come down here, and I frankly always miss the gold summon signs because I'm too fixated on the wall, so. Ronnie's fingers could be alive because they're kept prisoner because Ronnie gave up her shard. It could have something to do with the status of the Great Rune that they're linked to, but like, it could actually also be the Great Runes that we encounter are very interesting because when we acquire them, they have no benediction. And you gotta wonder, like, is that because, you know, ow, bitch. Okay, that was my fault for healing, I guess. Did they have no benediction because of the status of their demigod, or Does defeating the demigod leave him with no benediction? He died that fast? Yeah, Dung Eater's a B, but also, I mean, to be fair, this guy does bleed, which does, like, percentage-based damage. So it doesn't matter how tanky you are. Bleed can fuck everybody up. Does he really revere omens that much if he's willing to try to help kill one? The thing is, he doesn't revere omens, necessarily. If anything, it's a little bit fucked up, because he's basically like, hey, you omens, the way that you have suffered, I will cosplay as you and I will mimic your suffering and take your curse and inflict it upon others. You know what I mean? Like, okay, did you ask? Do you know what I mean? He doesn't necessarily revere omens. It's almost like he reveres suffering. But no, absolutely. There's something to it, but it's not quite as simple as, oh, if there's an omen, he's a fan, you know? Also, Moog isn't doing a very good job of suffering, is he? I'm gonna try to enjoy this fight.
Ugh.
Actually, that's good to know. I didn't know that pulling out the trident does damage to you as well. It's neat. Virtue signaling and Dung Eater, honestly, I don't even know if I want to define it as virtue signaling, because he's not even pretending to be a good person. He's not. And the thing is, he does back it up in a way. He engages in suffering so that he can feel the curse within him. He makes others suffer so that their fear of a curse can power him up. And then he manages to achieve such a level of understanding that he does what only 2 other characters in the game are capable of, and he creates a mending rune. So he's such an anomaly. He's honestly so difficult to pin down because his morality is so weird. Like, he sides with those who are suffering, arguably good. He inflicts suffering on other innocents, arguably bad, right? Like, he's so difficult to understand. He's a really intriguing figure, and the fact that his name is freaking Poo Launcher doesn't really help narrow him down either. Mother Teresa, you know what? A little, actually, but it's not the act. The thing is, though, he inflicts suffering on others, but eventually he realizes that to reach understanding, he must inflict that suffering on himself. And he willingly takes the curse on himself. So it's really interesting. What he does to others, he chooses to undergo himself so that he can ascend through suffering. It's weird. It's really weird. I do want to take Moog out, but like, I'm also trying to like him. I really am. I'm trying to like sit there and enjoy the fight. So he ate his own butt? No, he just takes, he has us put the seedbed curses that he inflicted upon others into himself. Yeah, that moves much quicker than I thought. Very interesting as well that Moog is in this form he's very bestial. He seems like a typical demon, both the garb, the horns, the fangs, and his claws, the constant like growling. He doesn't speak to you. And he's simply the omen. Now, Morgott also seems to have an ability to place himself in other places in spirit form and apparently take no damage from dying in that form. So it's not unusual that Morgott can do, or Moog can do it too, but it is really interesting that he chooses here. Dang it, I thought it was his charge attack. I need a second to heal. Can you give me a sec? that was so quick! You jerk! Okay, that was greedy. That was greedy. I should have healed instead, but whatever. You're trying to enjoy Moog? Yes. I'm trying. I'm trying to, you know, just who knows? But no, Moog was in prison down here. Oh, we got Moog Shackle. We could use it if we want, but mainly I just wanted to read it. Compare. A fetish bathed in golden magic, shackles were used to bind the accursed people called the Omen, and these ones were made to keep a particular omen under strictest confinement. Though faint, the shackles still retain vestiges of power enough to trap the once bound Moog on Earth, if only for a short time. So they broke their own shackles. Presumably they broke them. Maybe someone else broke them for them, but they broke out of their shackles. It could also be possible. Okay. I want to talk about the Omen twins like real quick. One thing we know about them. Moog encountered the Formless Mother in the sewers. They both did. They encountered the Formless Mother. They basically like I don't want to say formed a covenant with her, but like for lack of a better term, they formed a covenant with her. Maybe even in this exact place where we find Moog, but I don't know. There's really no sign as to where. They both took on the cursed blood. Morgoth, though, recanted, and he sealed that curse into his sword, which is why he uses Blood Flame in his fight. But he decided to go the complete opposite. So at one point, the twins were together, likely shackled together, likely trapped together, and presumably it's possible that during that imprisonment, they cried out, and the Formless Mother responded, because those who are guilty and punished and suffering find the blood star, and finding the Formless Mother in the sewers in their despair seems to track pretty well as well. But like I said, Morgoth went in one direction, Moog went in another, and thus the Omen twins were split and their paths basically diverged. But there's one thing that they have in common based on where they both are here. They don't want the Frenzy Flame to get out. In fact, I wonder, the statues are here too. I wonder, and you can actually see past, there's a gap over there in the window. Oh, come on, man. I don't love this arena for him, but I mean, it looks sick. I'll bring the Bloodhound Fang if I need to. Seen the vestiges of golden power in them in the older Erdtree sigil. Yeah. It literally looks like just like the Erdtree symbol. It's hard to see and it's covered in freaking roots and such, but there's something to it. Is the sin blamed on the merchants freeing the twins? Oh, sorry, I wanted to mention, I wonder if the one who freed them from their shackles was not, in fact, the Formless Mother, possibly. But no, I don't think the nomads were involved. Moog is here, preventing you from accessing the Frenzied Flame. When we defeat this fight, there will be a seal. I haven't defeated Morgoth yet, so you will see a seal, Morgoth's seal. Both Omen twins do not want you to access the Frenzied Flame, and it's pretty easy to understand why. Both of them have something to lose if the Frenzied Flame gets out. It's really that simple. Morgoth doesn't want the Erdtree to burn. But Moog, he wants to start a dynasty. You can't start a dynasty if everyone's dead. Shattering itself either suddenly or gradually made the shackles lose their power. The thing is, the shackles are broken. It's possible they broke them themselves. Yeah, they were alone down here for a very long time. One tragic thing about what happened down here as well is the fact that Morgott and Moog, they separated. They went down different paths. Presumably, they were alone together for a long time. If they were shackled together, that's an assumption, but... You know, they both entered a pact with the Formless Mother together. They took on her blood together. And then Morgott changed his mind. And it's kind of tragic that they were alone. They're twins, right? Twins have a special bond. Melania and Mikola have this special relationship with... What? Really? Are you fucking kidding me? Either way, there's like an aspect of really... of tragedy with this, too. I freaking dodged that, you stinker. Smelly. I think we're gonna switch our class. I'm not using much magic, so I don't need to keep so much of it. I hate that move. I feel like it catches you. Oh, like a freaking baseball bat straight out the sky. No! I think we can get him down. I just need a little bit more healing. Maybe the jump attacks aren't a clever idea, but it's okay. Okay. No! Holy! You can't tell me that wasn't anime AF. And he reaches his hand up like this. Oh, that's such a neat... Oh, and I got a Chivo. That was my first time beating Moog on on PC, it looks like. That was pretty neat. That was enjoyable. It was a little slow for my taste, but I did my best. I did my best. Moog's delayed attacks always throw me off when dodging. They are supposed to. But I feel like I have learned a little better about this game, and I took my time, and you know. Wouldn't call the Frenzy Flame a reset button. It kind of is the thing. One thing about the Frenzy Flame that I will say is it's super messed up, and I don't recommend it, but there is one tiny tidbit of hope with the Frenzy Flame ending, because eventually from that one life, it'll split again. There will be life again, and it'll be presumably free of the influence of all of these outer gods. Everything is gone. The Scarlet Rot, Deathblight, Godwind spreading, all of it gone. But at what cost? It's destroying absolutely every conceivable aspect of life. But the life recombines into one, and from that one, there will be multiple again. Turn the world into Izalith? Any particular design on the carpet here? Ooh, good question. It's looking... I mean, honestly, it looks a little snaky to me, but I don't think like it's actually a snake. I don't see a head. It just looks like greenery. Like some sort of green, like tree growing around what looks to me like a spear, frankly. Erdtree's Favor +1, actually a really good talisman, which I will be putting on. So we finally now have a second Erdtree talisman. So this is a really, really neat thing. Erdtree Favor +0 looks like this. This is a depiction of Marika. +1, you can start to see the roots grow and the branches grow. But everything otherwise appears the same. And boom. I'm still so proud I found this. Is so neat. So we see the Frenzied Flame, individual, nomad. They're in the pose of the Frenzied, in despair. Sealed by Morgoth the Grace Given. And the song is different that they play, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure it's different. Varg with a single braid? You know what? The thing about it, I too see a single braid, but there's space for the other braid here, but it's just sort of obfuscated. You could argue that she has the second short braid there, actually. Like, you could, like, I kind of see both ways. There's more, like, modeling and growth going on this side of her face, though, so it's hard to, like, be sure. Either way, gamers, give me 1 second, okay? You can enjoy this nice music. Hello. Whatever's left of the ring during after Frenzied Flame. Yeah, you know what? That's the thing too. Torrent's ring is not destroyed. We don't know what happens to Torrent himself, but the ring is not destroyed. So there, it might it might not be as big of a reset as we might hope, actually. I don't know. Frenzy Flame is a weird ending. It's hard to be sure. We can't be sure about everything. Let's see, leave Melina alive? Melina's alive anyway. Although, apparently there's a permutation that she doesn't come back or something. Does evaporate on Melina's hand. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Oh my god, it's been so long since I've seen that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think it's really interesting they show us that at the very end because we're meant to be, you know, realize that we killed Torrent, you know? Gold Mask Quest? Yeah, mm-hmm. Not this playthrough. It's not done yet, obviously, but I have done it before. We're going to be doing it again. It's supposed to be our body or what? Probably, but I think it's a lot of other people's bodies too, though. Yeah. Burn Melina before inheriting the Frenzied Flame? Yeah, and then she doesn't appear? That's such a bummer. Like, imagine doing that and then getting, like, screwed out of that such a sick cutscene. Millicent was killed from the dog outside the shack? How did she get killed by the— Did you aggro the dog by accident? Oh no. If it's our body, what would she kill? So the Frenzied Flame clearly burns us though, but if we are the Elden Lord of Frenzied Flame, if we are its representative, then we clearly are— we might actually become a little bit more like Shabriri. So even though our body has been burnt, it doesn't mean that we're gone. So Melina wants to take us out. Yo, take it easy, Quaither. Alright. So we can't go down here right now, obviously, but I wanted to showcase this because this is really— like, I did all this just to show off this. Also, Morgott the Grace Given. Great title. Melina spared and the flame suppressed. I really wonder how much stuff from the base game will have interactions. Like, I want there to be really cool interactions in the DLC based on your choices, but like, there haven't been a lot of interactions like that here. Like, really, in terms of things that you do that get other people to comment on them, there's not a lot, is there? But yeah, so this is really interesting because this descends. It's not like an illusory, well, it doesn't vanish. There's like a whole animation for this descending. This was hidden back here. Yo, Abd, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 15 months. Welcome back. Good to have you. Thank you for the support. Do you realize you could hear the merchant's violin music through the ceiling? You can. It's actually really neat. So I'm kind of mimicking what I did in my first playthrough. I came down here, and this is exactly what I saw. And that it gave me some interesting lore. Morgott has sealed this. Mohg is here, right? There's like an extra insight. Both of the Omen want to seal the Frenzy Flame. Frenzy Flame is bad to them. And Melina. Everyone fears the Frenzied Flame. Based on Melina's trembling voice, I really wonder if Marika doesn't fear it too. I think everyone sane does, personally. Okay, so we didn't get the Nomad Ashes. I clearly took a turn somewhere and I didn't get those, but the problem is I'm actually not sure where to get them now. Mohg dies are gold particles. Always took it as Morgott created this version of Mohg. It's possible too that Morgott created it, but what I will say is Mohg and Morgott are twins. They came from the same source. They must have similar abilities and use similar magic. So Mohg having a similar ability to Morgott isn't outside the realm of possibility. So definitely it's possible this is an illusion of Mohg created by Morgott, right? But okay, to be fair, this is like gameplay. They want to keep the design the same, but Moog probably changed his look a little bit since Morgott last saw him, being his whole blood dynasty thing. So this is what Moog looks like. Really, I really think it might just be Moog putting his own protection as well, so that no one will access the frenzied flame. I don't know. The irony of them protecting the path to destruction when they themselves were tossed in the sewer like garbage. Yeah. And even worse, as if that isn't bad enough, not just tossed in the sewer, they were imprisoned via shackle in the sewer. And when you use the shackle, I should have shown the shackle animation. I forgot. Well, we'll show it on Morgott. But when you shackle them, they are suddenly covered in chains and pulled to the ground. Like, they were ensnared by that magic. They weren't just put in the sewer just idly, like, have fun wandering around, kids. Like, they were treated like actual garbage. It's no wonder that Moog becomes the monster that he is, right? Like, Morgott does it twice separately while the only Moog one is present near Morgott. Yeah, but like before Moog was the Omen twin of blood, he was just the brother of Morgott. So I feel like them using similar power isn't unusual, right? Maybe the reason they use gold is the same reason that Morgott's is gold. Because at the same time, like, why would Morgott put Moog here? You know? Like, it's possible, but it's just like a weird take. If he can put multiple versions of himself everywhere, why not just create another him? It's also technically an access path to deeper depths and to Godwin through the other illusory wall. Yeah, the frenzy flame is very close to the tree. Yo, Jonathan, welcome. Any Lies of P runs? What about Lies of P? I've played it on the channel before. It's not really... I think the VODs might still be saved. I don't know. This one's more likely to be discovered? Sorry, wait, what was the point? I forgot what we were talking about. Oh, why he would put Moog here? I just, like, listen, I'm not saying that Morgott didn't do it, but I mean, does he even mention his twin? He doesn't, does he? Like, when he talks about willful traitors, does he even mention Moog at all? I don't think he does. I wonder why. Is it because what Moog did is so distasteful he won't even talk about him? Or is it because, like, dude, they were shackled together, they were imprisoned together since birth. They're twins. They were born, like, they were inseparable from birth, and then they went their separate ways. Like, maybe it's too painful for him to talk about him. I don't know. We can't be sure, but it's tragic, genuinely. I want the Nomad ashes. I just don't think I'm gonna be able to find them. I'll do a couple searches because there's a couple things I can think of. There's a merchant in Moog's palace. He was probably here. To be fair, there's nomads everywhere, right? They're nomads. They get, and he's imprisoned. That nomad is, I think he's called the imprisoned merchant or something. There's merchants everywhere. Mentions Rikers, so I guess it's not a Moog is too evil. Moog is distinctly, well, they're both pretty goofed up, aren't they? It's a good point, though. He mentions everybody except for his twin brother. I think there's a lot of pain evident in that omission. Special dialogue about feeling guilty? True, he's just like, oh, sorry, there's not much. It's like, bitch, you've been in prison, of course there's not much. Ow. Ow. Don't you get the Omen Baron down here? Did I not get it? Or did I... Oh, man. Don't you get one here? It was me, it's all my fault? Or something like that when killed? Oh, I don't think I killed that one. That's kind of fucked up. Oh, I forgot the gun ladders every time I forget. We're gross and evil? No, no, no. Rykard is an absolute blasphemer to the point that even his own knights turned against him. Oh, he did bad things, alright. Like, the spirit in Volcano Manor that tells you about the Serpent Hunter is literally like, we were Rykard's men, but we could not abide what he did anymore. Like, Rykard, also Rykard's location around Volcano Manor was the site of the most horrific battle in the Shattering War, according to the game's own lore. That means worse than freaking Caitlyn. I don't know what this is. Let's see. Oh! Basilisk Town. It was close to Basilisk Town where we gotta go, though. Didn't stop following me until he became the serpent? Yeah, but he was like a blasphemer. Also, there's no Gelmir Knights in the game, I'm pretty sure. Where's that dialogue? Helm worn by knights once loyal to Praetor Rykard, its crest of red feathers symbolizes Rykard's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son. And then there's a chess piece. It bears an emblem that none wear any longer, standing as it does for a lord that fell from lofty ambition into gluttonous depravity. As the lord lost his dignity, so too do these knights lose their master. It's not just like, oh, you let a snake eat him so they don't like him anymore. Like, nah, he represents, like, absolute blasphemy. A ghost is sitting there saying, please, please kill him. He's a disgrace, effectively. Also, he eats tarnished? Like, he's not a good dude. Oh, I forgot about this. One other thing about the Subterranean Shunning Grounds, it's a hot take of mine. It has the most garbage shortcuts because all of them suck and they don't really help you and you don't know where you are anyway. That's my hot take. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Where the heck am even I? Mohg and Morgott were kept separately from birth and never interacted? Well, okay, the one thing that would suggest no is they both met the Formless Mother together. Maybe they met her separately. Maybe they met her separately. It's possible. We do beat him back though? No, we don't need him. We don't need him. Tanith eats him. We consume, but we do not eat. There's something specifically about the act. Like, look at Godric. We kill Godric and we take his runes as our own. We take his power as our own, but we don't become Godric. We take his monstrous power, yes, but we do not look like him. We don't suddenly become warped and grafted. There's a distinction being made of the filthy acts done by people like him. Found him! Yay! Did you just... Oh god. I think I'm about to become a tree. Good night, gamers. That was a really, really fantastic time to become a tree because all the Deathblight cleared so we could see the animation very clearly. No, like, I know what you're saying. What we do is inherently consuming of others, but there's something about the Tarnished that's a little different, and I think that's why Rykard eats Tarnished and Godric grafts Tarnished. Tarnished are all working toward one goal. Even if they're opposed to one another, they are a band working together. So we pick up, the first thing we pick up in the game is another Tarnished finger to write messages, right? There's a significance as being the first item. You get this before you even take a step. Well, okay, you have to take a couple steps to pick it up, right? But this was left for us so that we could share information. It's actually really interesting. You normally do get the communication items very early on in the games. I don't remember off the top of my head where you get all of them. They do tend to be early, but this is literally the very first thing that you do in the game is pick up another tarnished finger, but it isn't like, oh, filthy, gross, we're like picking up body parts like some kind of scavenger. It's a relic of those who came before, left to help those who would come after. The Tarnished is helping other Tarnished. When we play, that's what we do. Have you ever helped anybody with a boss? Have you ever left a note for somebody? Have you ever, oh, there's a dangerous enemy here, ambush ahead. You ever done that? That's what we're supposed to do with the body parts of those who came before. The Tarnished are a really unique group, and depictions of characters consuming the Tarnished or tearing them up for parts are particularly bad. That's Godric and Rykard. And yes, everyone consumes, but look at Alexander. Alexander takes the bodies of other beings, including Tarnished, and puts them into his jar, but it's seen as a good thing because it's what they want. He's taking their wishes and putting them forward. So it's really interesting. Still a sign of the greater will. The fingers are more than that, though. Like, we use fingers to do everything. Things have nothing to do with the greater will. We use them to write messages. We use them to invade other Tarnished and cause them harm. We use the Tandra's tongues and stuff. Like, there's so much more to fingers. Also, fingers are not just fingers. Greater will. We have hands. We have fingers. We use them to play the game. When you are playing the game, you are literally fingers. There's so much more to just, oh, well, the two fingers are fingers, you know? There's more for why they are fingers and more as to why we use fingers. Also, using fingers was in previous games too, which is really interesting. In fact, the invaders were fingers. And in Armored Core, the freedom fighters are basically all named after fingers and they make a hand. So there's a lot more to it than just, oh, they're the greater will's will, because fingers, there's more to them. It's so neat. Oh, I'm really glad you're enjoying. Welcome in. I love the subterranean shunning grounds. I know they suck, but I love them also. Because Mohg was never loyal to the Erdtree unlike the other demigods? That's a good argument, yeah. I still think there's something to Mohg's omission, though, for sure. In Dark Souls, we use dried fingers. Yeah. Fingers are always significant. They take on new meaning in this game, for sure. But it just, I don't want to reduce every finger as related to the greater will and the two fingers, because before the two fingers, humans still had hands, right? The word fingers is much in such a small amount of time. I'm telling you, I'm gonna lose track of fingers. Yo, Rod, thanks so much for the gifted sub to American Heart Association. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your butterfly. Welcome. Good to have you here. Miyazaki. Also, there is some really neat lore about, yes, Miyazaki wanted them to be feet. You know, so. This is further evidence that that Elden Ring is good for the heart. Hey, did you know you can backstab these guys? Oh, and they can also kick you in the freaking face. I actually think we're done here. Like, I'm trying to think. I think we have everything. Legitimately harder than Mohg. Learning stuff I never would have. I'm so glad you're enjoying Bushy Brows. Alright, I'm kind of bummed that we're done with this zone. Like, we're not done. We have to do the fingers, but it's Lane-Del time. Our Frub Sub game is good for the heart. Unsure if I want to see the results. Yeah, I feel like generally stressful games are not good for the heart status. Neither is sitting and being generally sedentary, but there's something to be said about the power of mind over matter, and I must say that these games historically, for me personally, have always been good for my mentality. I still remember playing Bloodborne, and that game was so scary and stressful, and my heart would pound when I'd like turn a corner and something would come out. Like, the horror aspects of that game are so deep. But then I'd beat a boss and I would feel so powerful, like I could defeat anything, you know? That's what Bloodborne means to me. All the games, Bloodborne for me just hits different. I think it's that sheer terror of it, right? Like you're just so scared, but you keep going, and then eventually you're the hunter who takes over, you know? Streams from Saw games while doing cardio on an exercise bike? I love that. Probably bad for your blood pressure? Only if you're bad. I actually genuinely find them very relaxing though. I'm with you. Like, stressful in their way, but generally relaxing. Feels overwhelming. Yeah, and also there's something to be said about the relationship to something like mental health. For example, you encounter a boss and you're like, there's no way I can beat this. Are you kidding me? And you're struggling, and maybe you're a little annoyed, maybe you're angry, maybe you're feeling hopeless. But then you start noticing that the health bar is going a little lower, and you're like, just one more try, and you keep at it, you keep going. Maybe you summon a friend to bring you in. Maybe you summon a random person online, and you just find that someone is taking time out of their day to help you with something that you're stuck on, and that gives you a little boost. Maybe you use a new weapon, maybe you try something new, but eventually you overcome that, and you start from the sense of like, I can't do this to I just did it, and there's nothing like it. It's why I go on about how these games shouldn't have any difficulty settings, because within the game there are ways to supplement difficulty. Summon a friend, use different items, use spirit summons in this game. There are ways to give yourself an easy mode within the game. But when you talk to somebody and they had that same experience as you, oh, I couldn't beat that boss, it was so hard, I thought I was gonna lose my mind, I was so angry. And then suddenly I realized I was getting better, you know? There's something really special about every single one of us going on the exact same journey together. It's so powerful. These games hit different. And it's part of the reason they're online. Seriously, you see little phantoms running around. Like, there's something special about seeing someone run by and be like, oh my god, you're doing the same thing as me right now. It's beautiful. I love it. I can get freaking philosophical on these games, let me tell you. Okay, I don't know what to do next. I was so excited about the subterranean shunning grounds. We'll do Landell. Yeah, they can be really comfy. Agreed. Heart health, like managing stress is a major aspect of heart health. Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you. No, I'm right there with you. Pointing away. Yeah, that's the thing. I really dislike, I know there's a lot of discussion about difficulty and blah, blah. I'm not trying to like bring it to that, but I think that people who lambaste these games for not having difficulty options don't realize that there's so many ways to supplement your difficulty. My first time through Bloodborne, I summoned help when I got stuck. And then in New Game Plus, I challenged myself and I was like, I'm not going to do any summons. I'm going to beat the whole game solo. You know, it's about just deciding what makes the most fun experience for you. It's not about like the whole wiener measuring contest of you're not a real gamer if you do this or this or this. We move away from that. That's close-minded stuff. We don't need to get into that. But generally, we all are on this same journey, and we're using different things and making different choices, but we're all in it together. And the fact, and not to mention, the games are so well balanced around the difficulty, and I'll be lost with difficulty options, you know? Mimic plus 10? Oh boy, same. Okay, help? Mimic helped me with my first playthrough. I don't think I would have made it through without her. I think games can definitely be part of a healthy, balanced lifestyle. Oh boy, they're on their way. Yeah, the whole playthrough I went through going by, I called her the only bitch I trust. It was off that meme. Do you know which meme I'm talking about? Someone like made a meme. Oh my god, did I just get the greatsword and the great shield? Oh boy, we got lore to read. Yeah, the only bitch I trust, myself. Healthy balanced lifestyle, fake gamer. I went outside today. I went on a walk. I take cardiovascular health very, very seriously. No, but in all seriousness, I really like, you know, I love games. They can definitely keep you sitting. But you just gotta get a little bit of, you know, fresh air and such. Today is the first day I haven't had a headache in like a week because I actually went outside. Although, I didn't get to edit today, so we're gonna see about that, I guess. Okay, where, Great Shield, the golden Great Shield. We gotta take a look at this design, first of all. Oval Great Shield made of gold, carried by knights who protect the royal capital of Leyndell. Knights of Leyndell are reputed for their sturdiness, exemplified by this shield's exceptional guard capacity. And that's the main thing of Leyndell. It's being currently ruled by Morgott, and he's been in power since the Shattering. And what does Morgott want to do more than anything? Protect. He is protecting Leyndell and the Erdtree, and he nails it. He does better than anybody else. No one manages to defeat Leyndell while he's in control of it. Including Radahn. Strongest demigod of the Shattering. Uh-huh. No, but in all seriousness, he had the home turf. He didn't attack anybody. He wasn't starting any fights, except for... apparently around the Volcano Manor. What was going on at the Volcano Manor was so horrific that he sent soldiers from Leyndell to fight. That's why we see them there, actually. But it's really interesting that this large Great Shield is sort of the representation of Leyndell, because that's what he wants to do. Morgott, he protects it. He protects the tree. They are the Aegis of the tree. And then we also got the Greatsword, I think? Something Golden Knight Greatsword? I don't think I've even read that before. It's probably where the Greatswords are. It's probably just the Knight's Greatsword then. I think so. Chad, is this it? I don't remember having it before. Unarmed weapon, Ashore. Yeah, the kicks! Oh boy, I'm so excited for the kicks. I can't wait to kick people. That's, you know, a little out of context. Oh, yep. Alright, there it is. Is that? No, that's not it. Is it? Is it? It's red! Greatsword bestowed upon skilled swordsmen in the demigod's service and yet had no rank or title. Featuring a long grip enabling dual-handed use, this weapon was designed to dispatch larger foes. Being charged with such a duty was undoubtedly a great honor. I didn't notice. They're always swinging it so hard. It could just be age, but I will say the redness on the blade is really interesting. That does look like a red sheen to me. Also get the Mesmer statue. I haven't pre-ordered it yet. I really do want the Mesmer statue though. I'm just not sure. None of them use the Lordsworn one for some reason. Oh, interesting. Redwood, a leather grip or something else. It looks like redwood to me. It doesn't really give us descriptions on the handle, but that really does look red. So the blade itself also has a redness to it that I cannot ignore. Really interesting considering red is this color strongly associated with the Crucible. It does look neato. Alright, well, that was very neat for lore. That's the type of weapon that you look at and it doesn't, you know, there's not a lot of lore in the description, but there's a lot to talk about with it once you look at it. So I have traversed Dung Eater. I forgot about him. Alright, let's go handle Dung Eater, I guess. Maybe here is fastest. Yeah, I think we've done most of Leyndell already. Nito, no, that's DS1. When you're right, you're right. I never get tired of Nito puns. Oh, God, how beautiful. It's also really interesting that Altus is basically in a state of perpetual autumn. So autumn is a really interesting season. So first of all, everything's gold, but it's sort of tinged with this orange. We're definitely supposed to get autumn vibes from this place. Autumn is a really interesting season. It is the season of harvest, of plenty, where everything grows. There's lots of food, but also you use that food to prepare for a long coming winter. You have to be ready for it so you can feast. But you also have to preserve. You have to prepare. It's a time of hard work. And this place is constantly on this verge of falling into winter, but the winter will never come. It's really interesting. Ow! Before you get Amori'd again? Oh man, don't even remind me about the Amori, but yeah, you're right. Like this armor, I don't like the arm stuff. See, but that's my favorite part. It's the snakes. There's snakes up your arms. I'm not joking. Look, one of them's chomping your shoulder. You see that? Snake. Altus Plateau seems to have a stale beauty to it. Yes, okay, sorry. Dung Eater's coming, so I'm gonna finish my thought real quick. FromSoft nails stagnant beauty like no one else. I think their peak, for me personally, Fountainhead Palace, Sekiro. One of the most beautiful but disturbing stagnant areas in any game, period. It is mind-blowing. Oh wait, you're okay? Oh, that can't be good. Hey, listen, no offense, I love this for you, but like, why aren't you dead? Ow!
Want some more crab, do you?
About the Dung Eater.
Yeah. And now I've seen it here again. Never thought I would. What he does to those bodies. It was him. No question. That monster. He's lurking round here.
He sure is. Is that my blood? Yeah, that's just my blood, probably, because I got hit by that dragonfly. Yeah, so what's really heartbreaking but interesting is I wonder if Boggart was targeted by the Dung Eater because he knew him. Like, I wonder if witnessing what Dung Eater does to people, it makes you susceptible. I'm not sure, but it's really interesting. It's an interesting coincidence. It could also be that he just happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But Boggart gives us some information about Dung Eater and what he does. How'd you get that body and leg armor? So this is the Rotten Gravekeeper Cloak and Duelist Greaves. You can get them in the Consecrated Snowfields as a reward from one of the dungeon bosses. I don't remember what dungeon boss, though. I mean, it's a guy who wears it. I just don't remember what it's called. Hang on, I'm having a moment. No, don't hit me. Oh. Well, he didn't hit me. Oops. Limgrave is spring, Liurnia is summer, Altus is autumn, Mountains winter, Caelid is something. I don't think there's a I don't know that there's like a location, because like Liurnia being summer is a bit of an oddity, right? Oh, you're still alive? What have I done wrong? Oh no, you're not alive. So, rest in peace, poor Boggart. Genuinely really sad.
Serves me right.
Oh my god.
End. For a jumped up little shit with big ideas. Help me out. Would you, mate? I don't want to get cursed. Just let me die. I don't want to live like this. Not anymore. So, please.
You don't even get the choice.
I will kill you and defile your corpse. Then the fox will truly be your own.
No, come here, Dungy. Do the bless you. It's actually so sad. I forgot how heartbreaking it is. Oh my god. You know what? We need to die. We need to die. We need death dialogue. I just remembered. Dung Eater, you're gonna die before you can give me death dialogue. Dang it! Task failed successfully. I was actually trying to get the crab to kill him, but then I remembered I need his death dialogue. And I didn't get any of it because of the freaking crab, dang it. Oh man. I do like to get Dung Eater killed by the crab. It's really easy. He actually always gets death blighted. It's just this time I stood on it too. Crab gave you new lore? I don't know how to tell you this, but the crab has killed me before and the crab will kill me again. Nothing new to me. Alright, where's Boggart's helmet? Iron mask forced on convicted prisoners worn by the blackguard Big Boggart. To Boggart, the mask made him all the more threatening and helped him get what he wanted. But it was also a mirror of his emptiness. Aww. He had big ideas. It's actually so sad. He didn't deserve that. Such an awful quest. But if you free Dung Eater, someone's getting turned into that whole thing. No, Volpine, thank you for the 100 bits. Scuffed run got a restart. I'm a little distressed. I really did want to get the dialogue. Also, sorry, I still don't know why my TTS is broken. I'll have to look after stream, but something's being weird with it. I'll fix it. Iron Manifer of spherical shape. Big Boggart, the blackguard's weapon of choice. Not a weapon to be taken lightly, as his weighty blows shatter bones with ease. Thanks for the wow. Then we got the Seedbed Curse. Another one. Either way, there's a Seedbed Curse here. It's the type of thing that if you don't progress Boggart's questline, if you don't talk to him, he's not the one who gets Seedbed Curse, but someone does. Someone inevitably does. Curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater. A tender pox afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the Seedbed Curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erd Tree, leaving them forever cursed, one of the most loathsome things found in all the lands between. Oh, I actually forgot to give this to Fia. We gotta do that as well. Okay, and then we got Dung Eater's Sword of Milos. So this might have something to do with the red hair all over his armor. Sinister greatsword fashioned from a giant's backbone meets out wounds like a lopsided saw blade and restores some FP upon defeating an enemy. Milos was undersized for a giant and was viewed as sullied and terribly grotesque. Unique skill, Shriek of Milos. Lets out a horrific cursed scream that reduces all damage negation and status resistances for nearby foes. While active, strong attacks will change to a combo attack. So it's really interesting that he uses a giant backbone, because the Tarnished, of course, were the ones who killed giants. They fought with Godfrey. They were Godfrey's warriors. Not every Tarnished in the world is directly Godfrey's warrior, though, because they're also his descendants, like the descendants of those original Tarnished. So it allows you to kind of pick your own backstory for your character. were you one of Godfrey's original Tarnished, or were you a descendant of one who just happened to be called by grace, right? So he's interesting because Boggart knew him back where they both came from. They came from the same place. And then they awoke to grace, came over here. And the Milos sword, though, is made from an undersized giant. And the giants, if a giant was short, they looked down upon them. They were cursed, they were reviled, they were sullied and grotesque because they were short among the giants. But for him to have this relic of a giant, he would have had to be there. So I don't know. I'm not saying that he was one of the OG warriors or anything of Godfrey, but clearly he got this sword from somewhere. Maybe it was from his descendant, but either way, his main weapon is a representation of another cursed, reviled being who was hated because of who they were. And then he takes on the mantle of the Omen as well. More beings that are cursed and reviled for who they are. Okay. I don't remember where you get the Omen Baron, though. I need that item. I'm having a moment. Chat, where do you get the Omen Baron? I know you get the Royal Omen Baron from Morgoth, but where do you, like, his Remembrance? But where do you get the regular Omen Baron, the one with the severed horns? I could have sworn it was in the subterranean shunning grounds. The cursed sword reduces mitigations. It makes you more vulnerable to Dung Eater's attacks. Yeah, it's from Omen the Sewers. Oh, it drops from the Omen! That explains I didn't take them all out. Which one? Dang. Thanks, so Kami. I knew it was down there. I have this like memory of picking it up, but I don't remember exactly where. It must have been a drop from one of them. Roadside Grace, 2 double doors, bottom of the ladder, straight on. That one! Dang it, I ignored him. Ah, oh, thanks, chat. I appreciate that. This is a really sick item, but also like really sad. Okay. Doll of a curse-born baron. Child. Baron equals child. Uses FP to unleash wraiths that chase down foes. Omen babies have all their horns excised, causing most to perish. These fetishes are made to memorialize them. Please don't hate me or curse me. Please. So this kind of begs the question, though. If their horns are excised and they die, then wouldn't this have to be before the removal of the Rune of Death? But then again, beings still die. They just come back, I guess. So they literally created an image of like a cursed omen with his horns excised. It's small wonder that most of them died, but I don't know, it's weird. I guess they just didn't want to pull a Demon Souls and have like a place with a bunch of like creepy curse corpses chilling. Like the Estraya boss fight? Oh man. Okay, these ones don't drop anything interesting. It's also possible that the shunning of Omen was happening for a long time before. Because you don't really get a timeline of that either. It's possible it was happening during Marika's time as well, but I still don't get the vibe that Marika hated her children. That's the only thing. Like, even if the people in her time despised Omen, I don't think that she would despise her children for being Omen, but we can't really know. Okay, Dung Eater, let's go talk to him. I wonder if we're gonna get a hub in the DLC. We don't normally. I'm thinking about it. Normally we don't. But it would be neat. Love the fit? Do you mean real life or do you mean the video game? I should double check. You never know. Palace is still accessible from Ashen Capital, but via Drain Gate that was sealed before Ashen Capital. Open the Drain Gate is Gideon, no? Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, Gold Mask and What's-His-Face were there. Corrin were there. I think it's just one of those, hey, remember that item you've been staring at? Here it is, you know? It's a good point, though. IRL fit? Okay, so this shirt I got online. It was like I got it from one of those fast fashion sites. I don't use this anymore, but at the time I was like, oh, it's cute and I need more white shirts. And this is an oversized sweater I got from Old Navy. They had this like super sale and I was looking for like 80 to 90% cotton sweaters because like everything's freaking polyester and I wanted like at least majority cotton. So I got it for $5 and I was like sick. And it's my favorite summer sweater because it's so oversized and cozy. Key sweater, I got it from Box Lunch in the States. It's also majority cotton, I believe. I tend to check my materials now because I'm a big nerd. Old Navy goes crazy. I literally have not shopped at Old Navy since I was a kid. Not for any reason, it just they aren't really close to me. But I literally was like, I want an oversized zip-up sweater for the summer. For like when I'm, you know, kind of cold but not that cold. Like I'm not going to wear like a freaking hoodie. And I Googled cotton sweater and Old Navy popped. And it was like, this sweater is now $5 Canadian. And I was like, fuck yeah, sign me up. So I got a $5 sweater and it's like my favorite. And it's 90% cotton. I'm telling you, I'm not saying that like, I have no problem with like blends and stuff, but so many places nowadays, you'll notice they're selling like name brand stuff, designers and stuff, and you'll look and it's 100% polyester. And it's like, you could go to like any place and get 100% polyester. Like, why are you going to be buying like high quality items? They won't last. Artificial materials, they don't last as much. You got to get a blend. Viscose is the goat, though. I love viscose. Tends to be sourced from bamboo and stuff. So it's still natural, but it's not like just cotton. Please take care.
Be on your guard, I beg you. He's back. The Dung Eater, again.
Oh, man.
I can hear them. The spirits as they howl and lament in fear of the curse. And worse than ever, the reverberations of the twisted malice in itself. But after all this time, I've started to grasp it now. I can hear, in the Malison, another fearsome order.
The hint that he has a mending rune, or the capability of creating one.
I'm really coming to grips with spirit tuning of late. I can see how and why immortal essence exists. A spirit under the Golden Order. I can understand their yearnings. What they become drawn to. Master Hugh said it himself, actually. That I'm no mere apprentice any longer. Once again, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Roderica, the certified spirit tuner.
I love her request so much because it's basically her sitting here and learning and achieving a new level of understanding. Hi, Marlo. Just based on her own talent, but also someone believing in her, Hugh. And it's so touching. She's a really, really great character. It's really neat because she gets herself out of her despair, but she needs a bit of help. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, she starts off with being crestfallen. She really is just like, everyone who came with me died, I'm gonna die too so I can join them. And then she realizes that they didn't want her to die, the people who journeyed with her. And with a little bit of help from us and some help from Hugh, she realizes that she has something to offer and she wants to continue. One of the only happy endings in the game. Thing is, it's not even a happy ending because she allies herself with Hugh and she has to say goodbye to Hugh. So it's like, Not quite, but she gets the strength to make her own choices in the end. Board shirts to Beach Bros. Curtsy! Oh, I forget that's where you get it. That's so sweet. No, but absolutely, genuinely, very, very happy ending in a way. In about as the only way this game's gonna really go. She can see the spirit, so that's what she's doing with her hands. Like, she can see things that we cannot. Also, she understands why spirits exist as immortal essence under the Golden Order. She understands the essence of life itself. Like, she is very intriguing. I find it difficult to think of any other figure as being the spirit tuner that Hugh was indebted to other than Marika. Like, I feel like it needs to be her, not just because of the fact that he mentions her. Like, it's not just, oh, well, he talks about her one time, so I guess it's gotta be her, right? Like, he is capable of knowing more than one individual, but spirit tuning appears to be a very rare art, and it's literally understanding life. Like, she's able to commune with life as it exists in a different form to the point that we can't even see it. We can summon spirits and stuff, but we need a spirit stake to do it. She just has spirits around her. She can communicate them. She understands them. The ash that we get from her, it seems her name is Aurelia. We likely know this because Roderica gave us this jellyfish ash. None of the others are like, they don't have a name. They don't have a backstory. Like, they have some backstory. But the reason this one has a name is because it was from Roderica. She is able to understand spirits on a deeper level than we are. And spirit tuning is strengthening spirit beings. It's understanding life on such a level that we can't even grasp. And that seems to be something very important for the creators like Marika and Mikola, who are capable of becoming gods. Not saying that's going to be Roderica, but there's something truly special about her. Okay. Oh my god, Marlo's being so cute. I can't stop looking at him. He's like curling up in his little cat bed. He loves his cat bed. I'm telling you. I'm so happy. Isn't Aurelia's sister in the snowy area? Yeah. We meet her. We can reunite them. It's actually really touching. She's searching for her home. You have to wonder how she got so separated from her home, but I like grandpa sweaters and ice but super comfy. Sorry, that was a while ago. I got into my lore stuff, but hey, nothing wrong with that. When Hugh says Roderica's eyes remind him of someone, who is he talking about? So, he is talking about a talented spirit tuner that he knew before, who he has a debt to. That's all we know. I personally think it's Marika, just because of what spirit tuning is and how it's presented as something really rare, but it involves understanding life. And, like, okay, we talk to Hugh, he strengthens our weapons. He does blacksmithing. It's pretty simple. We give him a stone. He uses that stone to strengthen our weapon. But when we get to Roderica and we get to leveling with runes, we start getting into something very different. Roderica takes spirits who are dead and strengthens them with flowers. Although they have spirits attached to them. So she basically takes spirits and strengthens them in a very similar way to Melina, giving us the ability to level with runes. Like, we get stronger because of that. It's a lot more mysterious than, you know, just Hugh simple blacksmithing. And I really think that there's more of a link than we might initially assume. Might just be like, oh, we get ashes, we need to make them stronger for the game. Like, yeah, but there's more to it. So we know that the spirit tuner, whoever she was, and we do know she because he says that he was indebted to her. So her is the spirit tuner. It's got to be a woman. And she has green eyes. That's all we know. Based on how rare it is, though, I really think it's got to be Marika. What ending you gonna do? Oh my god, what ending you gonna do for this run? I don't actually know yet. I haven't decided. I think we're just gonna YOLO at the end once we feel like it. We're gonna have all of them. Yeah. Aurelia means golden? Yeah, A-U-R, the R. Yeah, it means gold. She means golden sun. Yeah, it just means her name means gold. It's a beautiful name. But there might be more to it, but I'm not sure.
There you are.
Hello.
You warded off my blessing.
Yeah.
Despite the curse stirring within you. No one has succeeded in that before. How? I thought. Then it hit me that you are, in fact, me. And I am the Dung Eater. It is my flesh that must receive the blessing.
Honestly, I've never been more insulted by someone saying something like that. Like, how dare you say that I am you? Any plans for a Bloodborne stream? So I would like to do Bloodborne during the course of this LOREATHON. Like, the goal is to play all the games before the DLC comes out, but we'll see how that goes, because this one's taking a long time for sure. Watch other kids with handmade sweaters. I never had them. Me neither. Yeah, they're so pretty. Be your own sweater maker. Learn to knit. It's always time. Reminds you of a webcomic. Your approval fills me with shame. Yeah, that's very much what it is. Like, we inflicted Dung Eater back on the world again.
Give
So
me your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse. Again and again. Until it is done. Until a cursed ring coalesces. And may one day defile order itself. Countless I have killed. And countless I have defiled. And soon the fruits will be born. Hundreds will be reborn cursed. And they'll bear thousands of cursed children. Who bear tens of thousands more. A few of those will be born just like me. And they'll kill and defile and bless in my stead. The rotten fools. My fate was the grandest. Most brilliant of them all.
we didn't get to see it, probably because he was like still coming or something, but he is sort of a special interaction when he does his the Ash of War of Sword of Milos. He screams bless you, but it's like really distorted. It's kind of hard to understand. People say he says bless you. I believe them. I can hardly get any words out of it, but he sees it as a blessing, like a cursed, disturbing blessing that he inflicts upon people.
My corporeal flesh lies in the sewer jail beneath the capital.
I know, I freed
Give it your
you.
blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse. Until a curse ring coalesces that may one day defile order itself.
It's really interesting that he comes here as a spirit and he's able to communicate with us and give us things to free him. It's almost like there's a divide between his invader self and his body, but I really don't know. Because the main parts of Dung Eater are present. His cursed spirits, like every part of him that is important is here talking to us. So we have 2 seedbed curses. Let's go give him what he wants and defile him a little bit. Oh, I really... that's one thing I wish. I want to get this so we can, you know, choose all our endings and get all the mending runes and stuff. But it's actually really fun. Yo, Ibarb! Welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 2 months. Appreciate the support. Enjoy your new butterfly. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you again for that. Oh, I want to talk about Dung Eater. Okay, so you know how you get the potion that you can give to Nephili? Well, you can also give it to Dung Eater. And it's really, really fun because he absolutely freaks out. And it couldn't happen to a better person. It's been a while since I've turned him into a puppet. I don't remember exactly what he says, but he can clearly feel what's happening to him. And there's this sense of despair he feels when he realizes he's like losing control of himself. I wouldn't normally be so pleased about such a thing, but it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Oh my god. Where are my boluses? Oh my god, I don't have the poison bolus. It's so basic, I haven't picked it up. Hello, Dung Eater. I would just like to point out he's a very talented individual. He has tied himself to a chair. I don't know how he did it. Honestly, it's best not to question. The man is an expert when it comes to dexterity. I gave it to Marnie. I don't want to talk about what happened. Let me guess. She called you stinky and then insta-killed you. Yo, Ibar, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Thank you again. Welcome back.
A curse upon them all. They'll be born cursed, all of them, along with their children. And their children's children.
He says that line about
For all time to come.
those rotten fools, my fate was the grandest of all. Like, I have to wonder what happened to him. Like, maybe the talisman around his neck that represents his son, it says something about his armor, says something along the lines of, we'll get it through the quest, but it'll be a minute because we got to get all the way to the Halig tree. The curse, like the sun represents like the fate that awaited him or something like that. It's been a minute, but it's interesting that this is like the only depiction of a sun we have. There's eclipse suns in Castle Sol, but I wonder if maybe, like, keep my complete speculation, maybe he's of some sort of royal line. Maybe there were expectations of him, but because of his nature, he was perceived as bad and, you know, not given any power, which, to be fair, is a good, smart idea, and he should be passed over for absolutely everything that could possibly be given to him. But it could explain why he took on this role of, like, this, of the downtrodden. Can't give the potion definitely. I'm not ready. I don't like doing it. I think I did it just once. It's really sad.
Curse you, Golden Order. One day, you'll get what's coming.
Also, he is really interesting because he appears... He might also simply represent the Tarnished, because at least one of his targets is a Tarnished. So he can Seedbed curse other Tarnished as well. Boggart being one of them. The others we can't be sure, but it's presumable he's able to do this to Tarnished. And inflict his curse upon them like he is himself. He basically is able to consume and curse anybody. But he also understands a lot about the nature of the world. And the places he invades, he, like I said, we get Seedbed curses in the Halig tree. 2 out of 5 are in the Halig tree. That's far. It's super difficult to even get there. There's like trials to even reach the area, and he apparently made it there somehow. So, like Fia, who encounters Godwyn and develops an understanding of the world and is able to create a mending rune because of her own resolve and her own will, but also it takes a level of knowledge and power to do it, which is why Fia links herself with Godwyn in order to do it. Dung Eater consumes countless people in order to do the same thing. And then we have Goldmask, who simply thinks really hard, but he reaches a deeper truth than any other. We are able to tell, to progress this quest, you need to get to like the deepest lore of the game. Radagon is Marika. He understands things of the Golden Order way more than anybody else in the game. So basically, to create a mending rune, it's no easy feat. You need to push your body and your mind to its absolute limits. Dung Eater understands a lot more than we might give him credit for. Like, he's not just this idiot who eats butts. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's actually scary that he is able to get to this level of being as twisted as he is. But he reaches the same heights as Fia, who sides with a demigod, one of the original children of Marika. Although, to be fair, he's in a different state now. And Gold Mask, who is this genius of the Golden Order. Like, they literally... This weird sewer dingus does the same as those two. Anyway, use the seabed curse on him. I hate how the controller vibrates when you do this. Still deserved, though.
Curse you.
All right, you ready for another? Oh, no, you do two at once. I forgot. If you have more than one, you give him both at once. But that was fun for you, huh, bud? All right, so that's Dung Eater's quest on its way. 2 out of 5 seedbed curses acquired. 2 are in the Halig tree. 1 in Lanedell, 1 outside of Lanedell. The third one I don't remember off the top of my head, but we'll get it. If I have to look it up, I have to look it up. But we're going to be pretty thorough in this run, so we should be okay. Am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm pretty sleepy. A little tired. Gideon, Dung Eater, Goldmask, Fia, all Marika's chosen tarnished. I think the thing about the tarnished, I think that's actually what we're supposed to get from the concept of the tarnished, is that Marika wants us to choose no matter what it is. Because the ability to choose is what is so sacred. I wonder, I think I asked about this last time. I don't know if we have statistics. It might depend on like console as well, but like which endings are the most common is something I think about. And personally, I think I would bet that Ronnie ending is probably the most common ending. And then probably Frenzy Flame because it's particularly neat, but Ronnie's end is probably the closest to what Marika's goal was, so it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I would say Ronnie. I don't know if we have stats on this. There might be stats, but it's hard to say because there's the people who simply like cleared the game, right? Like, I don't know. I think Ronnie's is a pretty hard quest to miss, so. All right. Gosh, I was so excited to do Subterranean Shunning Grounds. Now that we're done, I'm like, oh boy. Did I get the, For Steam achievements is the most chosen. Neat. I really think some people, probably, I know a lot of people play this game a lot, for sure, but I feel like some people might choose one ending and not really go back, or... Also, does that account for... I don't know. Ronnie's probably the big one. Also, I want to get this. I want to, like, unlock Lanedell. Riley, you're being weird. Listen, while I appreciate compliments, let's just focus on the lore because I don't really want to be perceived. I am currently your vehicle. Like, think of me as like a magic school bus that leads you to lore. Okay? That's my goal here. And going Frenzy Flame next playthrough, I chose Ronnie for Moonlight Greatsword. That's fair. Have you considered choosing Ronnie for Moonlight Greatsword and then betraying her at the end with the Frenzy Flame? The magic lore bus! I know there's a ladder in here. You can't hide it from me. There it is. Wait, I didn't think about doing that? You're welcome. I am truly on the side of chaos now, baby. Isn't Ronnie the longest side quest related to the endings? So that's probably why. I also think, like, okay, they put a lot of work into Ronnie's quest, and I understand why, but they made it near impossible to miss Ronnie's quest. Like, Ronnie is There's so many ways to get her quest done. I don't think you can fail it if you tried. Versus, look at Dung Eater's quest or Fia's quest, right? Like, frankly, they're less dramatic. Fia's is kind of, but like the whole time Fia's like, oh, please, no, don't side with me. I want to make everybody dead. And it's kind of like less glamorous. It's like, oh, you can be my consort and join me in the deepest night. On the dark path of the Empyrean that only I may tread. Will you be my lord? Versus Fia's like, yeah, I'm gonna like sleep next to this dead fish. And then Dung Eater. You know? It's really hard to compete with Ronnie's ending. Melina get her revenge on us after we do the Frenzy Flame ending? Probably not. Marlowe's a turtle? Oh, right! Miss Frizzle has, like, that freaking thing. Ronnie gives access to summons? Oh, yeah, you know what? Okay, funny story about that. Because you're right, yeah. On my first playthrough, if you watch the first playthrough, I didn't find Ronnie until post-Radon because I didn't fast travel in the game. So I never fast traveled to Kale's church and I never actually found her there. So I got the bell by buying it from the Twin Maiden husks. It just pops up at a certain point. I don't even remember what point. So it's really funny. Really enjoyed Fia's quest. I like Fia's quest. I wish there was a, like if I could tweak it, like if I could edit some of that dialogue. Listen, not to toot my own horn. I honestly, it's not even a me thing. I just think if they did a little bit, like if they channeled more of their Bloodborne power, like the same stuff they did in Bloodborne, they could make Fia so much more interesting. Like genuinely. Because as it is, she's just kind of like, hey, I'll give you a hug. But I'm a bad witch. You shouldn't like be here. But anyway, you want a hug? Okay. Here, do this favor for me. You know, like there's something missing with her. I have no problem with her being a little bit more serious, a little bit more morose, but there's something like I don't find her as intriguing as I found characters who are way less cool than her in Bloodborne and who do the same thing. So if I could edit her dialogue just a touch, I don't know what I would do, but I think I could do something. But it wouldn't even be me. It would just be me like channeling Annalise. Annalise is so neat. Or a little bit of Ariana from Bloodborne once again. Ras Voice is an Elden Ring character would be kind of neat. Yeah, I'll see if like a modder needs like a Canadian accent for a mod. Elden Ring Canada edition. The main boss is a giant Canadian goose. Okay, what did I say I was gonna do? I completely forgot already. Goldmask would be a charming date. He's very tall. Also, he doesn't have eyes, so you know he won't be staring at like your, you know, ass or whatever. Especially since she's mentioned the opening speech, I was underwhelmed once I met her. Yeah, I do not think, like, I love the various depictions of characters in this game. I'm not talking that every character needs to be some, like, sword-wielding badass, like Nephili. It's not quite like that. It's just, Fia is such a shadow of what she could be. She's supposed to, like, even Dung Eater, while disturbing, has some really interesting points, you know? Like, he's super messed up, but there's a pain in him that's very clear. And with Fia, like, I think she could be a little bit more charismatic in a way, you know? There are moose in the game already? No, there is not. There are elk. Moose? There is no moose in this game. How dare you? Although there are moose horns, kinda. I think they're sort of like moose horns, like on some of the weapons. But they're not moose. They're elk. They're different. You would know if they were moose. I'm Barb. Also, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your second gifted sub on the channel. Thank you for spreading the butterfly love. I appreciate that. If you completely riz me up, I don't even mind that she's quiet and subtle, but it's just, for me, the whole, like... She's not a femme fatale either, because she doesn't necessarily kill you, but that whole, like, twisted maternal thing where she's like, yeah, I will give you a hug and you sit on my lap and you get a pet on your head like mommy used to give. Like, it just, there's something missing, you know? I don't know. I feel what you're saying, and I know not everyone's going to agree with me, but generally, seriously, my Bloodborne gamers, can we not agree that Annalise and Ariana are so charming? Genuinely? Those beast dudes, the ancestral followers, they don't have moose horns though. I don't think anyway. They have horns. They have this one weapon they have does look rather moose-like, but I don't think they're moose antlers. They'd have to be huge. Dung Eater is one of the few NPCs in the game I killed as soon as I could. Understandable. He's pretty messed up. That might be moose antlers, but we don't actually see moose in the game. Also, no, I don't think that's moose antlers. They're more like upward, and I don't think they're as pointy. They're more rounded. Cuddling was just an excuse to talk in your ear about things better not overheard. For sure, for sure. But the thing is, like, all of that is fine. I don't mind that she gives you hugs. I don't mind that you speak in secret. I don't mind there's sort of like the intimacy of the bedchamber concept. Like, I have no problem inherently, but it's just I'm sitting there and she's just like, oh, you would side with me, but I am a witch, and everyone looks down upon me because I am a witch. And then it's like, okay, I get it, but okay, Demon Souls has a character who is mistreated because she's a witch. Dark Souls 3 has a character who's mistreated because she's a witch. Ariana has a character who's mistreated because she is a royal prostitute, and also a vampire queen. All of them fused together can kind of be seen as like a Fia prequel. In fact, considering, I don't know if this is confirmed, but someone mentioned today that Fia's initial name was going to be Yulia. Another Yulia figure. And then you get her, and she's just a shadow of all the characters that came before her. I wanted her so much to be cool. Everything else could be fine. It's just something about her. I find her like to be really underwhelming.
Now go let the words of the fingers guide you.
Thanks, Enya. Bye. Casually nibbling away at your life force? Yeah. I don't know. Also, I really like that there's this like undertone of danger with her, right? Because of what she does. But I wish they did it a little better, because I never felt threatened by her ever. Even when I saw her like execute D over there, I was like, cool, sick. If you describe Fia to me before I played this game and you were like, okay, so there's going to be this character, and she's sort of like a dark witch, and she sides with the downtrodden, and she's mistreated for who she is, and, you know, everyone else despises her, and she despises them in turn, and like there's this darkness to her, and she wears a really cool dress, and she's really cool and like speaks softly but has a darkness to her, I'd be like, sick, I'm so sold. And then I met her and I'm like, okay, when does she become interesting? And for me, she never did, which sucks, because seriously, the characters that came before are so intriguing. Ariana, this is slight spoilers for Bloodborne, but it's a NPC side quest. Ariana is literally a straight up prostitute, but also a blood prostitute who gives her blood to people, because in Yharnam, blood is way more intoxicating than anything else. And there's a couple of permutations, but one option for a quest line is she literally gets killed by a nun because she's jealous of Ariana. And another main portion of her quest is she gets pregnant with an alien tentacle baby. Yet she still manages to have so much charm. She is everyone in the game hates her because they're like, what are you doing here? She doesn't deserve to be here. But she has a sense of humor. She's funny. She's charming. She's sharp-witted. She's clever. And she treats you with kindness. And there's one character, there's a beggar there, who everyone else says is garbage because he's just this blind, ugly beggar. Ariana treats him with kindness. There is so much said about her character, but basically all we hear from everyone else, oh, she's evil, she's awful, she's jealous of everyone around her, but she shows her true colors. And she's so intriguing and charming. And then we have, you know, Fia, who should be cooler, but isn't. Oh, it drives me crazy. I really wish I could like Fia. Alright, seriously, if they just put Ariana in this game and named her Fia, I think she would be better. Let's go talk to Fia, actually. I just realized we can go give her the other thing. Ariana also gives the better blood item. No, she gives a fantastic item. Her blood's really... She has really cool lore to her as well, because you find out her origin and why her blood is so special and blah, blah, blah. It's really neat. Hello. Here's the 15th hug animation that you have to go through as well. Because they worked really hard on it, so you have to watch it if you're going to do a request sign.
This is the other Hallowbrand. How did you... Oh, my utmost thanks. With this, Godwyn can take his rightful place as first of the dead, and claim a second, illustrious life. You are our true champion. And though I can't be of any use to you, can I hold you tight? If only for a moment.
And now we get the Radiant Baldachin's Blessing.
I will soon lay with Godwyn, and it will surely stir within me the new life of the Golden Prince, and first dead of the demigods, as the rune of those who live in death. Please, do one thing for me. Brandish this child, my rune, and take for yourself the throne.
I do love that line,
Stay
though.
the persecution of those who live in death by becoming our Elden Lord. I will soon conceive. Brandish
Oops,
my
I skipped that.
rune, and take for yourself the throne. Stay the persecution of those who live in death by becoming our Elden Lord.
So pretty much without fail, every single individual who births a mending rune dies in the attempt. It probably takes everything they have to do it. For Fia, it's a little bit hard to tell because, of course, Dee comes here and takes her out, but it's really... It says everything about the Dee twins, that Dee only successfully kills her once she's already achieved her goal and it's too late, and she's probably already gonna die because of the effort of birthing the rune. Dung Eater has kind of gone through some physical trauma, so, you know, might be related to that as to why he dies. Gold Mask, though, we find him already dead with the rune above him. Also separated from Corrin. It's possible Corrin killed him, but I generally think that just Gold Mask, upon realizing his ideal, simply expires. Any more lore before we go? I think we gotta leave and come back. I don't remember the exact trigger for Fortissax.
This is goodbye, my dear.
I think we just gotta
I'm
talk to her.
satisfied. I choose to lie with Godwyn of my own will, not the remains of one chosen form.
See, this is really neat.
And I will bear a child who will inherit your warmth too. What greater blessing could there be but to be born a deathbed companion?
So we got a lot of lore from that. Number one, normally other people choose the lord that she lays with. That is just what a deathbed companion is. They are born and they are sort of pushed into this vocation because of something like an ability they are born with. And the it's very rare, apparently, that they are able to actually choose, which is why the Radiant Baldachin's Blessing is only created once in a deathbed companion's life. Tracks with other characters, Topes dies after he realizes his greatest spell. Exactly, yes. There's something about achieving your goals that can also kill you. It follows with Dark Souls as well, because part of what being a Tarnished is having a goal, right? And some of them lose their goal. They don't exactly go crazy, like in Dark Souls, you don't become a hollow or anything. But the figures who have a strict goal appear to have a lot more direction. And the ones who don't, they tend to be susceptible to other things, like Dialos. he talks a big game, but he doesn't have very much resolve. He doesn't know how to fight. He doesn't know how to be a warrior. He wants to be this mighty force and tale of House Alzo's Stolen Blood, but he doesn't know what that means. So first he's like, I'm gonna fight the Volcano Manor, and then he joins them. But eventually he finds his resolve to fight. So he's a great example of a Tarnished that doesn't really have a goal. Roger has a goal, a clear goal, and he follows it no matter what. D has a goal, good or bad. He follows it. Tarnished without a goal tend to lose their shit. Topes is interesting though because he's not actually a Tarnished. He's been in the Lands Between since the Shattering. He apparently hasn't come back. He hasn't died. He's just been waiting there for his chance to re-enter the school, and that sort of kept him together. And then finally he can re-enter. Reminds me of ghost marriages where women would be married to deceased men to pass on inheritance between families. Holy crap, that's messed up. I can't believe I hadn't heard about that. Aren't Lionel and Fia's armor sets found in the same bed in Leyndell? Number one, it is Fia's set, but she is a unique set. It's a deathbed dress, so it's possibly hers, but yes. Also, Lionel was her father. Like he declared himself her father to protect her. So I wonder, the thing about the whole deathbed companion thing is, of course, there is something of like a, you know, lewd subtext that they share the bed and she's gonna get pregnant with the rune because she lays with Godwyn. Yes, but largely it appears to be also a platonic sharing of warmth, comfort to those who are dying, like Roger. So Lionel being found there likely means that he gave himself willingly to become one of Fia's champions so that he could protect her. That's always the vibe I got from that, because she's the only deathbed companion we know of, so it's probably her dress, yeah. But Lionel was loyal to her by choice. Anyway, any more?
This is goodbye.
Okay.
I choose, and I will bear a child who will inherit. What greater blessing could there be but to be born?
Yeah, no, it's really neat. I'm very intrigued by the deathbed companions. Fia, I have my issues with how she's written. I wish there was like a little bit more to her. But generally, the concept of the deathbed companions, everything to do with it, really interesting stuff. So let's read the lore now. Fortissax should be popping now. So, number one, we get the Baldaquine's Blessing. Protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. And then here we have the Radiant Baldaquine's Blessing, so we can see even the little light in the rune in the center, or the tablet in the center is huge. Protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. This blessing is of the utmost rarity. The effect lasts longer than a mere favor. It is said that a deathbed companion will only produce a blessing of this kind for a champion but once in her entire life, the sole blessing which she imbues of her own volition. It's actually heartbreaking. They don't really get to choose anything in their lives. They don't even get to choose to be deathbed companions. So the fact that Fia, in this moment, says that it is a blessing to be born a deathbed companion kind of says a lot about her growth, too. Everything that's happened to her, everything that's been in her life has been something that has happened to her. She was born a deathbed companion, so she was a deathbed companion. She raised, she grew up, she was given a lord. She's playing the game. Like, yeah, I am playing the game. If you don't like the, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't like the LOREATHON, then go watch someone else. This is literally what we're doing here. Or write a book about it? Don't freaking tempt me, honey. A Baldachin accents the thrones. It's like she's knighting you and she hugs you. They could accent thrones, but they're also like literal bedchambers. I will? Okay, please do. You know you can just leave without saying anything and being so needlessly rude, right? Like, that's just more about you than this is about me. Consider your audience. If you want non-stop gaming, Twitch isn't for you. Also, yeah, like, I love Twitch. But, like, this isn't really the right place for you, then. You don't have to say when you change the channel, you know? Okay, Baldaquine's Blessing. Fia got to choose this is the first time in her life that she got to choose something. Also, even leaving her home, she was forced out because she awoke as a tarnished. So it's actually heartbreaking. Every aspect of her life was something that happened to her, but finally she chooses agency at the end. That part of her quest and her story, I love. Really. It's fascinating. Just Googled spirit marriage or ghost marriage is a marriage in which one or both parties can be deceased. Wow. Kind of a bummer to Lionel if he willingly died to become her champion. She gave the blessing to us. I don't know how to read. I'm not certain. We don't see Lionel elsewhere in the game, but he does help us fight a couple bosses, so it is possible that happens too. Hey guys, I don't like it here. I'm leaving. Yeah, like I don't know. I really don't know. I can't imagine the audacity to be in a place where everyone seems to be having a good time and just insists on saying you're doing it wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I appreciate all the kind words. I'm glad you're enjoying yourselves, everybody. But like, frankly, I kind of assume you are because you're here. Do you know what I mean? Like, call me crazy. When I'm not enjoying something, I change the channel. So it's weird. Spoke about contrarians earlier too. Oh, true. What if I want to hate watch? We do welcome the hate watchers as long as they do so quietly. Please feel free. Sit here. Don't say anything. Hate watch by all means. Absterga also, welcome in. And Razatron, welcome in. Sorry, no, we're goofing. Okay, sorry. So Baldachin's blessing. I got something else from her. I'm having sleepy brain. I hate mod. Look in the mirror. I'm a hate lurker, something. It's really funny. No, believe it or not, there is lore to the hate watching. It happens. It's very strange to me. Well, my best meme cat accent? Do cat memes have accents? What did I get from Fia? Oh, she didn't give me anything. She just gave me the radiant blessing, and then she's like, anyway, I'm gonna go sleep now. Good night. That southern accent cat meme on TikTok? Is that the one where the guy accidentally, he's like a lawyer, but he accidentally puts on like a cat filter, and he's like, Judge, I'm afraid, I swear I'm not a cat. Is it that one? Oh my god, it's such a funny video. Like this like older guy speaking to the camera very earnestly, but he looks like a freaking cat, just being like, Judge, I'm afraid I'm ready to proceed, but I have a cat filter on. I can't seem to turn it off. I swear I'm not a cat. Oh man. There's a category in the front page labeled Poggers Streamers you won't want to miss. That is Big Lexus Add Energy. Well, I hope I'm there. Because you know this is Poggers content. Compelling streamer, thank you for saying that. That's very kind. Welcome in. Hey, and YouTube, Dylan, thank you so much for... I like how I just addressed YouTube chat as you... And YouTube, thank you as well. Dylan, thanks for saying that as well. It's true. I wouldn't understand. I don't know where I could get the audacity. It does remind me, I think there was like the other day that someone came in and they were like, what happened exactly? I remember telling someone that if you're not having a good time, like, oh, someone came when I was playing Dragon's Dogma 2 and they typed in chat like 3 times and the only thing they said is this game is so bad. And it's like, it reminds me of like a little kid who's not having a good time. And they just sit there pouting like in the middle of the room and they're like this. And if you look at them, they go, and then, you know, because they want you to know they're not having a good time. It reminds me of that. It's like, you're allowed to have a good time, but the only ones who bring attention to it like that are like children, you know? Oh, and you're not allowed, listen, this is an 18+ stream. You can't be a child here. You're not allowed. You have to leave. Rob, thanks for the gifted sub to You're Not a Dude. I really appreciate that. Wish I played the other Souls games before Elden Ring. There's still time. You can play in any order you want. Thanks so much, Rob. I appreciate that. Take on Omen Bro's banishment? Omen Bro? Oh, the bros. Yeah. No, I feel that. I've really been thinking a lot about the Omen twins. Oh, Itachi Karasu, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. Enjoy your butterfly, enjoy your emotes, enjoy your ad-free viewing. Can I get the raft snakes in chat because I love seeing them? Hehe. Start with the greatest FromSoft game, Enchanted Arms. Start with Bloodborne. When I'm watching TV and I don't like the programming, I verbally say out loud how I don't like it before I leave the channel. Yeah, I too do that because I am a sane individual and a human child. A human being, I mean not a child, just a human. I swear I'm human. I do that. Oh god, that's such a great pasta. I forgot. But no, I feel it. Like I'll definitely I'm weird though, because I'm the type of person, like, I will watch, like, if I like a creator, I'll watch like whatever because I tend to like their style. Do you know what I mean? I don't tend to like jump games to like I don't watch one game and watch everyone play it, but there are some games I like watching, you know? Checked out the cat lawyer video. It's so good, right? I've been fighting in the Coliseum combat. It's really hard. Everyone's build seems to be better. It's not easy. The Coliseum can be a huge nightmare. Wish I could play Bloodborne. One day it'll come to PC. I know, I'm sorry. I know it's like hard to access for folks who don't have the console, but it's just so dang good. All right. Anyway, it's a bit of a sidebar, but we like to multitask in this chat. It'd be too boring if it was just lore. Just kidding. Watch play anything? Yeah, no, I'm like that too. Because, like, for me, I remember I sometimes watch streamers to fall asleep. I've stopped watching Twitch to fall asleep because I'll wake up if I hear an unfamiliar voice. Like, literally, someone will raid someone else, and I'll wake up and I'll be like, who is this person? It, like, actually wakes me up from a dead sleep because I'm like, I don't know you. Getting social anxiety in my sleep. Stranger. No, I tend to watch YouTube videos now, but who's in my room? No, really, right? Like, strange account because of falling asleep to Twitch. Yeah, no, it's great because sometimes I'll like encounter new people. I'll wake up and I'll be like, oh, this person seems pretty neat, but still, it weirds me out. Raids are great though. Yeah, I do love raids. Yeah, like a lot of folks came here from raids. I found some cool people from raids. Like literally raiding people. Getting suggestions from chat on who to raid is how I met people like Saint, for example, Saint Riot. I found Raph through TikTok. You found me through TikTok. Enter the Deathbed Dream. Okay, so let's talk about this. So Thea is sleeping. He's dreaming. But her head is literally pressed against Godwin's body. Now, we attacked her recently this playthrough. Don't ask, there was lore. When we attacked her, she doesn't act at all. She doesn't do anything, but the spirits come out of Godwin's body because she's leaning against Godwin's body. They're just tiny little spirits. It's hard to say if it's actually Godwin, but whatever is left of Godwin's will, like his body's will itself, is defending her. So it seems to side with her. And yeah, and here she is. Also, listen, I understand Miyazaki, but like, really, brother? Like, anyway, we enter her dream. It's her dream and Godwin's dream. It is a shared dream. And I keep saying Godwin. It's hard to say. It's not Godwin that we know of in the lore. It's different. This is what's left of Godwin without his soul. Fortissax doesn't want you to do this, which is why when you enter the Deathbed Dream, Fortissax is there, and we have to take him out. is super necessary. I mean, I'm not even complaining. It's just they keep doing it, dog. He can't keep getting away with this. Lichdragon Fortissax. So everything else is the same. Look at that fucking sky. Bro, this soundtrack goes hard. Feet are completely not a sexual thing in non-Western countries. I'm gonna be real with you. Feet are normally not a sexual thing in Western countries too, but fetishes do be existing. It's hard not to think that my man is a fetish. And it's fine. I respect it. It's fine. Genuinely, he can like feet, dude. It's harmless. It really is. It's just I'm gonna point it out because my man has feet freaking everywhere, doesn't he? What's that artist who did the Scream? Is it Edward Munch? Is it Edward or Edward? I wasn't actually sure. This painting, this sky makes me think of that painting. I'll tab my Malekith fight. Where the feet at? I'm sorry. I guess you must accept defeat. So, I'm not saying this is the same style, but it reminds me of that. And this sky, first of all, it moves, if you notice. Oh boy, how did I not get hit there? It's unique. We don't see the skybox anywhere else. This is a unique location. It is the Deathbed Dream. It appears to be a physical place, but everything else is locked away. But Fortissax, we knew he existed. He was a real dragon. And we know he was also trying to prevent Godwyn from falling to the rot, and he failed. He wasn't able to. It was inevitable that Godwyn would sorry, not the rot, the death blight. But he did his best to protect him because they were, you know, companions. I'd always think it was Van Gogh. Van Gogh did a lot of interesting art, but not screen. So, the lightning of Fortissax has now been afflicted by the Death Blight because of, well, his proximity to Godwyn. We'll get a little bit of lore from his description, but it's heartbreaking what happened. For my Dark Souls 1 gamers, remember Sif? Remember how Artorias kept Sif safe? And prevented him from becoming afflicted by the Abyss? Him or her, we don't know Sif's gender, actually. Sif is actually a female Norse goddess. But then again, Juno, I believe, is also a female goddess, and it's a boy in this game, so who knows? Anyway, what if Artorias wasn't around to prevent Sif from falling to the Abyss? What would Sif do? He probably would have stayed with Artorias at all costs to protect him. But it was never going to work. Fortissax basically sacrificed himself to try to help Godwyn. Nicola is doing everything that he's doing in order to prevent Godwyn from becoming this death-blighted being. I think that should have hit me, but I'll take it. Love for Godwyn. If you want to see it as romantic love between Fortissax and Godwyn, more power to you. But genuinely, they simply had a very powerful bond, however you want to read it. Like Sif and Artorias, they were compatriots. Also, Vike was loved by a dragon himself, Lanciax. So, you know, I'm just saying there's precedent for it. But it makes what happened all the more tragic. But also shows that while Fia may mean well in her way, the people who knew Godwyn, the people who loved Godwyn as he was, do not want this to be happening to him. I'm trying to get some Deathblight just to show what happens, but... Oh, I love that animation where he rises up. He looks so serpent-like. heard this part of the song. This is sick. It is odd that the feet are the place to attack as well. It's really just that they're freaking tall. Help. Okay. I really love his design. The lightning is super cool. It's just a little hard to see him, unfortunately, for me. Like, he just looks like a glitchy mess. Goodbye, Lichdragon Fortissax. And then, take a look at the sky because it's about to go. How many times have you played the game? Hard to say. I have a lot of time in the game, but a lot of my time has been PvP, for example, invasions. I've played the game a fair bit, but I haven't beaten it very many times because I don't tend to like the end game. So the early game I've done a lot of the lore, playing through it, doing little fun challenges, and then you know, I don't actually beat it normally. That was actually a pretty balanced fight. Like, normally you're way stronger at Fortissax, so I don't know. Also, maybe my weapon wasn't high level, who cares? Anyone anticipate Godwin content in the DLC? I think Godwin is present in the world, even if we don't speak to him directly. He has some will and influence. He's related directly to an ending. We kind of can account for him in many ways. So he is not a big contender on the list of figures that the DLC can explore because we have a lot of questions about him answered, right? Where is he? What is he doing? What is his plan? What was he like? A lot of these things we know. Although it's a little weird because he's like half dead and kind of a zombie, but I don't know. I don't think we'll ever... Do I think we're going to get like a ton of Deathblight content? No, but there's also the idea of Castle Sol and the civilization linked to the eclipse. Like, what was up with them? Maybe we get something about that. I wonder if I'll ever meet Marika? A girl can dream. Literally the best part of the song, hardly everyone hears it because the boss is too easy. Yeah, I don't think I've ever like focused so much on the music. It's a great track. But Miquella loved him. Yeah, and that's what's so interesting is that Miquella, one of Miquella's goals was to cure Godwin. But he seems to have left the lands between behind. So I wonder if that means he hasn't... I mean, he does say he's going to return. It does, like, Melania is waiting for him to return. So there is a suggestion that once he's done the Land of Shadow, he will return. So we'll see. Miquella is loved by everyone, but there's a couple individuals that he appears to have a real bond with, his family mainly. So Radigan, there's definitely a bond there. Melania, a true bond. Godwin as well. Miquella can get people to love him, but the people that he loves, there's something special there. And I will say that him going to these links to follow in the footsteps of Marika, I wonder if it isn't a gesture of love as well. Or a yearning for a mother. Because that's the thing. If Miquella was kept away from Marika, or really Marika was kept away from Miquella, he wouldn't know his mother. And we know from Melina that being born of a mother means it has a yearning to it. You yearn for your mother, and that's what Melina wants too. And I wonder if that isn't going to be kind of like a plot point that these figures are yearning for their mothers. Bach does it, Melina does it, so does Miquella. This almighty, fearsome demigod, fiercest of the Empyreans. He just wants his mom. He wants to understand her. Eclipse thing was an attempt to save Godwin, but the symbol of the eclipse is linked to the soulless demigods for a reason. Why does an eclipse weaken death-blighted beings so that they can be killed? There's something about an eclipse that's pre-existing, for sure. And Castle Sol, like, it's just, I don't know. And then, oh, the Sun Realm shield, there's other stuff with the sun that we don't fully know about that likely predates the Golden Order. Miquella really tried to save everyone and fix everything. I don't think Moog interrupted Miquella's plans too much, but I just don't think we'll understand fully what his plan is, or if he'll even be able to accomplish it. Anyway, here's the rune, so we can actually see it. It's the curse mark of the centipede. So the rune of death is gone, but this is sort of this rune of undeath. And it actually, if you look at it, Kind of looks like the eclipse symbols, doesn't it? Oh, I can't while I'm in this mode. Hang on. So the Mausoleum Knights, that symbol, the eclipse symbol at the top there, is well, it's their symbol, and then we have this. Eerily similar, isn't it? Speaking of which, there's going to be an eclipse soon. Yeah. Totality. I'm not going to see totality, but I'm pretty close to it, so it's pretty weird. Okay. Thanks for the mending rune. As we can see, Fia is, for all intents and purposes, like, dead. And our very first mending rune. Honestly, probably the easiest mending rune to get as well. Hang on. I probably passed it. It's gotta be in the key items. Oh, there it is. Mending Rune of the Death Prince. Rune gestated by Fia, the Deathbed Companion. Used to restore the fractured Elden Ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. Formed of the two Hellbrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. Thus, this new order will be one of death restored. With a couple additions. Is kind of the problem. Gone to all the Divine Towers? I sure have. Okay, so real quick, let's change back because an unwelcome guest is going to show up. And now she's really dead.
Prince of Death, take a good long look. See the wrath of the Golden Order, the Order's justice writ in blood. This is what's become of your precious witch. Naught but expired meat and bone. This is a proper death, O Prince. Look at this rotten whore. No more children can be got from this useless flesh. Behold, your mother is dead.
Probably would have been smarter to do that before I got the rune.
This is revenge,
Absolute
you witch.
dingbat.
And you ghoul. This is the wrath of D. Ah, hello. The rotten witch is dead. The Golden Order.
Congratulations, you killed
unsullied.
an unconscious, half-dead
Now I
woman.
can look my brother Darian in the eye.
Yeah, you can go say hi to him in
Honeyed
hell in a
rays
second.
of gold, deliver my spirit.
I'm pretty sure if you rest, he vanishes and drops his stuff, usually in the code for he's dead. But I like to make sure we get the job done.
Now I have no regrets. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver my spirit.
Okay, so we talked about D, but now that we're done this questline, I want to get everything out with D. So the D twins were born, and they were initially considered an abomination by everyone who met them because they were two bodies with one soul. But then the Golden Order fundamentalists took him in. In other words, he too, like those who live in death, were considered an aberration and not welcome in the Golden Order, something that needs to be hidden away because it represents an imperfection. So eventually the Golden Order fundamentalists, maybe they actually felt bad for him, or maybe they just thought they could use the twins, raise them, and turn them into hunters. And what's particularly disturbing about D is that he doesn't seem to understand that he is basically killing people who are exactly like him, who did nothing wrong, who were simply born, who touched upon an error in the order, as Roger puts it, or I forget, is it a flaw in the order. Also, you might be like, oh, well, he doesn't know. He traveled with Roger. Roger found out the truth about the Golden Order and those who live in death, that they did nothing wrong, they committed no sin, that they simply touched upon a flaw. And he told D, likely, because eventually they split ways, because Roger was like, we don't need to kill them, we can help them, and D was like, nah, I'm gonna kill him though. Also, the very first introduction that we meet of D is him saying, he kills someone. There's a body. And he kills them and says, ah, well, sucks for you, but at least you didn't become one of those who live in death. That basically encapsulates his entire character. He is basically like, if I kill you, it's okay, because at least you didn't become those who live in death. And if you're those who live in death, I kill you because you're an aberration in the order. Yeah, so am I, but I have a place, so it's okay. He's a zealot and he's a hypocrite. But the thing is, I truly don't believe he's intelligent enough to understand that he's a hypocrite. So he's a lot like Moog in a way, in that he was mistreated as a child and he found a place where he's welcome and he goes all in on that. But eventually as an adult, he has to take responsibility for some of that and he never does. So, you know, yeah, D killed Fia, and I personally just like to take him out.
Then you are right. A defiler of the Golden Order and murderer of my brother. Die. 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 I'll grind your corpse into that vile wench's rotting remains. A witch's eternal embrace, just as you wish.
Ooh! Oh, that looks sick! No, wait, I want to use a spell on you. I never got to. Cook him. I kind of want to die to him to get the dialogue. I'm not gonna lie. I want to try. I've never killed him, or I've never died to him because he's absolutely such a dingbat. But I want to know his dialogue.
Vile cretin. My brother is now avenged.
Interesting. What is that incant? I think it's one of the hunter spells, but it looks exactly like what Ratigan uses at the end. Alright, so he's still here, fortunately. Hey, what's up? He's still pissed! I kinda wanna cook him. See, like I told you, he's not particularly intelligent. Okay, you could say the same thing about me just standing there and taking every hit, but it's funnier when he does it. Oh, I ran out of juice! He's gonna kill me again! D, it's just a prank, you big baby. Oh, you don't have any more juice? You don't have any more juice? Are you out of Gatorade, my boy? Oh, that's so sad for you. Oh, that's so fucking sad for you, bud. Oops, that's the wrong button. I apologize. Okay, just get cooked, you nerd.
How could this? Forgive me. This diary did
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Okay, we got some lore to read. Let me pick up your garb. Okay. Armor depicting entwined twins of gold and silver. The two known as D are inseparable twins. They are of two bodies and two minds, but one single soul. Not once do they stand together, not one word do they speak to one another. Perhaps this armor longs to find its way to the other D. So, when we meet D, Darian, so it's Darian and Devin. Devin's the dingus down here, Darian's the dingus above. Darian is perpetually covering up the eyes of the twin on his chest. You probably notice every single time when he's not in combat, he's holding his hand above the face, like he's covering its eyes. The eyes of the silver twin are also blindfolded in the first place. But you very much get the vibe of Darian, despite also being a zealot, is sort of a little bit more like the protective older brother type thing going on. But the younger one doesn't do that. He's not hiding anything. Sympathize with him avenging his brother. Yeah, like, you gotta feel for him in a way, but it's just they are so absolutely... It's difficult to feel very bad for them because of their choices. And that's the thing that's so interesting. Like, yes, they are brothers and they're separated and they care for each other in this weird way because they are two bodies but one soul. But they also kill people who are exactly like them and decide that they are morally superior because they found a home. That's really it. It's kind of like, not the same thing, but children in an orphanage, one of them gets adopted and says, oh, I could never be like you, stupid orphans. That's pretty much D. He found a place to exist, so he looks down upon those who didn't. Dialos just wants to start a flower shop in Jarburg. Dialos is really touching in his way, because he tries his best, and in the end he fails, but he really did try. Silver doesn't really play a role in this game other than the Fireflies, and everything to do with Nokron, the Silver Tears, Noxtella, Mercury, artificial lords, everything to do with Nokron is very Silver. But no, like, that's the thing, they're still just people doing their best. It's complicated with these figures. And then we got Fia's outfit. I think the rest of the lore is the same, so. Also, once again, speaking of characters who are very similar, D is very much like Alfred from Bloodborne. Nearly to a T, isn't he? Fia's robe of black cloth that covers the entire body, worn by Fia, the deathbed companion, on her journey after being exiled from her home. The fabric itself is soft as silk and thin enough that those embraced can feel every pulse, every bit of her warmth. And that's the thing too, she talks about taking your warmth, and she does. But the other thing that she does is she gives you hers. It's very much an exchange. That's basically what hugs and cuddling are. It's comfort that goes both ways. So it's pretty interesting. Yeah, she gives you a debuff. Which I actually do. I forgot to get rid of it. There we go. I feel really bad for Dialos, but I feel more bad for the jars. It's heartbreaking. You know who I feel most bad for other than the jars? Lania. Lania came to Lands Between, went exploring, got freaking murdered, and then her childhood best friend sided with the murderers. Yikes. Not to mention that silver, if left unclean, can tarnish. It's true, gold cannot tarnish, but silver can. It's definitely... I really wonder... I thought that would be huge in the lore, but it's not. Any way to kill D before this happens so Fia lives? I'm gonna be honest, I never tried. That's actually one route I've never done. Either way though, Fia's pretty much done. Birthing the rune takes everything she has. So it's not like she's gonna come back or anything. But that is something I'd like to try maybe in a subsequent run. Oh, Fortissax, of course. There's so much going on. I forgot to read that, but this is huge. Remembrance of the Lichdragon. Remembrance of Lichdragon Fortissax, hewn into the Erd Tree. After Godwyn the Golden became the Prince of Death, the ancient dragon fought long and hard against the death within its companion. Alas, victory was never achieved, and its only reward was corruption. It's Sif and Artorias. It's really sad. They were very, very close. And at the end, he always was going to lose to the Death Blade. When you see Devon before the Twin Gargoyles, it's not a safe zone. Yeah, I think you could just not give your armor and just leave him there, or even just kill him.
You.
Okay, so we can get 2 incantations. Fortissax's Lightning Spear, incantation that channels the power of the ancient dragon Fortissax. Create 2 spears of red lightning and stabs them into the ground from above, one after another. On impact, each spear will burst into trails of lightning covering the area. During the War of the Ancient Dragons, these twin red lightning stakes were the hallmark of one ancient dragon who was called the Mightiest Boulderstone. And then we have Death Lightning. Incantation that channels the power of the ancient dragon Fortissax, now corrupted by death. Strikes surroundings with a storm of death lightning. Inflicts deathblight upon foes. It is said that this golden lightning was wielded by Godwin, who befriended Fortissax. So the two spells that, here's the thing too, this gold lightning is Godwin's spell. So by defeating Fortissax, we also get a spell of Godwin. Corrupted, but yeah. You can kill D when you first meet him in Limgrave. Oh, if you give his brother the armor after doing this, he fights you outside of the Valiant Gargoyles fight. Really? I'd really like to do that, actually. I've never done that. There's a couple routes I've just never done. Okay, it's interesting. This one requires one more faith than this one does. We're not really going to use either of these, so I think for now we'll keep the remembrance for lore. So with that, I'm pretty sure we have officially finished all the underground areas in the game. We have done, yeah, everything underground. Noxtella, Lake of Rot, Deep-Root Depths, Subterranean Shunning Grounds. Well, we have to do the Three Fingers, but that's after Morgoth. But either way, serious progress done. Either way, this is a good point to leave off, though. Holy crap, it's been 7 hours. Time flies. Moog? Oh my god, yeah, not Moog. You're absolutely right. No, Estelle? Estelle's done. Estelle's all done. We have to do Moog, though. Real Moog. For sure. Totally forgot. Yeah, thanks so much, everyone, for hanging out tonight. I'll be back tomorrow, but as discussed, we're going to be doing an alternating schedule, so I'm going to be playing Dragon's Dogma 2 tomorrow. Just, you know, doing alternating so we get a little bit of both lore and also Dragon's Dogma 2. That playthrough has been very fun, so definitely check that out if you're curious. It's been quite an experience. Take it easy, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll see if maybe I'll send you over to somebody. Maybe we'll just call it. You know, we play it by ear here. Whatever we feel like doing. Yeah, I know. Dragon's Dogma's been quite an experience. Oh, K-Dub's on. Let's rate him. He's playing Bloodborne today. But yeah, like I said, alternating days right now. Sorry, K-Dub has numbers in his name. That always gets me. Gotta double check the name. Perfect. Okay. And YouTube, no raid, but take it easy. Thanks so much for hanging out tonight. Yeah, so back tomorrow, playing Dragon's Dogma 2. Make sure to follow on here, also Twitter and Discord. I do my go live notifications, so if you don't want to miss a stream, I stream 4 times a week, starting at around 7:30 EST, sometimes 8. Like today was a little late, so. Thank you again so much for hanging out. Genuinely, I love doing these Loreathons, and I love that people are as excited as I am. It's really fun when we all get to collaborate and discuss. Oh yes, and copy the raid message. I have to copy it now. Yay. I don't have a Wattpad. See you next time, everybody. Make sure to say hi to K-Dub for me. Just write a book, nerd. Don't freaking tell me you know I will. Oh man, it's gonna be so nice to see Bloodborne again. I can't wait to play it myself again. It's been a minute. It's been like a year plus probably. Ooh, okay. Good night, everybody. See you next time. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Bye, YouTube. Bye, Twitch gamers.